pain to tame a heart. Took a lot of years to lose my fear of flying. Took a long time to finally start. Then it took a good day to fall apart. Took a lot of tears to lose my fear of crying. Of crying. Change your holiday. Fire, ticking like a time bomb. Fire, burning like a neighbor. Fire, waiting at the crossroads. How will you survive? Change your holiday. One look to find your mark, then it took a rogue wave to blow apart. Took a wrong turn to finally find the yearning in the burning. Fire, ticking like a time bomb. Fire, burning like a neighbor. Fire, waiting at the crossroads. How will you survive? Fire, ticking like a time bomb. Fire, burning like a neighbor. Fire, waiting at the crossroads. How will you survive? Change your holiday. Fire, ticking like a time bomb. Fire, burning like a neighbor. Fire, waiting at the crossroads. How will you survive? Fire, ticking like a time bomb. Fire, burning like a neighbor. Fire, waiting at the crossroads. How will you survive? Change your holiday. Put two beating hearts together, stitch the seams and pull the levers. Strange desires, sparks and wires. I sign the dotted line and tethered yours to mine. No anesthetic for hearts electric. Parts start to decay when just your shadow half remains. The operation had complications, and the part of you that died, I'll carry all my life. Lovers slowly decomposing, so it goes. Could have been paradise, could have had diamond eyes that held so tight that I lost her. It could have been fireflies, but that fire died, dead and gone. I was wrong, love's a call. I'm a monster.
Monsters. Monsters. Monsters.
Hope lingers on after the one you love is gone. Thought I smelled your ghost in my winter coat, and our love became a void, another echo in the noise that can't erase what we became. We could have been paradise.
There we go. That's better. Thank you. This is why I look at chat. But hey everyone, good morning. Well, morning for me. Hope you're all doing well today. It is a fresh 7 a.m. I am freshly woken up maybe half an hour ago, so we are going to have a little bit of morning voice for a while. So yeah, we're going to have to deal with that. I'm looking forward to this, in all honesty. I am always here for the tournaments. It is something that I've gotten used to at this point. I've done a few of them through Girls Gang Squad at this point. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit weird doing first round solo. It's a little bit weird me being the host of things for once. Just because, well, I usually just rock up, do my thing, and bugger off when I need. But no, this time around, I'm going to be here the whole time. And I left my water bottle somewhere. Don't know where it is. It's somewhere in the house. So yeah, good morning everyone, or I guess to everyone else. It is good afternoon at this point, because it should be 12 Pacific, if I recall correctly. I know I have the overlay up over there that said, over that way, that said 3 p.m. EST. I'm pretty sure that's 12 PST, but we'll find out as we go along. We are just getting the first round started up now. So I am going to be looking at a good old DH Bob, which as a note doesn't have Bob on it, facing Raynor, Harley Noah, and I guess I should say Raynor, Harley Noah, just so it makes it roll off the tongue a bit easier, and that team does have Bob on it, however. So we're going to have to get used to that. That is something that we are going to struggle with, so the line bus will become the struggle bus for a little bit at some point today, but that is perfectly reasonable. I always struggle at the best of times. There's some real good names here today. Raynor Harley Noah probably is my favorite. There is a Morena Demi? Morena, yeah. For those of you who don't know, because I'm going to hazard a guess and say 99% of Twitch chat doesn't know how to speak Māori. Morena is just good morning, essentially. But yeah, it looks like one of the teams are ready. We will be getting into the first round shortly. And as a side note, just as a reminder, there are other streams going on this morning. There are other games being round one on other channels. We also have Toki The Sound, and Raka doing their own round ones. So if we do finish before any of them, we won't raid them, but I will have to pull up the stream on stream, which is going to be a bit awkward with how I'm running things, but it is doable. It is. It's not something that's too difficult, because it looks like we are the first ones to actually get a lobby, weirdly enough, which usually, knowing my luck with these things, I'm the last one to end up in a lobby. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. This is going to be the short end of it, and the short of it all. Usually, it ends up being that these first rounds are usually just 2-0s, because some teams have practiced more than others. But I have a feeling this one may be a 2-1. I feel like this one will go the full way, just because it does look pretty interesting, and when we get a Linehouse line bus cast, says Gibbs. You know, that's a great question, Gibbs. I'm more open. I've left the open invite to Linehouse, but never reaches out to me. Oh, Winterheart made this. Oh, boo! I just see in the in-game chat, Team 7 vs Team 2. Boo! That's not your names. You have actual names. Use it. But yeah, there will be giveaways. I have mentioned, I can't remember exactly off the top of my head what each of those giveaways are, so just keep tuned for those. There will be some keywords. Well, what about a Linehouse line bus? Oh, the endearing names of Limehouse and Linebus. How could I forget? That's so on me. You're right, Drinko. Yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting. I don't know how long I could yap for by myself. I could certainly try. Give a win to Raynor Harley Noah based on the strength of the team name. Like, people are loving the team names today. The team names so far. What are the other things we have? We do have add desired hero to HOTS, desired hero in square brackets. Team chat muted, still a fan. Stemmed drones. Feel the hatred of 10 years. very fitting considering it's our 10 year of HOTS tournament. Malfuri Onions. That's one I'm not quite sure why that one came to be, I'll be honest. But his name, Nexus Forces, being the final team name that hasn't been mentioned. So yeah, the other thing to note about this, it is Rainbow Lobbies. I am privy to get to see the back end of things, so to speak, where Snarf, who is the person who puts the brackets together, who does put the tournaments together, DH Bob, Harley Builder would have gone. It doesn't have that sound. It doesn't have a Rainer sound. I hardly know her. DH Bob, Harley Builder doesn't quite work as well, unfortunately. I would love if they did find something like that, but no, they did not. They did not find something like that. Oh, looks like we may be getting into things shortly. Disaster for subs is happening. Oh god, yep, that's what I get for having the lobby with the tournament organizer. Is sometimes they're gonna be busy. I'm not gonna say what they just said out loud because I don't know if I can say that on Twitch. That one may be TOS. But yeah, I'm actually fine with this of all streams. This one to be stalled out a bit. It does give time for the other ones to get a little bit ahead of me, just because if it is just a 2-0 here, that means we can hopefully not have too much downtime between live casts. And yes, I will mention it now that there isn't a delay this time around. We are hoping the teams play honest, in all honesty. Well, I trust in them, and if we do figure out any of them are stream sniping, well, that's a big frowny face, and put them into it. Harkin, that's because that's a horrible name, and I think I should time you out for it. But we'll be honest, timing out Harkin seems appropriate here. But yeah, as I said, I'm privy to the back end of these tournaments because I've done a few of them with staff now, and these are rainbow lobbies. We do have a range of bronze to masters and some grandmasters occasionally in some of these lobbies. Some people did have there was an option to everyone that they could sign up going, hey, I'd prefer if I was with this other person. So there are going to be some people who do play a bit together. However, we did limit it to only duos in terms of who you can put down your preference as. No more than 2, because if you're something like, I'm showing up with a full 5 stack, you go, that one may be a bit unfair, a little bit coordinated, because in saying that though, if I play my usual 4 friends on any given night, odds are we're going to do something dumb anyway and we're going to lose. So we are going to get into Towers of Doom. Let's see how this draft goes, chat. Shall we, chat? That was a bad sentence. Let's just cut over before I do anything worse. And I realize I got to make my mouth smaller in between this, so remind me about that. But let's see what happens. Where's Twitch, chat? I've lost you. Sorry, chat. Immediate to Hakuman. DH Bob said none of that. So yeah, we are going to have, as you see, a big range of people. Some names more known, some less. I need to stop this from doing its thing in the background. Oh. I'm going to try my hardest not to yawn, chat. I'll be honest with you. I am a tired man. Genji ban, okay. Timed out, oof. What do you mean timed out, oof? Undo shit. Ah yeah, I meant to swear less. Welcome to I swear a lot, and I've got to try avoid that today. Part of me wants to go, part of me wants to keep like how much I swear counter on, but that one's a little bit too much effort for 7 AM for me. Not a fan of that one. Okay, I'll give it to you. It's almost 7:15, but 7 nonetheless. So bright, we're really knocking out globals for the side of from DH Bob, and we can see Diablo banned out. So we are getting rid of that Divia comp. We see Stitch's first pick going for the big hook. Right, first 2 picks from Rainer Harley Noah. And the question that I'm thinking of now is the general strategy to, what's the word I'm looking for, is to get your potentially lower ranked players get on heroes they're comfortable early, to make sure that they are going to be able to kind of stay competitive with what's going to happen? Or do you just want your really good players to lock in early like we see happening so far to make sure that you're going to be off to the strongest bit possible? In some places you're going to have to go, well, we may just have to give a little room there and hope that the other players are going to kind of bolster out what's happening. Anduin and Hanzo. Right on. Interesting start. So we are going to have that Gorge Light Bomb combo active. Things such as Blaze are still able to be put in. So that could be interesting to see with Light Bomb. But I will always be like, Blaze is a good pick. There is no situation where I think Blaze is bad, per se. Right, third band, what do we see? Offlane Stitches. Now Hoku, you and I both know offlane Stitches. Great in the single lane. Double soaking, however, may not be it, Chief. Similarly, Artanis. I've already told the teams that if they pick Artanis, they're not allowed to be raffled. Lie. But they just know that I'm not here for Artanis this morning. I'm going to keep saying this morning, and I know it's not morning for TLV. What the... Seemed like Bob is on Drinko. I'm aware. This is going to be my bugbear for this like first series is DH Bob the team. I think knew that DH Bob the man was on the other team. No Drinko, we just 2 chance. He gives us. 4-man Tennyson this map is good. So is 4-man Frawl. So is 4-man Imperious. So is 4-man any range DPS is probably better than both of those. I would love to see like a 4-man Kerrigan, but I don't think that's happening. I'd love to see it happen considering there's a Decade on the team as well as Zul. Which Zul, infamously good at double soaking on this map, can do pretty dang well in it. No Decade band for fools. Yeah. I like seeing the Decade in all honesty. It's just... Oh great, no, I'm gonna say Decade the whole game and people are gonna go, did he say Dickhead? Yeah, welcome to my accent. Double Zul with W incoming. Yeah, but Blaze can keep up pretty well. And if Blaze does go the Nano Machine coating at level 7, it really does hamper Zul's ability to quickly do those waves. It means that Zul will need to position a bit better and make sure that they are appropriately adjusting to the situation. Also, tell me if I need to turn down music or anything like that. Please? And Cassia rounding things out. Okay, well, we do have blinds already from Joanna, so Cassia can get a lot of value off. She does have that Fen to follow up on things such as Zul Root. There is a lot of lockdown potential on the side of Reyna. I hardly know her. Meanwhile, DH Bob, well, a bit more of a standard comp. You have things such as Gust, you have things such as Bunker if you are in trouble. McGiblet's getting Stitches is rare. I'm guessing Gibbs usually banned off of or Stitches usually banned out from Gibbs? Right, we are going to be jumping into the game, so I'm going to bump it back to my face. I'm sorry, everyone. It's going to be that. And before I put it back over, I will need to quickly change my settings so the mouse isn't going to take up half the screen. Well, not half the screen, but my old man eyes, my old mid-20 man eyes are does need to see the mouse pretty well, because otherwise I get lost super easily, weirdly enough. Right, where is mouse and keyboard? Cursor side to cursor guides off. Right, let's get into the series, shall we? When I remember, buttons, what? Hey. So, on the side of DH Bob, we are going to have Turtwig on the Anduin, Compute X, Hanzo, McGiblets is going to be on that. I said his name before. Stitches, Mundane Zebra, Falstad, and Peldor writing things out with the Blaze. On the other side of things, we do see Dimmy on the... How am I forgetting heroes' names? Because it's 7 AM. Deckard Kane. Trad is going to be Cassia. Bob, Joanna. Snarf getting hit by that Sonic arrow on Vala. And writing things out, it's going to be Vern on the... He's running away. Zul. But yeah, not the greatest start. Ois. What do you mean Ois? Oh, that's for money line, got it. But very quick wave clear already for DH Bob as I'm going to pull up some talents. As we do see it is going to be some more interesting talents you don't normally see. Snarfungus going that Q build. Not often you do see Puncturing Arrow at 1 on Vala. More often than not nowadays you do see... I can't remember. Talent name was an Autotech build. I'm just going to call it Autotech build. Creed of a Hunter, that's it. Creed of a Hunter. Zul going Shackler was the standard for a while. Does help with slows. Unfortunately, Vern as Zul is very susceptible to any ganks. Unfortunately, Zul just doesn't have the most mobility when it comes to that regard. On the other side, oh, and Sapphire picked up. Oh my god, what is it? Hey, Bob, what? Huh? But on the other side of things, we are going to see an invade already, as Scatter Build is going to get a few stacks here, but Globe's already at 5 for Stitches, and that's Zul going down in mid, as we did see the gank from Felstad. Vala going down as well, absolutely not quite going as intended. That is going to be objective slowly going over, big stun from Peldor, and that is going to be a 3 men going down for the side of Reyna. I hardly know her. And I think it would be criminal if they go out this early, but Dimmy is going to try holding on. Nice charge from Peldor, and that is going to be the Deckard Cain going down to the end as well. So that is a... all 5 did die there? But yeah, no, that's a really awkward spot, and this is a really unfortunate place to be for Vern, where I think they're just going to get harassed the whole time, and they may be about to figure that out. Yep, they figured it out. We do see the... shield being dropped, and while I don't usually look at the offlane for this map, this is absolutely going to be one I need to keep an eye on, as Vern takes a fair amount of damage here, but Peldor gets even more. Neon down bottom, Turtwig unfortunately is going to be a little bit stepped up. We are seeing they're wanting to get Turtwig, but no. Good friend, good ally hook there from Nick Giblets, as they're going to be fine. Peldor, good to know for Peldor fans in chat, because Peldor decided to play instead of cast. Actually, to be fair to Peldor, it may have already been all the casters had expressed interest at the time. I just see Fel started walking up here every time like this feels right. We see the Spirit Shield being dropped. And yeah, this is a position where I think Cassia needs to be able to come. It's a weird one where we're getting a 2-3 split. Blaze being uncontested here. Mundane Zebra getting harassed by Vern. I kind of wish Trad went over here instead, because I get Zebra get in the pick, but no. So they are going to be a little bit late in this regard. I wish Vern was coming down, but I think this may just need to be a give. Snarf getting very low already. That is going to be a kill onto the Vala, and that is going to have to be an out call by the side of DH Bob. Not DH Bob, shoot. Reyna or Harley, no. Damn it, Bob. God, I knew this was going to be annoying. I knew this was going to be annoying, and I'm already feeling it in my bones. So yeah, we are splitting to a 1-1-3 split for both teams. No, it is just going to be the general 1-4 for Reyna, Hardly Noah, and 1-1-3 for DH Bob. And Sevens are through. We do see it is the Nano Machine coding, so that does mean Zul is going to be a little bit worse off into these teams. And you can see Zul is taking these long rotates now. They're really not wanting to play in a situation where they can get ganked. And it looks like their time may be up. Nope, Vern, you stepped too far. Oh. Peldor hits a charge, yes they do. That's the Soul Shield down. Not Soul Shield, I can't remember what it's called all of a sudden. Shackler, Bone Armor down. Oh no, not again. Nope, Staff has been hooked. And that is Vala down immediately. That Sonic Arrow doing so much work for it, but once again, we're seeing a camp invade, and once again, we're seeing it not quite go in the favor of Reyna Harley Noah. I think they need to stop trying to get these aggressive plays off, because every time it's just resulting in free deaths every single time. Actually, to be fair, last time it resulted in 4 deaths. So on this track, if we do 3 more camp invades, you're gonna kill one of DH Bob's members. But yeah, we already see a 2-level deficit. Not quite a fan of that one. I kind of need DH Bob to throw a little bit here. Get it a little bit even. It'd be appreciated. But we have to keep in mind, there is scaling that needs to happen from the side of Reyna or Harley Noah. Both Vala and Cassia went their Q builds, so there is a little bit of scaling that needs to happen. Computer X is going up, and we see that, well, They just want to get the kill onto Turtwig instead. They need to take the hook. Yeah, Bob needed to get around that and take the hook, so Turtwig once again, much like last time, getting hooked out to safety. I'm just happy that Bob is playing against Bob, yeah? I somehow think that was entirely planned, Hoku. I will be honest with you. Oh. God, they're making me focus for a 7 AM start, huh? Oh, 41 stacks already from the... No, it's not Hanzo. Fast side note. Hanzo is nearly done their quest. Unfortunately, hitting one arrow there, so not quite done yet. And we're seeing a relatively standard array of ults so far. We do see Iron Skin being popped. Joe didn't want to quite get gorged yet, and I've missed Zul dying. Yeah, unfortunately, Vern is getting a bit bullied here, and that's why I'm not the biggest fan of seeing Zul on this map. While he is very good at double soaking it, really susceptible to getting ganked, and we can see it's now a 3 level difference. And actually, what I should do, nope, yeah, oh, yep, Let's have a look at this real quick. As we do see, yeah, 4,000 hero experience difference, 2k minion experience difference, 1,000 for structures. Yeah, there's already an 8k deficit when it comes to that experience. Done. What's soaked. And now we have to give this camp. Like, this is not something you can get. You are now forced off your own camp. You don't have 10th. You will have it for this objective, I imagine. And we need to see something big come out from the side. What the... Sorry, I'm opening that up. I just saw it's... Huh. Potion of shielding with the other gems. That's unusual. I don't hate it. It's unusual, but let's see how we go from here. Blessed Shield does actually catch Computex, and Computex is running into a lag spike. Oh, hey! We're back. But that is Gorge. We do see that Trad is around the corner. They are going to go down. But that was the first kill we've seen. Drinko, what do you mean this is a standard build? It is not Ruby. But yeah, that's the first kill we see from a... Can't remember the name of something. From the side of Reina or Harley Noah. Well, except for Lord Adam. And also, it's a slight detail, but it's interesting to see Lord Adam. That's probably about the only major to note that's been picked up, as well as we do see the skeletal mages instead of Poison Nova from Zul. And Zul is actually leaning into that Jailer's build. Stepping up. Ooh, Gust means the hook misses, but that's still a Gust into the tower. That is all 5 down here. We get the quest complete on Subdue. That is what we want to see. Oh, Bob, I like the effort. Dimmy does get stunned, but we see a little bit of split focus. Bob is creating room. Dimmy just kind of needs to run. Root comes down, so does the slow. Dimmy is out. Nope, Dragon Arrow hits. Hook doesn't. Can Dimmy get to her own potions just above? Nope, we're going to ignore her own potions entirely. That's going to be Gorge onto Snarf. And just as Trad gets back as well, Snarf I don't think lives this one. No, that is going to be them going down. But while this is happening, we do see Zul has been pushing a little bit. Tez on top. They are going to keep driving it in. But meanwhile, bottom is about to flip. Also get a Valk and Riotsu, I think it's going to be. Yeah, so welcome in everyone. It is a lovely morning for me. And now Vern is overstaying their welcome. Yup. Teldor needs to tip the charge. That's oil. There's the charge. Dropping the skeletal mage is a little bit of a panic. I think it's a little bit too late. Unfortunately, it should have been dropped much earlier. But that is going to be Vern going down. So the question is, are we just going to get a little bit of a trade going off, or are we going to get aggressive from the side of DH Bob? Because it is going so well. We are 14 kills to 1 so far. You're up 13s. Are you just going to try to stall this out? And we see Peldor stepping up. It does bounce off Lornado and is pulled. Ooh, a lot of buttons pushed there. And it is all nullified by the bunker. Good thing to know about this map, though, it is one that goes late. As you can see, while it's not quite going in Reina or Harley Noah favor, there is definitely a world where they do make a comeback because of the heroes that they are running. This is round 1, game 1. Yeah, this is round 1, game 1. Yet to see anything else. And ooh, Hanzo goes down. That's actually Ultra Fountain, so that's the 2nd kill for Reina or Harley Noah. That is actually huge, and now that was down 13 talents as well. Hook coming through, not finding anything. So yeah, we are going to see Ancient Blessings, which is a very fun one to see. So, I'm guessing someone is calling for that one. We'll have to see how that goes. Slam, dodging, gets the globe. Denies the globe from Giblets once again. And despite the level lead, globes, honestly not too different between Gibbs and Bob. Oh, that was a hell of a lot of damage coming out from one Gorge. Even through the unstop, we see Western Shield coming out after, and that is now going to be Turtwig in the middle of things. Arrow, unfortunately, so close, but doesn't quite find its mark. But that is going to be the first. Okay, why are we dropping the Skeletal Mages here? Vern? Vern? What is this? What do you call this, Vern? It's going to let it speak for itself. But yeah, we do see both camps picked up for each of the teams respectively. Bob is forced to run away. And unfortunately a little bit too low because Healer wasn't quite with them. So now we have to see what comes of this. Because, well, oh, wait. Nope. It's like, no, there's no Falstad to Gibbs up by a health margin and globes collected. Well, it's not a difference in health, right? It is a difference in active healing versus passive health. Well, active health, passive health. We'll have to see how that goes. And now we have Ultra Phases. I want to see Cassia stay up here. But no, we are going to see Vern is going to be on his own. So oh, Cassia is on a little bit of a journey. Blaze gets shots off early. Demi does get hooked. There's the Gorge. Shield does come out, unfortunately. Ooh, nice unstop by Bob. Bob knows they are in sort of trouble though, and so is Demi. Good kill. Is that Cassia getting a quick double? Meanwhile, getting bullied out a bit is Vern top, and Blaze has made their bottom. Snarf, unfortunately, was a little bit overstepped, and that is going to be them going down. And we see shots coming into core. So now it is just this top area as we see Vern. Oh my god, Skeletal Mages, let's go. As Mundane Zebra is forced to roll out, and Trad is on top of Zebra now. Big ping coming out. And that's actually the first objective this whole game where it feels like Reina or Harley Noah has come out on top, and despite the aggressive opening that DH Bob had, you now see Reina or Harley Noah on the other side of things getting their own back, and now they're actually even levels, considering there's 11 to 8 at one point in terms of levels. That's huge. That's actually massive for the side of Reina or Harley Noah. So how does this hold up? Considering it is a Stitches, you do still have to play around the hook. There is still a lot of blow-up potential from both teams. I think they need to play... I think Demi just needs to keep shitting out the potions, so to speak. And I think we need to really be careful when you are Vern. Vern does actually dodge Peldor's slide this time, and I do like the pickup of... Not Bone Spear. I'd say I do like the pickup of a spell armor and extra shielding at the 7. Just because, well, when you have Falstad beating you up half the game, it's probably a good idea to, you know... Oh, Bob been found. Oh no, not again. Guys, we've been over this. Oh, never mind. Oh, we're a little bit split now, actually. We're going to get turnaround on the backline here. And that is Bunker drop. Peldor is going to be fine, but that is a very good kill onto the Falstad. Hook wants to find something, isn't able to. Big piece. Oh, good flavor. We should just see where the builds have gone from here. It's very interesting to see Bone Spear. I've never been a fan of it personally. I do like the Q. If you're going jailers, I like seeing Q. If you're going W, I like some W. Just the extra slow does help a lot. And Zul gets top. And that's what I mean. This is a really good map of all maps to kind of have a rough early game for Reina or Harley Noah as well. Take the hook. Bob, the Giblets getting that right at the end. That's pull. Bob needs to get in there and take the shots. They are indeed. Demi, you were not supposed to hit someone there. Blaze charge comes in. That is going to be Demi going down. And actually, there's a lot of damage coming out. Peldor is taking a lot. That is shield. Computex now on the receiving end of the punishment is going to be fine. Trad low. There is no healer now for the side of Reina or Harley Noah. They realize that. Snarf gets hooked in. No Gorge, however, at this moment. Does roll out. Hanzo barely falling short of a Q. Bob is going to take some shots. Scatter doesn't find its mark. Q does. And that is going to be Cassia dying just before they can channel the objective. And Bob, 80 health, dodges the Q. Unfortunately, is walking to a situation where, yup, they aren't able to escape that one, as Hook does find its mark. 20 is now online, basically exactly the same time for both teams. And despite all that. Only 6 shots made it through for
Enough of this charade.
this side of Bob.
Bring down the Gravekeeper's
Just because, well,
door.
they lost their top altar before they that tower. I guess it's a keep at this point. Before any of it happens. So they are looking to balance things out by grabbing bottom. They're not the fastest team at doing it. They're not bad. They're not the fastest. Meanwhile, top, we are set to look for the sappers to see if we can get another 3 shots in top. Monday Zebra trying to their hardest to work top. Bottom is about to flip over, but Snarf is going to see to phase out, zone out. Monday and Zebra. But yeah, we have a pretty standard array of talents. Interesting. I know I picked Burn Notice as well, but interesting enough, we do see Burn Notice is probably not the most picked of all 20s that we see. It's not the 50 armor you get from Bunker. Other things to note is it is going to be for Wind Tunnel, so that is something to be very scared of now if you are the side of Rainer or Harley Noah. Otherwise, relatively standard array of talents, I'd say. Lornator upgrade, Snarf gets gorged, Snarf gets pulled, Shield whiffed, Peldor looking at the back line. Shots is going on to... That's like, shots are going on to the tank instead of Snarf, which is huge. And that is, I've just noticed when she does Rain Vengeance of that form, it is going to be a little bit of a snowball. Oh, Trad getting hooked in. They're not playing around the Stitches. Playing too close. Computex does get the jump out. Bob gets body blocked a little bit. And yeah, this may be a rough objective to be now. They're wanting to see if they can get top before they get anything else. Vern gets pulled in, does get hit with the slam. But yeah, we can see Monday and Zebra is working, finishing off, but Peldor is going to grab this. Yep. After that goes down, excellent. So it's going to be 5 shots going to core, leading to 8. Boss gets shooter pretty close to ending now. Demi was found by the scatter with a Sonic Arrow. That Sonic Arrow is absolutely doing work for Gibbs to play off of, and we can see every time, yeah, they are getting that hook follow-up whenever that Sonic Arrow does find someone. Gorge is back up now, so the red team does need a little bit careful. And unfortunately, with Vern down here the whole time, they're giving up a lot of map presence. Vern needs to go back into the off lane. Make sure we don't just get Monday and Zebra and Peldor just pushing it down, because that's what's happening currently. They're giving off too much map presence to try get bottom back, and I think Vern is starting to realize, guys, do I need to go? And yeah, they need to go 30 seconds ago. Shield coming out, a lot of damage onto Gibbs, and despite very large health bar, they are going to take a lot of damage, but it's going to be Vala going down, was in range of the flight bomb, and that's unfortunate. Ooh, hook falling short, and yeah, again, while all this is happening, we see Peldor and Zebra just pushing down their respective lanes, and now Vern is going. It is a minute and a half, 2 minutes too late, where they are going to be losing these buildings anyway. There's one. They need to desperately hold on to this or get bottom back or do something. But we're at a point where Zebra can just step up, Q. That's basically one part of the building gone, another Q, and that will be it. So they really need to focus very if it's here, because we see that is bottom building falling. And this may just be a 6 cap into the map. We'll have to see. Yep, the ultimates have started. The desperation is setting in. We can see it's a nice charge from Peldor fighting two. For Wind Tunnel, stopping them from hitting that building. That is an excellent Wind Tunnel, but I think that's going to go back after just a few shots. Yes, indeed. But just one altar will finish at this point anyway. So while it was all a reasonable thought to go with, that is going to be a hell of a way to end it for the blue team, as they are going to go up 1-0 in this first round in the best of 3. Yeah, it's a bit of a blowout. It's a bit unfortunate. Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly throw it over to this screen here. I'll be right back. I just need to get some water. I need to figure out where my water bottle is, chat. So I'm going to mute myself. Hopefully the music cuts back in. Or we're going to get nothing but abject silence. There we go. Yeah, I'll be right back. I will put it onto talent so people never read of those. So bear with me, and I'll see you. Be back shortly. I was talking for so long and I forgot I was muted, didn't I? Oh, this is what I get for waking up at 6 a.m. for this. Well, thank you for telling me, chat. We are going to... Garden of Terror is going to be what's happening. And as I was saying, it is a smaller map pool, but there's no map bans. So we're going to run out of him shortly. All games have only really just finished map 1, so I'll be interested to see how this goes. If he is muted, he can't talk stink about... Okay, Hoku, I still can. Nope. I can't time you out, Hoku. You're one of the people I can't. No, but I'm joking. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'm just very much wondering what Reina or Harley Noah has to do this time to really kind of get through this one. Just because it was a rough map 1, I think they do need just a little bit more consistent early game. They didn't quite respect the space Stitch this was making. So I really want to see them do well this game. I want to see this go to a map 3. Mainly because it's much easier for me. As a person running the mainstream. I'll be up front. That's easier for me. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. I hope this bigger map, more macro style may suit them. But considering what we saw last round with the 12-star Blaze coming out from DH Bob, it may be a rough one to say the least. It's definitely going to be a concern that we just see a shutout of Reina Harley Noah again. Just because it did happen last time, I don't want to happen a second time. So if someone just wants to quickly tell Gibbs to throw a little bit, that'd be appreciated. We do always love a little bit of a Gibbs throw, dying under towers, ruining is perfect. I know he loves that button. Actually, Linehouse, if you're here, just tell Gibbs just throw completely. Unplug his internet if you want. Make him play with a trackpad even. That'd be funny. But no. I'm never actually one for throwing. I'm always interested to see what we can actually do. How dare you? You did not throw shit last game. You threw hooks. That was it. So yeah, it looks like teams are ready. I'm going to say Caster is ready, and we will get into this garden game shortly. So yeah, I am looking forward to this one. I hope it goes a bit better. I hope we get that macro-orientated gameplay. And that Reina Harley Noah just doesn't quite get picked as much. I know it's hard to escape, don't get picked. But it is what I hope happens. I hope that they do have the space, that they aren't just getting run down, and that they are able to keep even in stock. Because again, they were down 3 levels at one point. Yeah, there's a level 11 to level 8 difference when it was the... when we were coming up to an altered phase, which is a rough one. There's no two ways about it. That's really rough to deal with. And yeah, they did almost amount to come back, but couldn't quite. It was very good that the game ended up tied up at some point anyway. But as you can hear, the draft has started, so let's see how it's going, shall we? First pick is for Reina or Harley Noah this game. And of course, because these teams are a little bit less not coordinated, because they haven't played together as much, it probably puts more emphasis on first pick rather than map pick this series, because, well, yeah, it is definitely not what's the word I'm looking for. It is definitely something you're not quite wanting to make sure that's just a horrible sentence. First pick more important because you're not used to practicing maps together. That's the gist of it. And what Hoku, at the end of this map, if it is not tied, if it does go one way, I'll need you to check if the other maps are going to be going to a game 3. Just keep me in the loop about that one, please. I hope Hoku is listening to me. I know Hoku never listens to me normally, but one can hope. But we do see players Hanzo banned out. Are we going to see Dahaka banned out again? It was banned out last time. Oh, so was Brightwing. Yeah, there we go. Drinko put it far more succinctly than I did. Hero priority is more important than map. Hey, Zebra, come on, man. But yeah, hero priority more important than map pick if you don't have established strategies. I entirely agree with that. So what? But last time they banned out Dahaka and Brightwing? I'm guessing that ban was meant to be for Dahaka then if we see Brightwing as first picked. So hopefully it's just a more comfortable hero for Dimmy in general, just because it looks like they did have a rough time on Deckard Cain last map. Why don't I add a Cain? It's just Deckard. Uther main tank is my guess. And Vala. Ugh, so potentially getting a double support hyper carry. But seeing that early pick, Uther picked that early is really indicative of what's going to happen here, right? But hey. There are hero changes. Bob's doing stitches. Dahaka picked up this time. Okay. I don't know what that would potentially be then. I don't really want to whisper anyone and interrupt what they're doing because I was like, Snarf, what is that? Could be a bait to draw a support pan just for it to be solo support. Could be. But solo support Uther, you have a whole bunch of other issues in that instance. Drinker. Sylvanas picked up. Okay, so we're forcing Snarf into her more magey characters. Oh, she also could play Felstar, to be fair. But I imagine we're going to start to see something more Ming-esque things coming out. But what is the ban here? Something gives us ban off. Yeah, but when you're not with your normal team, solo heal Uther is rough. And Felstar being banned out, okay. So I imagine we're seeing a bit more... Oh god, we're gonna Valera, aren't we, Snarf? I see it coming. Also, we haven't seen any of the heroes that got changed in the last patch today, have we? What was it? Asmodan, Imperius, Oriel, Ana. Ugh. I know I play Samurai, but brother, ugh. Samurai Tyrande? So yeah, we are gonna get traditional double support. Well, traditional. We are gonna get double support hyper carry. Like 65% chance of ever containing Valera. Yeah, it would be very good in this instance, is my guess. Dimmy send help. Yep, there's gonna be a Valera. This is my guess, unless we're about to find out someone's disconnected. Cassia for all. Peldor Samurai, yeah, Hoku, do not say... As someone who plays Samurai, don't say yay about seeing Samurai. But yeah, should be a interesting one to see. Zebra, I imagine we see... Actually, I don't know. I don't know Zebra's hero pool very well. I already have an offlane. We may see something... We may see double bruiser, double support. Sergeant Alpha, come on, man. You look at this. You look at DH Bob's team comp and tell me they're good people. I won't believe you. But taking Hammer into Stitches is a bit of a brave one. I imagine Zebra will be quick enough on that... What's the button called? On the E to make sure that they will be fine. But it's definitely going to be a rough one. Alright, let's jump it back over to my face for a few moments. But yeah, you look me in the eyes, chat, and tell me that the team of DH Bob are good people after that draft. I will not believe you. There's no way I believe you if you say that. Chat's over here and here. I'll lose track of where chat is. But, let's see what this happens, shall we? Let's get into the game. Alright, on the side of DH Bob, we do have a very fitting tool for Bob the Builder's set. They are Sergeant Hammer, played by Zebra. McGiblets is going to be on main tank. Uther is going to be my guess. We'll look at build shortly. Peldor is going to be on Samurai. Computex Vala and Turtwig is going to be on that Tyrande. On the other side of things, we are going to see Trad on Thrall, Bob on Stitches, Vern is going to be Dahaka, so double bruiser. Staff is going to be Cassia, and Dimmy rounding things out with the Brightwing. Also, Hammer immediately going top. Oh my god, tongue already on Peldor, and Peldor taking a lot more damage than I think they're expecting to. Hook falling short, and Sergeant Hammer is already running it down. Vern barring top. Yep. More Hammer coming out, Bob. Ooh, tongue misses, unfortunately. And Cassia is Q-build as well, okay. Trad will need to be careful in a few moments. Yep. I'm noticing a pattern with how this gameplay is going. That's the stun. Dodges the next one. Trad walks into awkward spot, and Dimmy unfortunately is going to be following them there. Does get the... Unfortunately not... I was like, does get the polymorph, but unfortunately didn't quite get the right person. Oh, they did get Computer X, actually it would be fine. But no, not quite able to get out of that. Not gonna lie though, the Raynor team name is pure gold. Yeah, Raynor Harley Nord, favorite team name today. No two ways about it. But yeah, we need to be a bit more careful on positioning if we are the blue team this series. Red team, sorry. Raynor Harley Nord has been punished a lot by DH Bob's positioning. God damn it, I hate that Bob's here. By the team of DH Bob. See, now even Vern is going to be in a rough spot, does get hit, is forced to go under, hit with a hammer. Another stuns, goes for the tongue. I wouldn't do that if I were you, but hey. Each of your own. Like, is Samurai looking for an invade? No, Samurai's just running bottom, and Bob's found him. But we are going to be getting an invade here. And that's the thing with double support, you can get a bit aggressive. Well, Snarf did check that Bruiser cam.
Ah, heroes. You're just in time for the seeds of my vengeance to sprout. But
Oh, Bob's found him.
rather than
Big slam.
first.
Any hookers? Yeah, but doesn't quite find Gibbs, unfortunately. I think Gibbs and Bob may play together a bit, so they know how each other work. But yeah, that is a good steal from the side of DH Bob. And Raynor Harley Noah now forced to do more. Already kind of feels on the back foot despite being up in experience.
The first seed is set.
And they're choosing just to... I imagine this is going to be a theme of foregoing the objective. Vern, what? Is that the hammer? Vern taking a lot more than I would like to have seen. And now we're getting a big collapse coming mid. Samurai won't be here. Oh, top camera says Samurai won't be here. Huge hook, that's exactly who you want. We see Fissures coming out. That is a root, that's a tongue, that is a knockback from Mundane Zebra, meaning that Computex will live. And yeah, you gotta make sure Val... Actually, Val is Q-build. She's on auto attack. It's interesting to see that is the case. And yeah, we're just gonna leave objective. Oh, Bob gets it. I bet you mode is the worst time possible. Also, we're going like full quest for all. Give W. Oh, let's go another 2 stacks for Trad. And now we see the blue team just meatballing onto this. Hook and Turtwig. No damage here to follow up. We do see the damage dealer is top. That is the Haka barring in. Don't get the hammer. The dodge is one of the Qs at least. Misses tongue. Slam, however, stalls things out. Meanwhile, Trad underneath, seeing if they can just Q in stall every now and again. Gets the root off. So that is going to be quest completed from Trad. Polymorph. A lot of damage on the Peld. Oh, not as much Peld damage as you'd like to see. But Vera's very good stalling coming out from Raynor Harley Nova. But despite being 5-0, that's Bob taking a lot. They are going to be fine. Yes, they are. They just keeps them topped up. And 12 stacks on Val now. Good cleanse coming out from the Giblets. Is root onto Turtwig. However, Turtwig is being taken a lot of damage. Does get hooked back in by Bob, and that is going to be a slam now coming down onto Trad. Does not quite find the root. McGiblet's really just stepping up, and that is honestly the first person you want to go down of anyone. But unfortunately at this point, that is going to be a lot of damage coming out for Rest. Hook barely misses Computer X. There is Ghost going down, but all the while Mundane Zebra is now pushing down top. So we're going to have to see... I'd like to see Burrow coming out immediately, but no. What are we doing, Vern? What number are we? 9. Burrow is up now. No, it's going a little bit taller. Snarf steps up. Unfortunately, is the only one dealing with Zebra at this time. Does at least have Qs to poke out Zebra, but is going to take a lot of damage for it in general. Does get knocked back right as she went for the fend by the looks of things. So yeah, that is going to be a Sergeant Hammer who should be who's a little bit safer than you think she would have been. Big slam. Big stun. What are we doing here, Dahaka? taking a lot of damage already, and Vern is forced to back out. What are we at level 4 for Dahak? Hero? Hero Stalker into Sam Rosenbat. That's probably one of the best places to take it, just because if we're not as comfortable
There's my
with
precious seed. Get it, would you?
Master Illusionist? No. I can't remember what the other 10's called all of a sudden. Illusion Master, that's it. If you're not as comfortable with Illusion Master, it's not quite as good a talent. Bob is stepping up slowly. Oh, hit the slam. Yep, there's the slam. Bob, it does lose half the health for it. It's fine. And Vern's in the backline. Doesn't quite hit the stun arrow onto it. Gibbs wants to body block it, and we do see that Bob is going to get slammed this time. Queens comes out from Dimmy. And that is Bob taking 2 more arrows to the back of the skull. 22 already from Compute X, so very strong start for that Q build, Varlet. You're already at a pace you want to be at for this game. And Snarf taking a lot of damage as well. 23 stacks now for Compute X. Nice tongue. Unfortunately, you've just tongued Deckard into your team. Sunder, we see Paul coming out, doesn't quite find anything. Turtwig goes down, but Giblets does get gorged before they can escape. Hammer pushing it down. That's going to be the Ufa going down, and meanwhile, I think Hammer just gets stopped. There's not quite the punish coming out here that there needs to be. Yep, and Monday Zebra gets stopped, just like that. And as I said, they need to respect what the Hammer is doing more. They're making it not too easy. Well, Vern actually figured out which one was a real Peldor pretty quick. Unfortunately, they tongue a minion, but they figured out the real one. I think they just gave it Kieran. Oh, Stealth getting broken early on Peldor. Yeah, it does feel like there needs to have been more response to the Sergeant Hammer. They were given a lot of space in that regard to, they were just able to push down top, and now we see that it is just going to be that 1 fort deficit already. It's not ideal to say the least, it's not a good start for them. But 10s are online for both teams. We don't quite have a standard rate. You'd think we would have seen Divine Storm from Ufa. We do only see Divine Shield. Vern taking a lot, it's not quite a corridor you want to step in. Compute X gets hooked, and that is a big one. Yeah, oh my god. She fucking died. Fucking dead. The Zebra taking a little bit of poke, does get hooked in, doesn't have the unstop in time, does get pulled further in. Nice cleanse from the Giblets. Sunder keeps him in, and unfortunately that is Zebra getting out, but Gibbs realizes that they have a one in an awkward spot, is forced Divine Shield himself. Isolation coming out when Divine Shield still was. That's not ideal, but Samurai, meanwhile, is just gonna do Samurai things and be anywhere else. Ooh, ow, doesn't quite find its mark. That's unfortunate. But yeah, getting Vala in early in fights like that is so important. You can see that they just didn't quite have the momentum because they didn't have Vala, who does get 2 Q stacks on the Vern. You can't give Vala those stacks. If you're not actively thinking you're going to be able to kill her, you need to not be able to get. You need to not give her those easy Q stacks. They need to. You need to keep that down. Oh, Vern's dead. Can't step. Yeah, unfortunately, even seeing it, like, I know you don't have full information if you are Vern, but stepping out into double healer such as double support such as that is a rough one, especially because they can just keep you in position for so long. Between the stun from all 3 of those heroes, that's a considerable amount of lockdown. If even one of them catches you out, you are going to be stuck there for a long time. We can see they are just rolling up through the blue camps now. Red did get wall, they weren't able to get much else bottom, and now imagine we're going to see Monday and Zebra just running it down again. Getting this is super... It's super illegal, but it works out. And yeah, Monday and Zebra is just going to be pushing it down. I want to see Red get the objective here. They need to get a good push of it. Just because if they can't get a good push of it, it really does mean to go to waste. Especially because Zebra is just running this down. We can see it is the Napalm strike as well. So really good with that split. Dimmy does cleanse. Is there any blink? Yeah, there is a blink to safety. Trad, unfortunately, is going to get harassed by Peldor. Peldor's going to find a kill. Tongue coming out onto Giblets. Gibbs is fine. Dimmy needs a blink target. No one's coming close. Nope. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too far away. And they're winning this fight 4v5 is the really bad thing about all of this. Is because all while bottom, Mundane Zebra gets for fort. And now, yeah, What? Vern is half from here. Yeah, it's a really unfortunate situation to be in if you're the red team. Just you need to be able to win those fights if you're fighting 5v4. Yep. And this now just will be give mid fort, and by the time these plant tiers come down for either teams, it will be pretty heavily in blue's favor, even if it is for red ones, just because these waves are so pushed out already. And that is going to be mid fort going down as well. Bob wanting a hook, doesn't quite find it. Oh, Trad has realized maybe not the place to be in. And yeah, we just now see it is going to be the team of DH Bob just walking through the map being fine. And that is now double stun onto Bob, that is a triple stun onto Bob. Fortunately, it is... fortunately, it is the stitches, so that is a lot of health, effective health you need to get through. And unfortunately, that stun chain won't quite work out as well this time around. Milled. Oh, Vern wants their revenge. Will Samurai be coming up here is a question. Puddle Mounds.
Isn't nature splendid? Gather that seed for me.
Yeah, Samurai wasn't even planning on going to that camp. Well, you can see both camps now being picked up for DH Bob. And this is going to be objective free for both teams. Vala found. We did see McGiblets immediately turn to help Bob, but they couldn't quite do it. Still out into Zebra. That is instant D shield. That is going to be Vern being knocked back. And yeah, it's a very split fight, but unfortunately this means Ufa's going to be going down. Yep, there's a Sunder, there's a kill. Computex doesn't quite get pulled in by the Cassia, but that tongue will find them. Insta root after cleanse. That is a lot onto her. Is she going to be fine? Yes, she is. Meanwhile, up here, Snarf is going to try fight Zebra, and it is not quite a winning situation for the Cassia. It does take the, as I say, took the owl, and unfortunately the Q just fell short from Computex as well. Knockback. Zebra is fine. And despite how pushed out the lanes have been, okay, Vern, you can't step up like that. Yep, Vern's dead again. Unfortunately, we're learning a little bit of a hard lesson of the offlane here, where they can punish you pretty easily, depending on how you do things. And if you're going to step straight up into the team like that with now what feels like a 40 stack Vala already, that's not right one. 41 stack Vala, yeah, it's going to hurt no matter which hero you are. Hook falling short. But hopefully this plant terror can get at least a good chunk of the forts down for each of these lanes. It doesn't look like it. Top's already down. Bottom may get something, but it is going to be Cassia falling, as we heard the Benediction used there, as there was that double bonk from Uther. And yeah, plant terrors don't do shit, really, unfortunately. And now we get invades coming up from the side of DH Bob. Uh-oh. That was my uh-oh. But they're gonna be fine. Red team... oh god. Can find a window to get back in this. Alright, I need to apparently not lose focus like that, because just like that we saw a kill. This is why happens when you need to organize other things in background chat. Apologies. Yeah, there is going to be Bruiser Camp going over once again to blue team. And yeah, DH Bob is kind of just running away with this map at this point. What needs to happen for Rainer or Harley Noah to get this back in their favor? I think they just need to get a good gank, in all honesty, get a good kill. Unfortunately, Hook not finding its mark really doesn't help. Peldor getting slowed. That is going to be, unfortunately, a miss on the Valkyrie as well. And all the while, we see Freeman pushing top once again with a Bruiser Camp. And this is now getting to be in a hairy situation for Rainer or Harley Noah. Because, well, yeah, they're going to have to deal with plant terrors, assumably, after this big max range hook onto Turtwig. 20s are through now for both team, for that team, but Turtwig isn't going to go down. Objective's up in 2 seconds. And is Red going to be able to do anything about it? Probably not. Oh, yes, they are. Oh, a lockdown coming out. Peldor is going to get stalled by Snarf. Meanwhile, we do see once again there is just a run it down angle from Sergeant Hammer. Sunder finds two. Peldor is going to be fine. Computer X rolls out to safety. That is going to be D-Shield. Meanwhile, McGiblets is going to be absolutely swarmed. But all the while, Hammer. Half immediately. It shouldn't just be Snarf going back. It needs to be more than just Snarf Fungus going back. And we do see now that is Dahaka going down. Computer X gets hooked right into the middle of everything. And yeah, it's a... Computer X gets out, and while Peldor did do a reasonable amount of damage, it wasn't quite enough to really kill anything. But Trad may go down here if I turn out to be a liar, so be it. No, man, I'm going to smart. Yeah, exactly. And Phoebe, you pointed it out perfectly. Like, they're not controlling. There's no map control at all, especially because now we see Snarf went down as well. Hook coming into McGiblets. So is McGiblets going down? But that is... It's a 2 for 2 in the longest sense of the regard, but their lanes are so pushed out. They need to manage the lanes, because now you're in a position where you need to make sure your call's not falling while the objective phase is going on. Timmy gets hit with a stun. Does push out the critical miss now, not quite what you want. Nice double Sunder, gets the root, gets knocked back, but as we hear, Zebra is going to be that Ultra Capacitors, is going to get that faster AA speed every time. Hook comes out onto the clone, but Turtwig is going to be getting the channel in the meantime. Need to slam now? Yep. Ultra Capacitors does so much in these late game fights. You can just hear it going off more and more. Turtwig getting ran down, but unfortunately I think there's going to be a lot more problems for Vern than anything else, and yeah, they are forced out. But keep in mind, resource timers are in favor. Peldor does get a nice swap, but that is going to be Samuro going down. This is a time where you need your bruises to manage. Oh, actually, considering how you have things, yeah, you need your lanes managed. You need to see what other macro pressure you can get. We see a camp call coming out, but just between a healer and a tank is not ideal, to say the least. Especially because just around the corner we do see McGiblets and Turtwig, but Trad does catch up with them. There is going to be that extra help. And yeah, Dahaka now is going to be on basically permanent lane duty and have to save Burrow for coming on in. Essence Claws, interesting. It's probably about the weirdest one we see here is Essence Claws. And I do actually like seeing Imprisoning Light. It's a fun one to see here. Does have that root, does have a silence on whoever does get hit by it as well. So it's a lot to deal with. But this is the first structure we're seeing them get this map. It's a bit of a rough one to be in. It is now 2 for 2. Both teams have 2 objectives. If you're the red team, you kind of want to rip it now before everyone gets back. You want to see if you can find a hook. Actually, yeah, you don't want to rip the objective, but you want to see if you can rip that hook and get someone that way. But we see that Snarf stepped up too much, and that is the Cassia instantly deleted, unfortunately. Root coming out from Trad. Q as well. But this is going to be a rough spot. They now going to have to deal with a rough one, to say the least. And I need to message. Okay. Does anyone know if Hoku's around? I need me of a Hoku. Alright, but we are going to be getting a push mids. I would have rather have seen a push top in all honesty, see if we can end angle. But no, we are going to have to come out. Nice hook onto Peldor. Unfortunately, it is Peldor. The unstop, 1 whole second is a long time. And isolation doesn't quite find anyone from Vern either. Yeah, if I was him, I'd quickly want to clear top, then mid, and then deal with whatever comes after. But at this point, we're going to get 2 plant terrors crashing onto the building at the same time. Vern realizes that is going to be the case, so they have started on the top one, but I think it's a little bit late in that regard. Cassia is now back out with it. Oh my gosh, that is Bob taking 10 million damage. It does get kind of tossed around, so to speak. That is going to be Brightwing going down as well. We do see D-Shield coming out onto Samuro. Tongue finding Uther, but unfortunately at this point it's too late, as it is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kills coming up from DH Bob to round out this series, as it is unfortunately my favorite team name going to be taking an early exit from the tournament. As DH Bob goes 2-0. Right. Yeah, this one. Yep, I've opened everything up that I wasn't meant to. There we go. Yeah, Zebra did a lot there. There's no two ways about it. Their late game Ultra Capacitors did well, and unfortunately they were just so unanswered for so much of the series that, yeah, they kind of just got a way of taking structures. We saw Fort fall in the first few minutes. Yeah, not first few minutes, but we saw about 5-6 minutes in first. Top Fort went, no, not even that, like 4 or 5 minutes. Top Fort go down, 6-7, bottom Fort go down. Then mid was ran at. There's a lot of unanswered macro from Sergeant Hammer and Samurai respectively. And that's what entirely what isn't even necessarily that. They just had such a aggressive fight presence that they could just kind of run people down. And it made it much harder to be present on those camps. But yeah, there definitely was that macro aspect. Both Hammer and Samurai being able to push so easily did really not do any favors for the side of Reino Harley Noah, as well as unfortunately just a few ill-timed deaths on the red team did not help. But no, looking at things, Fraud did actually do pretty well to try to keep up. We did see a lot of shared soak and such between the team. We did see 3 heroes being 100k siege on the side of Reino Harley Noah, with hero damage being Thrall in the lead, but Thrall was still 40k behind Vala, who was 10k behind. Well, 14k behind. Oh god, no, don't you go. 14k behind Sergeant Hammer. So yeah, there's just such a massive difference in the hero damage between the two teams. In terms of soak as well, 21k compared to 19k for Zebra versus Thrall. Does anyone know in chat how the other series is going? Okay, I'm gonna have to organize some things. Instead of looking at my face while I frown at the screen trying to figure out how I'm gonna be doing this, we are gonna put it onto here. I'm going to have to mute another tab, and let's open up Twitch. Let's have a look here. Oh god! I'm dying, chat. So what am I getting? Rocker is already on map 3. Let's go over to there then. I see your DM. Yeah, I see it, Hoku. Oh, I did not want to full screen that. Oh, we're just starting map 3. Okay, let's... Okay. Yeah, because Rocket is going to be the one that we're waiting on. I'm going to get that prepped. Theater mode. Close this. Oh, I was going to say, I'm about to subscribe to Rocker. I don't recall pushing that button. What I'm going to do is open up a completely different template. This one. Where is a good thing that I can just overlay Rocker's stream on? Sorry, chat. I'm ignoring you. I know. But how bad of me. But yeah, is there any talents that stand out to people while I'm trying to organize this? Reasonable. Yeah, the Samurai level 4 is definitely an interesting one, considering this is not really a physical attack orientated team. We did see that it is a lot of more spell power than anything else. Q-Build Vala apparently is being the go-to today. It is an interesting one to kind of go to, but it is one to say the least. There we go. Plus, we are going to... Browser? No. Display capture? No. Window capture. Okay. And I'm wanting a Rocket F. Cool. Right, the question is, do we want Raka's Twitch chat with us as well, with them as well? We'll leave it like, Yeah, this is like the best bet I have while we wait. Sorry, chat. Just because we are going to be waiting on everything else, we need to keep something going. And I kind of do need some little bits of rest every now and again. How do I keep losing Twitch chat? So if I template, nope. I've messed it up. Cool. Oh. There we go. Why am I getting pings now? Every time I tap out of this, it does do interesting things, huh? You know, if I was smart, I would have set this up early. Not having a true unstoppable Queens into level of CC was just a bit unfortunate. Yeah, that is the thing. People just get restunned after Brightwing Queens. Yeah, that is really the tough and nail of it all. Brightwing does have just a Queen. She doesn't have an unstop. And considering how long CC chains do last in that matchup, it is a bit unfortunate that is a way. But what I'm going to do is I am going to put it back to my face. Because that was a hell of a series. And there were quite a few moments where... Okay, let's lock this before I do anything else. Yeah, so that was a hell of a series. There were quite a few moments where it could have gone either way, but just didn't quite do so. So what's going to happen from here is I'm going to put myself onto mute. I'm going to throw it over into a... I can ping you too if you like. Why don't you wake up at 4 AM to get ready SMH? I woke up at 6. Wait, you woke up at 4? What the hell? That's on you, Jimmy. I'm not gonna judge that one. So yeah, I'm gonna put it on my face. I'm gonna put Raka's stream up over in this one. So if you want to see any of them live, that's one of the ones we're waiting on. As a reminder, and I will put this into the things, the other channels are gonna be TokiBees as well as the sounds. I don't know if the sound will be going too much longer either, so that's why I'm going to be doing Raka's one, but we'll have to see where we go from here. So I'm going to put it over to that. I'm going to mute myself. I'll unmute Raka's stream when we get over there. I'm not woke at 5:50. So yeah, I will see you all shortly. We are going to throw it over to a quick break, and we'll see what happens, shall we? When I remember what buttons I'm going to be pushing. That's one. There we go. Right, chat. Goodbye for the moment. I'll update that stream to tell when we're coming back.
Never mind. There we go. I completely expected deaths to happen when I saw that health pool, but here comes Kin again. Kin up to 108 stacks of sadism. There's the silence on the garage. Farfanugan going on top of that. Is Farfanugan twin blades? I think no, okay, no. I thought I saw a second sword and I'm like, what? That's illegal. So we do go and have the Uther going down in the bottom lane. Bottom lane's a little bit, and we actually have ETC has moved down to the bottom. They've tried to switch it out, but switching out is not working super well for them so far. They now have Maiev and Kotab up here at the top. Alamar does have the hover thrusters, able to move around and be a little bit more aggressive, or be aggressive. There's Kin again, once again. Fantastic job with Estrex. Estrex landing that grenade and knocking the Ariel back. A lot of damage on Kin again, almost went down. And keep in mind, obviously when Alarak goes down, Alarak does lose all of their stacks. Needs to be super, super careful. An advantage can turn into a disadvantage very quickly. I know it's Kin again, but now I kind of want to say Kin again. Kin gains. They need to be careful. Alarak is definitely angling to hit a lot of people in a row. Farfanugan does not want to give this up, doesn't want to let it down, doesn't want to run around or desert it. And there's some more channel coming out of the side of Stim Drone. Actually surprised they got that channel. I didn't think they'd be able to, with Varian actively standing on the point, but shows me, I guess. So this looks like it is going to be a full channel on the side of our blue team. Mona trying to move in here, not quite able to. Very, very, very low. Needs to be a little bit careful. Alarak is hungry. Alarak up to 131 stacks. Anyone that's not as familiar? Again, alright, I can do that. That does mean that Alarak does 131% bonus damage against heroes. I should have added that. And that's the big thing. A lot of people don't necessarily always know this. It increases it by 133%. It's not like it does 133% damage, which is a 33% increase. At 100, it doubles the damage, increases it by 100%. Every once in a while, people get that wrong about Alarak. Alright, big rotation coming up here. Ruglord leading the way. We do have level 10 online for Feel the Hatred of 10 years. We're going to see Counter-Strike, Flailing Swipe, Shield Wall, Stim Drone, and Napalm. These Hydralisks just do not want to die. I mean, I guess that's fair. I don't want to die either.
You have my gratitude. I likely deserve it without you.
Thank you, Malby. Oh, big silence coming down. ETC about to get flambéed, and we're having steak for dinner, ladies and gentlemen. They're not quite level 10. They need to be very, very careful. And it does look like Feel the Hatred is on the hunt, trying to go ahead and move into this. Big double silence from Alarak. We do have a kill onto the Uther. Kotep barely making it out of there. We're unstoppable today. I say Alarak should be almost ready to go ahead and go again. Arm does get out of there, and there is ETC. ETC comes back as 10s come online, and Alarak goes down. Alarak is reset down to 100 stacks. Loses at 30 stacks, which is effectively 60% damage, because remember, every point, 100 doubles your damage at 100% bonus. 130% bonus is a lot. Maybe 60 is overstating it. I don't know how to math. We do go ahead and have Stim Drone with, on the back of that momentary victory, are going to go ahead and take the boss here in the middle. And are looking at their opponent's bruiser camp. They need to be careful. Everyone is up on the other side, and I think they're like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't. Let's just push with the boss instead of trying to take an opposing camp. See if we can even this out at least a little bit. Obviously, they won't get to both top and bottom, but they may get top from this. Nice and supple from Valimar. Definitely was trying to get thrown back by Aram. And there's a talent, or a taunt. Invulnerable does go in and get the cow out of danger. There's Stim Drone from the... Wait. From not Stim Drone. Valimar gets the drone from our medic.
Attain control of those beacons. We don't want to face angry Zerg.
That is almost BM. Not really, obviously. Alright, they are looking at this cow. But Ruglord are very aware of what's well, I say that. I'm gonna go ahead and have this picked up by the side of Feel the Hatred. But there is a push in the bottom, but no, they are moving well. Are they? Seems a little indecisive on the side of Stim Drones. Some move back, some are pushing in. Ruffle going to try and clear this out. Battle over the points, it looks like. Both sides sort of setting up to see if they can catch a rotation. Now we do go ahead and have this being taken. Sergeant Hammer's being left a little to their own, but that's not where they're looking. But there's a throw with a Farfanugan. Protect comes out, tries to go ahead and stop that from moving in. Aurum not letting anyone else move in. Farfanugan down to about half health. There is the flaming swipe from Stukov, pushing people back. Farf just cannot get out of that. There's another Protect coming through. They're trying to keep Farf alive, and now Estrex is within range. Going and getting that healing beacon. We do go ahead and have the Warden's Cage coming out, and that's going to be killing Sergeant Hammer. Farf goes down. Once again, we do have Stemmed Drone. Managed to go ahead and get this taken care of. Helix the Cat knocks this down, but they get up again. Estrex is going to go down, and that is a full 5-man team wipe coming from the side of Stemmed Drone. Exactly what they needed. They're going to get a full Zerg wave, and they're going to go ahead and knock down this bottom. Tell me again how this map doesn't have comeback mechanics. There is a big push coming through the bottom, not surprising. We're going to get 100% in just a second.
Emergency! Scores of Zerg are inbound on our base. Exterminate them immediately!
There come the Zerg. Now everyone is back up and alive. Oh, Nola's trying to turn away from this amazing game. What are you doing? There's the stim drone coming out on Valimar. Valimar going ahead and trying to push into this very aggressively. There is the stage dive coming in, slows everyone. They're trying to move in, trying to go and get this taken care of. Lots of damage landing into this. We do go ahead and have Farfanugan. Farfanugan deep into enemy territory, trying to go ahead and get this taken care of. Going to barely survive, not going down just yet, but this is a massive push. All of the Guardians are still alive. We also do have the Mercenary Camp, the Goliaths moving forward. I do think it's interesting how much of this map is made up of StarCraft 1 units that didn't come back for StarCraft 2. Goliaths and Guardians and other G things as well, probably. That is a kill to Alric. That is a kill onto our medic. Morales going down. This is a full retreat coming from the side of Feel the Hatred. And this might be Stem Drone punching their ticket. Can they get this down? They are pushing onto the core itself. 20 seconds before everyone's back. Valimar trying to knock this down. They are taking down the mercenary camps. Aurum super low. Also super low is Bummernot. Bummernot trying to go in there, but the paint is scratched. We're down to 60% health. Farfanugan in the middle of the entire enemy team saying, "Come at me! Stop hitting the core, please!" There is a kill onto the, so less healing, but 14%, 10%. We're down to 4%, and there is the 0%. We are going to have Stem Drone win game number 2 and move on to NGS 1. Real quick, I'll go over the stats, and then I will raid over to NGS 1. So we do go ahead and have Sergeant Hammer leading the way in damage from Valimar. Amona going to come out with 51,000 in second place. Because there's silver medal, there's medals now. We do have 42,000 onto Alarak. Healing-wise, we do have both healers for the red team out healing the healers for the blue team. And the damage wasn't one-sided, so very, very good job to Koteb and Bummernot. And then in terms of that ever-important soak, we do have... Well, Amona messes things up because, like... Well, Amona messes things up because, like... Well, Amona messes things up because, like...
I immediately forgot to update which round we're on. Consummate professional as always, but we're back. And now I am joined by a co-caster now, who has always loved to tease me that I've casted with her once and never wanted to cast with her again. She can't hold me to that anymore, because here I am back. Also, my mouth may sound full, I have just eaten peanut butter toast. Raka, how did your series go? And how are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing fantastic. Like, I feel bad because I was going into game 3, I was like, or going into game 2, I'm like, everyone pull for this team because I won a 3-game series. And then I got to a 3-game series, I'm like, oh dear, I hope I'm not holding up in GS1. Whoops.
Nah, that's fine. I think either way, no matter what, there are 2 of the maps have gone to a game 3. 2 of the series have gone to a game 3, so there's no 2 ways about something was going to get held up. And sometimes it's just how the tournaments go, where game 3, some tournaments just go to game 3, and game 3, that's not right. That's a Freudian slip, isn't it? Well, shame, but it is what it is. So yeah, it does happen sometimes. My series it wasn't weirdly competitive. There were moments where the team of Reyna, Harley, Noah nearly surmounted a comeback, especially in Towers of Doom. They just didn't quite get there, and DH Bob, the team, not the player, it just had such an aggressive outset with how they fought. Raka, how did your series go? Because I only really caught the last one, and I was eating for most of it.
So, the series was very interesting. There were a lot of different strategies that were employed. The game number 1 actually, unfortunately, game number 1 was the one game that the team we were going to be watching wasn't the winner of. So I don't know if talking about what happened is super relevant. But game number 1 ended up going in favor of a team that went for a protect comp, which I don't see a whole lot of. It was like Hyper Carry Hanzo plus Uther, Zarya, and Ariel.
Weird. We also had a double heal comp just with Uther and Tyrande instead, and it was traditional hyper carry Vala. But there's also a Sergeant Hannah and a Samuro, so count your lucky stars you didn't have that one. And even I'm sitting there going, God damn, Samuro, ooh, knowing full well I play Samuro.
We also had a hammer, as I think you saw in the last bit. So yeah, the last game on Braxis ended up being split into 2-2-3s. So we had 4 healers in the same game.
Oh my god.
It was absolute chaos, and it being Braxis was, I think that's the thing, is that whenever one team gets a decisive victory, Braxis amplifies it. People talk about the fact that Braxis doesn't have comeback mechanics. It does. You can definitely turn a game around, as we just saw, with Stem Drones kind of being on the back foot, losing both of their first 2 keeps, or first 2 forts, and then turning around and being like, oh, well, we just 5-man wiped you, took the boss, and here comes a Zerg wave. Have fun!
How much am I going to hear about Praxis this series is my question to you, Raka. Am I just going to hear it mentioned until it is picked, or... I know it's your favorite.
With me, I was like, I am the #1 Braxis apologist on NGS.
What do you mean
so
apologist?
If I have an opportunity... Braxis gets so much hate. I'm like a white knight for Braxis.
It's not the best way to put that, but okay. That's right. I did update this to semi-final 1. Here we go. That should make more sense.
The only one that had a slip up.
Look, I am nothing but forgetful. That's the best way to put me. Forgetful. 2 concussions will do that to someone, though, so take it for what you will. I'm looking forward to this series, though, because I don't exactly know who's in the team that you have without pulling Discord up, and because I have your Discord window as the active window, I can't do that unless it's on my phone. And I hate looking at my phone during streaming. That just feels bad. The last thing anyone wants to see is someone just looking down at their phone going, oh, what's in there? Like, have you seen any streams where you're just like, oh, can you just like look up, see what's happening on your screens in front of you?
I definitely have. It's extra annoying whenever you like are in a situation and you've come in and you've said something in chat, and it's like you're not looking at the game, you're not looking at your chat, you're looking at Twitter or something.
I get it
or
if their
X,
chat
as
is on their
most
phone.
call it.
I get if their chat is on their phone. Some people do have that as a setup. I don't. If I'm looking at my phone, you sure as hell bet it's not Twitter, because I am
Yeah,
not in place. we have a Dragonshire. Oh,
Yep, we actually have a map now. We can stop
we can stop stalling.
for time.
Look, I love a good
I
stall.
need to do it.
Right. We have ruined their lobbies already.
Hey, I'm in the right place.
Cool, now I'm going to swap teams around so I do not have to change anything up. Amazing.
Okay, I'm just gonna point out right now the stream says sim if final.
Does it really? Good work, me. It's the CMI final.
I was gonna say that sounds like a new Apple product.
I'm not an Apple supporter in this house. Not for me, Chief.
It's interesting. I don't like Apple, but I also don't hate Apple, and I think I'm one of the only people that's like that. Most people are very, very strongly in a camp.
Yeah, I guess time to go into my marketing background. It comes into like tribalism stuff, right? Where people will typically go to, if they're in an ecosphere of certain technology, they will stay in that ecosphere of technology.
Yeah, there is. I don't know how they did it, but Apple ended up with just like a rabid fan base that will pay more for something just because it's from Apple.
That's a lot of instances, though. A lot of premium products do that same marketing technique. You get the same from fashion brands. Like, you're paying for the name and the iconography more than anything else, right?
Oh, absolutely. I remember when I was younger, I was always like, why are Nikes more expensive? And they were like, because they're Nikes. And I'm like, so I can just make a shirt and just charge $100 for it and people will pay because I charged $100 for it?
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah.
Clearly, this is the marketing I needed to know when I was much younger. I'd be incredibly richer.
Yeah, I would be as well. Actually, no, I studied marketing. Part of my degree is in marketing. I can't say much. Not what I do for my job, though. Couldn't be any further from it if I tried.
I mean, that's fair. I have an English degree and I'm in regulatory compliance for pharmaceuticals. So
I don't like that. Don't like that in concept. It just doesn't sound fun to me, but
oh, it's definitely not fun. At the very least, if I'm working in pharmaceuticals, I don't have to hate myself because a lot of pharmaceutical companies are, but I'm like, yeah, I'm just making sure the laws are followed. That's
stick to the
that's
law.
consumer protection at least. I'm not involved in the price gouging side of it.
No, I work in medical as well at this point. I do stuff. I'm a surgery consultant. It's a weird one. Rocket's fighting a good fight. Hell yeah.
I'm doing my best.
Doing the best. Taking down. But yeah, we are just waiting on one team to be ready still. Everyone is in the lobby though, so we should hopefully be starting shortly. And keep in mind, we will be starting a giveaway, I think, at the end of this series. So if you so stick around for when that starts. And there will be 2 or 3 giveaways. I can't quite recall exactly how many are going to go on. I think there's 2 and then 1 for the players. Something like that. And which cat is that?
This is Opera.
Opera. Okay. Hello, Opera. Nope. Boomer, that's not a car. That's a cat. You're so close.
Was it a car or a cat I saw?
Opera now is like, I'm the center of attention. There's nothing else going on. Bahamut has Bandit. We have Opera.
But here's the thing.
You have a
also
second
have
cat?
Bug.
That poor cat just went high. It looks like we are starting it up. So, Raka, as much as I love the cats, we are going to be getting into the game draft in just a few moments. I have it prepped to go. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing this, because I love Dragonshire, but we see it less often than not nowadays.
Yeah, no, I'm also a big fan of Dragonshire. So, obviously, both of us play the Misha. So,
I get forced just to play Blaze. I don't get any fun these days.
Aww. I play Blaze too well and it gets banned, which means I get to play other stuff.
Problem is, I play nothing but Blaze, and then they're still like, let's ban out my healer. I'm like, okay, fair enough. Also, I'm going to mute myself for a bit while I continue to eat, so if you can take charge of the draft, I would appreciate that greatly.
I will be glad to. We do have the first ban coming out on the side of Stimmed Drones, so that does mean that DH Bob chose this map. Or possibly not, because we just went back to the lobby.
God damn it, I'm not
So
eating after all.
I'm guessing that means that the first draft team was misset, most likely because we made them change.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
We made them change sides. They never changed the draft team.
This is why it's important
Guys,
to be
look
right
at the
this way.
bracket.
Bracket important.
There are people potentially doing predictions, and so it's important that the teams be on the right side, or people like Mulby get confused. Call
It's-
me out.
People doing predictions, there's people with overlays like in set in progress, and it's really annoying. Sometimes change it. Like, that's why we do ask for teams to be on the correct sides each of these times. Blaze is so good at Brawl Share. And I'm easily confused as exactly. I'm also easily confused. If someone's on the wrong side, I won't realize for 10 minutes and then go, wait a minute. That's not right at all.
What's extra confusing, I'm so glad I caught this, because my team's flipped for game number 2 in the first series, and I noticed and flipped as well, instead of making them fix it. But if I hadn't noticed, then blue team would have won both games 1 and 2, even though it was a different team, and I'd have been like,
And you
okay,
would just sit
this
for
team
rage.
won, right over.
We're done.
That
Excellent.
would have been terrible.
Oh, weird. Why are they playing another game? Are they just scrimming at this point? Strange.
That has happened to me in the past. I think it happens to me the most when I'm doing like replay casts, and I definitely don't always pay attention to the players when I'm doing a replay cast. So I'll know I have 3 replay files, and then Blue will win the first 2 games. I'll be like, what?
What do you mean? Huh? What? No, I get it entirely. But no, let's get into it again. I'm going to continue to eat. Raka, once again, please take the floor.
I'll do my best. So right now we're waiting for players, and I can find out. So yep, first pick and first ban is going to the side of DH Bob, which does mean the map was picked by Stim Drone. Complete opposite of what I said last time, but my information was invalid. This is a map. Oh, Maiev being the first one banned out. Someone paid attention to the stream, because we definitely had a Maiev in 2 of the 3 games. So that may indicate that there's going to be a little bit more of a melee focus coming out of the side of DH Bob, because Maiev excels into melee heavy teams.
But weirdly enough, there's no Hogger played in the maps that we just saw in our first round.
Well, what I will say is that it's very likely to me that, unfortunately, Stim Drones did not have a chance to review your series because they were playing until after your series was over.
You may be onto something there. You may be right.
Versus, I'm sure the members of DH Bob looked at Game 3 because it was on stream. So we do go to have the Stotches going out, and also the Uther. Koteb going to... Actually, no, to be fair, Koteb played the Ariel. Here's our first action, and we do have the Hanzo. Now, I did see a hyper carry Hanzo, obviously from a different team, but very, very mobile. And we do have, especially, the Hanzo excels, especially on that giant camps at the bottom, because it's very, very easy to just thread needles down the corridor. We're gonna have a Junkrat coming back from the other side, on the side of Bummernot. And there comes that Diablo. I like how they kind of match. They're both like somewhat demonic.
I thought you were about to say they're just both Australian.
Yeah, you would
I'm
say
never
that,
done
New
eating.
Zealander.
Yeah, I would. You're right.
And you did. Okay, so there's the Blazers I'm about, and Garrosh. Now, Garrosh is a really good answer to Diablo. It makes Diablo have to be very, very careful about charging in, because if you charge up with Diablo and then Garrosh just, like, throws you further, then suddenly you're behind a gate. Blaze is an interesting one. Blaze is good. Blaze is good in everything. Blaze is the Johanna of offlaners, but I do feel like, especially if Peldor gets left alone, Blaze can have a really hard time taking the actual shrine. Because the problem the Blaze has is that his only escape you can block by standing in front of him, and he doesn't do damage as fast as a lot of the other offlaners. So if you can just get around him, you can cut Blaze off and be able to get away. That changes a little bit at 13, to be fair. At 13, you want to be real careful about actually standing in front of that end. There's the Ariel getting banned out, as well as the Brightwing. I didn't talk about the Brightwing, I was too busy talking about Blaze. So we still need an offlaner for the side of Stim Drone, as well as both sides do need a healer. Who wants to go into the Blaze? I know for me, I would pick Leoric 100%. Leoric just is the one that is the best at tackling Blaze. But no, we do have Rexar coming out, and that is not a bad choice. Rexar can be in the lane and on the point at the same time. So, Kotep is going to be on the Anduin. On the other side, we still do have Stukov up. Stukov is a top tier healer. Also, Deckard Cain is available. Rhaegar as well. And I have been seeing Malfurion did just get some patch changes, but of course it's the one I didn't talk about.
I'm back.
So we're gonna have Tyrande and Genji coming out here. Welcome back. How was your toast?
I ate 4 pieces of toast in the draft, so I'm feeling very full. A lot of peanut butter in my mouth. I went, oh, that's a huge mistake. Oh well. But I'm liking these drafts so far.
I am liking the draft. Top lane will be interesting. Rexar is good into Blaze, but not effective, if that makes sense.
But then again,
so if
Genji
they
rotating up can make it really hard for the Rexar himself.
Very much so. Sylvanas coming in. So Sylvanas is, in my eyes, an answer to the Genji, being like, if you're going to rotate up, we're going to absolutely crush the lane that you left, like, unbalanced.
It's going to be a fine. It's a much finer balance for DH Bob to do their comp effectively. It's much easier for how the side of Stim Drones want to do theirs, especially because they have control of that mid triangle bushes because of Junkrat. And I will note, chat, there is a prediction up. Bets are going to be happening throughout the semifinals and onwards. Thank you to Hoku for actually getting that organized, because I am bad at multitasking, as per most men. But why did I decide to go down that route of joking? We'll never know. Let's get into the game before I embarrass myself more. Raka, would you like to introduce to us the side of Stimmed Drones, please?
I will. They are my team. We do have Bummer Knot coming out here and playing the Junkrat, already starting to move towards the bottom lane. We are going to have Ruglord playing Rexar. Ruglord is also going to be playing Misha. We are going to go ahead and have Amona. For some reason I can never say that name. Playing Sylvanas. Aurum is going to be on the Diablo, and we do have Kotep in the middle on the Boy Prince. Anduin.
And if you ever started DH Bob, we have Monday Zebra on the Genji, Computer X on the Hanzo, so we have the Shimada Brothers. Peldor is going to be on the Blaze, Turtwig on the Tyrande, and rounding things out is the Giblets. Already figuring out that people are running bottom on that Garrosh. I was like, I think
before someone tries to correct me. Yes, I know Anduin is king now, but Varian is in Heroes the Storm. He's a prince. You can't both be king.
I mean, you can.
Oh. Nice damage on the Zebra. Zebra does get out of there, but that's definitely you need to be paying attention. However, there is a bit of delay. I don't know if Rexar ended up missing some of that experience.
I don't know either.
Like, no, it looks like they're all still alive.
Yeah, and it looks pretty similar in the grand scheme of things, in all honesty. Also to note, we do have Overwhelming Affliction from the Sylvanas, so Garrosh is going to feel just that little bit squishier when he has all 3 marks of her passive on him. Hanzo already 7 stacks through W, and the other stacking quest we have is going to be Tyrande's E, which may be a little bit harder to get off when you have things such as Garrosh as your main tank. No, if he hits that though.
Okay, nice blow from Anduin, but no, there goes Genji. Genji diving in and goes ahead and gets the first kill for the side of DH Bob.
Great finish by Zebra, goddamn.
Yeah, I was about to call Diablo dying, and I'm like, okay, no, the Anduin saved them. They're right by the gate. And then Genji comes in and says, no. Also, could we just point out we have both of the Shimada brothers on the side of DH Bob?
I did point that out, actually. Sometimes I'm more onto it than I appear. Oh, Rug Lord. Oh, Peldwood unfortunately doesn't quite find the charge this time. Gets stunned under gate by Misha and actually loses most of their health from that trade. But as you said, and as you alluded to earlier, they do recognize Genji's top, and now they're deciding to just push down bottom as much as they can. And they do have a Sylvanas who is over. Never mind, they no longer have a Sylvanas.
Yeah, that is the move forward. You can turn off the towers, but there is still a Garrosh.
Who can turn off your life, funnily enough.
That is the thing. Sylvanas has overwhelming affliction, which is very good into Garrosh, but Garrosh has hands, which is apparently very good into Sylvanas.
I wish Garrosh had a chill steer, but no, we are just using the normal skin. The normal Gorehouse skin.
The Nexo Media skin is my favorite Garrosh skin.
110%. If I could beat someone up with a steel chair in this game, love it. I was like, I need to specify in this game now, don't I? Because I started the sentence and went, this is getting a bit questionable. Unfortunately, the Giblets does now have Junkrat traps to contest with, so it does get that a little bit harder. Great ally toss.
Yeah, but Giblet's taking a bunch of damage. Here is nice.
Oh,
Oh,
Aurum
actually,
helps
they
him out.
flip Giblet out of danger.
I wouldn't have done that if I was Aurum, that's unfortunate. Also, Rexar is double soaking, it turns out. Meanwhile, Blaze is just pushing it down top.
Yeah, this is not super surprising. Like, Rexar can double soak. I would even say until 4, which granted we're not at. Rexar double soaks better than Blaze does, and actually Blaze is starting to move down.
Well, I mean,
So
4
you
is
get
when
to
Blaze
consider your
gets really good at double soaking, so they're about equal at this point, actually, I'd say.
Yep.
Zebra is bottom now. Stun does find Aurum. Garrosh gets the toss onto Kotib, and actually that's the one person you don't want tossed in. But McGiblets is going to be going down. Unfortunately, Turtwig didn't quite have the healing this time around. So that will be both objectives going towards Stem Drone's favor, but now they actually need to get the Dragon Knight itself, which is a whole nother issue.
Yep, we do go ahead and have Stim Drones picking that up. There is a Genji here to make sure that nothing happens, but there's also a Misha and Genji, my friend. Nice protect,
34
does
health?
save Mundane Zebra, but not going to be able to stop Ruglord. But you
Yes,
know what will stop Ruglord?
Blazers. Both altars are flipped, actually. Gosh. That is perfect timing.
Man, both Shimadas are so good at leaving at almost no health. Now Genji's a little bit better at it. I'm pretty sure that Genji left that fight with about 36 hit points or something.
I think I saw it go as low as 34 was like its absolute lowest, was my understanding. But they do kind of need to step on this objective, because Genji, as we found out, not a fan of Diablo or wolves. So they are going to be able to get out safely, and objectives are going to get flipped.
Yeah, I think Genji doesn't like walls almost as much as Deathwing does. I always laugh that the only CC that works on Deathwing is walls.
Yeah.
Hi, Leoric.
I mean, he's not known for destroying vast swaths of land or buildings or anything like that. Of course, walls would stop him. That's my general understanding about how Warcraft happens. I'm not a big
That's
Warcraft
the thing.
person.
He destroys towers. If you just build a wall, he can't do anything.
Ah, yes. Perfect. This wall made of zombies, also impossible to get through.
Alright, we do have Ruglord moving to the middle. Misha cannot become a dragon.
I wish Misha could.
That would be amazing.
TLV can get one Viking to become the GK. Why can't you get Misha to become the Dragon Knight? That's all I'm going to say. I know there's probably big coding differences, because technically you control each Viking individual, but not the
Yep. I'm sure that's what it is.
Misha. Oh. Gets the slam, gets the toss. Unfortunately, not quite over wall. Does get the stun stack, however, from Tyrande. We're at 8 of those so far, so we are going to be scaling that slowly. Once that starts to get into the high teens, low 20s, that's when that's going to get real potent. But we do see 10s are online first for the side of... Oh god, DH Bob. Peanut Butter Toast is not agreeing with me.
Yep, Stem Drones do get most of the wall down, which is very beneficial, but yeah, they have to move back as tins come in. They have their own tins
Decimate.
now. Decimate is interesting, especially considering how few melee heroes there are on the other team.
But I guess it's once you catch up to him, it's a really good spot. And also, weirdly enough, despite it being Fire Stomp build from Diablo, we see Apocalypse and not Lightning Breath. More often than not nowadays, you see Lightning Breath of, oh, I zoned out.
Yeah, we were definitely looking at the wrong lane.
Oh, definitely looking at the wrong lane.
And Rexon died right in the middle, so that was definitely a gank. That wasn't like a protracted fight, because there was no attempt to get away.
Riptide finds two, and we see McGiblets is going to get stuck on Aurum, but is ultimately going to be fine. Wailing Arrow comes out, silences the backline. McGiblets realizing we're in trouble now. There is going to be a double Dragon Arrow, and Mundane Zebra unfortunately not able to quite find the kill, but there is still going to be a double. Peldor unfortunately misses the charge, going to bunker directly in front of the gate, but the gate's a little bit too wide for the bunker to block. I know there was some weird blocking strategy you can use of bunkers in StarCraft, I think, maybe. That's at least how my playthrough of Wings of Liberty went, but we'll ignore that.
Yeah, that's the problem. You need to be able to have multiple blazes, both bunkering, and then you can't get through up the ramp.
I mean, some
A single
objectives,
bunker not going to do it.
some maps are great for it, to be fair. Unfortunately, it's Garrosh in the Dragon Knight, so we're not going to be able to get quite as much, like, safe push in these lanes. Oh, no, Turtwig. Great Junkrat trap as Concussion Mine as a side note. Turtwig did go over the wall, and unfortunately, it's not quite as destroyed as their own wall in bot lane.
Yeah, this is interesting. Where it looks like Stimdrum is largely just ignoring the Dragon Knight. It's like this is an early Dragon Knight. It's the first one. It's only 8 minutes in. We can just let our base defenses deal with that. And it almost looked like they were going to push bottom, but then I guess they decided, you know what? We
Diablo's
probably
over
should
wall.
deal with
That's a
these
field
guys.
goal. Dragon
There's
Arrow
Monday Zero looking at
finds.
this arm very, very low. Not going to be able to get away from the ninja.
Unfortunately, Genji is always so hard to get away from those angles. And I guess really what they've done with this objective is they've wanted to open up the map. Toss goes on to Ruglord by way, but no one's really there to follow McGiblets. McGiblets has gone a bit too aggressive. Peldor finds a charge, but unfortunately that means now Peldor is going to go down.
Yeah, that's one of those moments. I've had so many of them when I play where I'm like, okay, I got the stun. Now what? Oh, no.
It's like, I go in. Why'd I go in? Also, did like while all that was happening, there was just camping down bottom. We just had all fighting
Very
up
much
top,
so.
then just a nice camping experience with Tyrande and
The other
Hanzo.
thing is that on this map, we do have Bummer not moving down there in order to take care of that camp. But of course, they do just post up and knock down your buildings, and they...
I miss Rick dying again, goddammit. I need to give Ruglord more flack. I love Ruglord dearly, is the thing. That's something I want to specify now. Greatly appreciate Ruglord.
Okay, they're still just a kind of ignore. Okay, there comes Ammonia to finally deal with this other... Like, there's just free damage raining down on the bottom fort.
That thing was full. That thing was full when that camp was taken.
And
That's less
I
full
don't
now.
think... I was gonna say, I don't think the blue team did any direct damage to it. I think that was just the camp.
Teal Peldor is not playing Rexar. That would be Ruglord. Right. Aurum gets tossed in. Shrine's going to be active in 30 seconds. Zebra is on top of Kotep. And Light Bomb is used, but X-Strike is going to get around it. Nice Dragon Arrow onto the back line.
Arm trying to get out here does have to walk through the slowing area of the Starfall. Nice job with the Misha coming in and stunning a lot of the enemy team, and that will enable escapes from people that did not necessarily look like they were going to be able to get away.
Between Misha and the concussion mines from Bummer North, they're doing really well at making sure that the team of DH Bob doesn't just quite have a straightforward path throughout all of this. It is, they're making them work for it, essentially.
But this is going to be the first building of the game going down as the bottom fort falls. And this is a pretty significant push, although it's not supported. And Black Arrows, just moving through and shutting the entire lane down is super critical. This would have done so much more damage.
Peldor probably about to bunker. Yeah. But they're still in a rough spot. Well, bunker was melted. Oh! Charge goes in, doesn't quite find Aurum, and now they're going, maybe we should back up. There's a lot of people up here.
Yep, we do have Garrosh coming in, Arm down to about 30%. Bummer not trying to move down. There's a fight in two areas. I'm going to have to zoom out to see it all.
Ooh, nice kill onto Diablo in the end there. Riptide. X-Strike does get the kill, but Riptide Blast did go off. The Giblet's getting low, does find Misha first though, and Ruglord is forced to run away with Varexar body.
Well, Mundane Zebra went for it and may have gone a little bit too hard.
One Shimada is a little bit more reckless than the other. It is known. But Dragonite is picked up by Garrosh once again, and I imagine we're going to see a few more buildings fall this time around.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Computex and Turtwig have just been pushing this entire time.
Yeah, no, I was looking at that just before. They've actually got a lot of value. Just 2 people with bows bottom has done a surprising amount of work.
Yeah, you don't really think of bows and arrows being like siege equipment, but
No, I don't. You are correct with that one. Maybe it was like a big bow and arrow. I don't know where I'm going with this bit.
I mean, I think Night Elves have to beat City somehow.
Yeah. I
An
never
interesting
played.
decision to go after the Misha with the Dragon Knight.
I guess it's just trying to use it to kick people away. Like this. Oh, or I'm not again. Never mind, or I'm fine this time. Oh, Zebra, turn around.
We have a lot of damage. Giblets in on. There comes the Starfall to slow everything down. Giblets does go ahead and...
Big arrow, only finding one. That's not who you want to boop in. Unfortunately, that concussion mine was not quite the one we were wanting this time around, as giving Garrosh a free movement ability in, probably not the best choice, but I think this, this may just be it.
Yeah, it very well could be. That is a 4-for-0 kill in favor of DH Bob, and they are marching onto the core.
Night Elves have a version of a catapult that throws giant free-bladed shurikens at people. What?
Siege bunker.
Love a good siege bunker in the morning.
It's way better than coffee.
I don't drink coffee, so absolutely.
I don't either. Fun fact, I actually had to leave Seattle because that's where Starbucks comes from, and you're not allowed to be in Starbucks or in Seattle if you don't drink coffee.
Huh. Guess I'm never going to Seattle if I visit. Anyway, that is going to be game number 1, going over the side of DH Bob, and what started out not quite in their favor, but turned to be very much so. Because yeah, Stim Drones had the first gate down right. It looked like they were doing really well bottom. What do you think happened to that series that let DH Bob turn it around?
So I think what ended up happening is that in the early game we saw Genji going up to harass the Rexxar a lot, kind of like we predicted, but with the Sylvanas, it really felt like Stim Drones were, other than the one time Sylvanas got thrown to their death, were very, very good at being able to push forward. And I think what we started seeing is that after a bit, we would actually have Rexxar come down, and it seemed like he would get to the bottom before Blaze would, and would end up being in a position where he would try and move in, but then the extra movement abilities of the Hanzo and the Genji kind of let them circumvent. And my god, the Tyrande Starfalls in order to prevent escape while Genji was on top of people. The big problem that you have is that Rexxar's a great hero, but when you have such a mobile opponent, Rexxar would just keep getting picked off, I feel like, and they were just constantly trying to retreat and they couldn't get away.
Yeah. And Rexxar was getting actually good stuns there. Rexxar was doing pretty well in the grand scheme of things. It's just a rough one when both Genji and Hanzo were escaping low health as much as they did, because they didn't really, outside of maybe Sylvanas Haunting Wave after, that's the only chase, but then Sylvanas has nothing else to get out, so that's its own issue in that regard. So yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. I was liking what was happening, but I think they just needed to kind of stick to their guns and kind of just keep the 4-man going. Sure, you're going to lose Rek'Sai every now and again, but that is something you kind of just expect may happen if the other team is running something such as a Genji. Any talent stand out to you?
I would say the biggest thing is that if I am Stim's Drones and I'm going into this next game, you kind of already touched on it, but because the two Shimadas were not right at the end. In fact, one of them was pretty early on. I do think Genji was closer to the end of the draft, if I remember correctly. But they needed some way in order to be able to actually take them out whenever they would barely get away.
I zoned out. What the hell? Sorry, you said it. I heard it. I listened to all, and then I immediately forgot. Repeat that. Repeat that. Sorry.
So I would just say, I mean, you kind of already touched on it, but it's a. I feel like the biggest issue that they had was that the team of DH Bob was too good at being able to escape when they're almost out of hit points.
Yeah.
And that just didn't let them. They needed some way to either chase that down or they needed a better front line. Because what they had was Garrosh, and Garrosh was great. Or Garrosh was on their team.
Diablo.
What they had was Diablo, and Diablo was great at it. But but Diablo kept trying to leave at times. Diablos really usually want to leave, and wasn't really thinking about the fact that that team is so mobile and able to chase. And then again, I know I keep talking about it, but the Starfalls were so good.
And the healing resets of Starfall helped so much. And both times they were getting chased down. It was just good coordination from DH Bob. I think it's the only way to really chalk it down to, especially with those escapes. But right, let's throw it back to us. And what map? What non-Braxis map do you want to see next? I have to specify not Braxis with you. If it was to be any map that wasn't Braxis, what would you want to see?
Dragonshire.
That's eligible to be picked.
I had to. You left the door open.
I was no. That's a dumb door to open.
I would say based on what happened with game number 1, what I would want to see is probably Battlefield of Eternity, because the game number 1 was defined by very, very fast rotations from Genji and people moving back and forth across the map. So I'm interested to see what happens if you don't have the ability and the two sides kind of have to square up a little bit more.
You're right. It's Battlefield.
Look at me being smart.
Let's fucking go. I shouldn't swear as much. God damn it. Oh, now but just blasphemy.
I'm like, I love how you say I shouldn't swear as much and immediately swear again.
Is damn really a swear word? It's not here. Is it in America? God only knows.
It depends on who you're talking to.
I suppose. But also welcome in everyone who is just joining us or has just joined in the last couple of, in the last map or so. Welcome in. This is our 10-year anniversary stream of HOTS. I know there's going to be one happening for EU as well, but this is going to be our NA one. And it's been a good series so far with what we've seen. It is 1-0. Good point. I need to update the score. There we go. Damn is not aware. Thank you, Orion.
I'm gonna be right back. I actually just got a package delivered. I was mad because it wasn't here before the stream, so I'm gonna go grab it real quick.
No worries. No worries. Go grab it. I'll be here by myself. It's fine. I've already made Raka do things by herself, so it's only fair that it gets returned on me. So yeah, it's good seeing everyone showing up for today, especially considering it is only just hit 9 AM for me. Oh, just after 9 AM for me, and I've been doing this for 2 hours now. And I've probably got another 2. So keeping in mind that we are in best of 3 territories, with the grand finals being a best of 5. Yeah. I'm looking forward to what's happening this map as well. We are going to go into the Battlefield of Eternity, which, considering how well stimmed drones were fighting, it should be very good for them. So I was just typing something out. Hard to believe it's 10 years of HOTS. Yeah, it really is, especially considering I've been maybe... Timmy. I've already had my tea. But yeah, considering it is a decent... I only started playing 4 years ago. Yeah, it does feel like it's a long time. That's a long storm. It is a long storm. 1,000 bits, bird therapy, let's go. Also thank you for 100 bits as well, Red John. Team 1 is balanced trust. I mean, to be fair, there were a lot of even fights that time around where it could have gone either way. Just, unfortunately, the ganks onto Rexar by that endgame was just a little bit too much to deal with. Oh, we're jumping straight in. Okay. I'm not see if Ready asks. Draft. There we go. We got Verenvi in chat. But we are going to see what this draft leads us. It does look like Stim Drones actually chose map pick. As they were the losers of last round, they get to choose. And once again, we see Maiev banned out. Calling first pick Artanis and second Violet. Oh, UED, if that does happen, there will be one very happy Hoku in the chat. Why is McGiblets being brad? Sound, what did McGiblets do? Not anything else really. Oh well. It is what it is. But we are getting Diablo banned out again, so they're not planning on picking it themselves this time, which, considering the map, reasonable. What do we see tank-wise? I don't imagine we see Garrosh on this map. Maybe Stitches. But we are going to see first pick Vala, so we're probably going to get the DQ'd Kappa. Oh, hell yeah, let's DQ them. But no, we are going to see Vala picked up this time around. The question is, what comes next? So imagine we see Monster Hunter and Joanna picked up. What else will we see? Welcome back, Raka, now that you can hear me.
Yep, yep.
We have gone straight into the draft. I was not given any warning, it's just ripped. But we are going to see Leeming at Joanna. What do you think about what we see so far from these picks and bans? Anything standing out so far? Anything good? Anything weird?
It's interesting to me that Diablo was banned by Stem Drones when they were the ones that picked it last time. So it's that to me says it's like we're not necessarily scared of what you did. We have a very specific plan, and we want to take away the things that work against that plan, not against the heroes that you played.
That's the thing. They did choose map pick this time, so that is leaning into more. They have a set how they want to play this than anything else. It does start. I was about to mention bird therapy. We see a bird banned out. That is unfortunate. Let's figure once again for bits. Melby and bird therapy once again.
So we do go and have we go into Ariel. Ariel is very, very, very. We saw a lot of Ariel in the series that we had before, and her healing is a lot better than it has been in the past. I don't remember when that change happened, but I'm definitely seeing a lot more Ariel these days.
I think Ariel was 2 patches ago. They buffs were 2 patches ago. They nerfed it last patch, and they've just nerfed it again this current patch. It's a little bit less energy gain, is my understanding. I don't know if it's had any major effect. There's probably someone a bit more knowledgeable in the chat about the Oriel changes who can say how much this recent change has affected her, but my guess is not much if we're still seeing it coming out.
That seems a pretty safe bet. We do have the Leeming come out. I do have to wonder if that's going to be a race Leeming, because you have to, unlike a lot of other heroes, like say a Greymane, the Leeming against the Immortal requires very specific talent pickups.
Yeah, you do more or less want to see that Q build coming through for Leeming. W build can still work, especially if the enemy is defending, but it's really dependent on how you think you can get away with and what that last pick will be. Yarel also kind of messes up Q build Leeming as well. The boop really does just kind of put things into whack, so to speak.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's funny because Leeming also can go in and teleport and move people around. I very much don't think we'll see Wave of Force, but I like how Yarel is just basically like, I can do that too!
Considering we see Zarya as well, I don't think we're going to be seeing Calamity. That's going to be a rough... That's just a I want to save this person button at this point. We may still see it, but it'll be a rough one to say the least. So yeah, we're getting true hypercarry Vala over on that side with Zarya Oriel. Okay, 4-man Thrall. Snarf. To be fair, Snarf, I was talking about Q build. See,
Snarf, go back to your kittens.
No, Snarf's like, oh, that's the thing. If you ever want to summon Snarf, just say something like Snarf likes orb build, and she will appear like, what did you just say? Ready to just fight me at any given moment. Right, let's go back.
We do have UED General, which I love that name. I'm a big StarCraft person, but asking about Raynor, and I definitely agree. I'm a bit surprised we didn't see Raynor. It looks to me like neither team is actually going much of a race build. Leeming can go race. Obviously, Vala, we probably will see with the Monster Hunter, but both of them seem a little bit more focused on actually engaging into their opponents.
Yeah, but we'll have to see how this kind of starts out as let's introduce the team. So on the side of DH Bob, we're going to have people running top already. So we're going to have Mundane Zebra on the Zarya, Turtwig on that Oriel, Compute X is going to be on that Vala, McGiblets on the No, how am I forgetting his name? Muradin. Rounding things out is going to be Peldor on the Blaze. And what do we see on the side of Stim Drones?
So Stim Drones looks like they're coming in with Rug Lord playing the Cyber Yarel. We do going to have Ammonia coming out onto the Li Ming. Koteb is going to be onto the Ghost Rhaegar. We do have Bummernot coming out onto the Thrall. And then Aram will be on the Johanna.
Now the question is, are we just going to get the counter push from Red? No, they're going to rotate fully up.
Johanna was
yeah.
banned in my entire series, so I'm glad to see them.
What was banned your entire series? Oh, wasn't banned.
No, Johanna was banned my entire
Oh. Okay, that makes more sense now. Orb falling just short Turtwig. And let's have a look at what we got coming on. Honestly, no major surprises to start.
Yep, Vala is going for the Monster Hunter, or Puncturing Arrow. Still called by its old name.
I mean, Puncturing Arrow is for level 1. Monster Hunter is just for level 7 now, right? I think? It's been so long, I can't remember things.
I'm kind of the same way. We have a surprisingly we do have DH Bob moving up to potentially contest this place, even though they don't have Zarya back yet. So I do not see this fight actually as a fight that will happen.
No.
Although it depends. Zarya's getting a little bit close.
Oh, Muradin's in. But considering that first tower went down, I'm liking that Red has made the switch to kind of start focusing top. They want to see if they can get anything. But it's going to be really hard now. Everyone is back. And Auron's getting low. That's Johanna falling. Meanwhile, Koteb bites in aggressively onto Turtwig, but we are going to be fine over there as well.
I did like that play from Koteb, where Koteb was like, okay, they're really going in for Muradin. I don't know that Muradin gives you house. Let me be a distraction and keep the back line occupied. Didn't end up working out, but I like the thought process.
It's good thought process. Nope, Zarya being purged. We'll be fine. How's our offlane going?
So looking down at the offlane, this is one of those matchups that I don't ever expect anyone to die in, because like Peldor shouldn't get pushed away, but is not going to be able to actually move into Yarel.
And Yarel will just sustain through it all as well, and she can knock back Peldor every time he charges or something such as that.
Yep.
Oh, however, Val are a lot more susceptible to Yarel if Turtwig wasn't there.
Very much so. Obviously, I'm assuming that was called that Yarel left bottom lane.
So they looked very prepared for it.
Looks like Peldor will move in. I know when the Blaze change happened that I couldn't jet stream buildings. I was so sad. I'm like, but I love the little special looking thing.
I like the crit kick. And to be fair, they're still doing... He still does so much. Oh, Mundane Zebra taking a lot of damage there. It is Q already on Ming.
Yeah, that ended up being a very, very aggressive move. I thought that they were in trouble, and then they ended up not being in trouble.
But a bit costly for the side of Stim Drones. Going down going down 2 people there and not getting their own. A bit rough. And Immortals have been up for a little bit, but why not just get a building? Is what DH Bob is saying.
I mean, I don't blame that as a decision, because you're just like, you know what, the first Immortal almost never gets a building. What if we can?
Ooh, Zarya's in trouble now, getting a little bit body blocked. Nope, Zarya's going to be fine. I don't know. It is a 5v4, and that is going to be Mundane Zebra going down.
He tries to go ahead and use that vault. They did go repeater at 4. So if Monster Hunter is at 4, they didn't go for it. So
No,
we won't
7.
be able
Monster
to know.
Hunter's at 7. Monster Hunter and Frost Shot will be the 2 main picks from here, but I imagine we are going to see Monster Hunter. There it is.
Okay. Clearly, I had Raynor in my head as the level 1 talent is what you take.
You heard Raynor once and you're like, ah yes, level 1, that's the race talent. And never let go of it.
Very much so.
Also,
I play Raynor, I don't play Vala.
That's fair, I play both of them poorly. Mundane Zebra is in a spot where they don't actually have as much energy as they would like to right now. And it is going to be Calamity in the end for Li Ming, so we are going to have a happy Snarf Fungus in chat. But we do see that this fight continues. Ruglord's jump was cancelled out there. But ultimately, Kotep is going to be one falling, and very close race in the end. Barely going over to the side of Stimmed Drones, actually.
I'm actually very surprised the Simpsons won that, because the fight was happening on their side, and then, actually, no, I'm not surprised, because the fight was happening on the red side, but meanwhile, Vala was just plugging away.
Vala doesn't quite have enough stacks yet to really chew through it as much as she likes. She does need to get around that, I do say every time, around 20 to 30 mark. That's really where Vala starts to absolutely slaughter.
These
Or
teams are
once-
very aggressive. I'm here to see it.
They are just absolutely butting heads together. I'm also not going to look at the offlane for the rest of this game because it's not going to be a fun offlane to watch.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it is just Blaze versus... It's two very
Okay, the bottom
unkillable
camp.
heroes. They get the camp in time, Whip comes out, that's a big root, that's a big stunt, and Ruglord is here now, wants to jump on in, only hit Zarya. Turtwig is going to get followed up on by Ammonia. Amiona?
Yeah, I've been saying ammonia. I'm not sure that's
I
correct.
think it's Amiona. That still feels wrong, though. Amona?
It does that. It does that thing where when I look at it, especially when they're moving, the letters just kind of swim together.
I think the more I look at it, the more I say it, the more insane I feel I'm going. Oh, hi there, Giblets. Just jumps on in, misses a hammer, and calls it a day. Or Calamity
Complicated
getting a
exits
big
and a lot
cleave
of-
worth of damage here, and that is Shield Clear getting the kill.
Nope, Turtwig will escape. It looks like Zarya came in at the last second in order to make sure that happened. Giblet's down a little bit, but will be perfectly safe to get out of there.
Yeah, Gibbs was fine in the end. Unfortunately, Vala did go down there, so he's missing out on a few extra stacks, but still in a pretty good spot, considering we are just hitting level 10s now. A relatively standard array of talents for the moment. Big things to note is going to be Haymaker from Muradin, and we do have Disintegrate on Li Ming, considering its Calamity is a bit of a different one, but it can do well. And Zarya did go Expulsion Zone.
So we do want to have some damage coming in. Kotep a little bit overly eager. Ruglord up top, going ahead and trying to run interference.
Bumminort getting some good damage out. And Giblet's wanting to find a hammer, unfortunately just a little bit uncertain. And Ruglord, as you said, doing very well up there.
Oh, this might be. Compute is moving in, and there's a lot of players nearby. I don't know that actually there is a 4v4.
Haymaker
I realize
comes
how
out.
Much.
Now, this fight is just slowly migrating down, and I think Vala is going to be caught out. Yeah, indeed she is. Expulsion Zone trying to save everyone. We see into the bunker, and that is a very scrambled DH Bob.
Very much so. That fight kind of went everywhere. You almost felt like that was less a battle and more of a tornado of just destruction moving across the map.
Or just people trying to slap any random person who comes nearby, it felt like. But yeah, that's getting rid of Vala there was massive for Stim Drums, because that is all the race and damage that DH Bob has. Sure, Zarya can get there if she's full energy, but if she's close to dying, she's not want to get aggressive anymore. Oh, we're gonna fight.
Also, while that,
Stun on
while
Rhaegar,
that
stun
was
on
going
Rhaegar.
on, we did have the fort at bottom fall to the camp.
You can't, that camp is so strong, you can't really just leave it. But we are
But
gonna...
meanwhile, we've got a much bigger camp. But with having lost a person, I don't know how well they can defend this. They will get the experience from these, and actually, we ended up having Johanna go down in a place I wasn't looking.
What the hell? Yeah, no, I was also confused. Giblets is dead.
Oh, fantastic Earthquake! Goes ahead and gets the stun out. Pelor trying to go in and get out of there. Mundane Zebra is going to be picked off, and I don't know that. Ooh, Pelor will be. Yeah, Pelor
Pelor
will
will be
get out of
fine.
there.
The demon has fallen.
Interesting. That was a rough one here.
Again in time.
It
6
sounded
kills to
so
7, absolute bloodbath.
very even bloodbath at that. Also, Rhaegar halfway done with his stacks. W build. A storm of heroes, perhaps? A blizzard? Chat says. Oh my god.
I said a tornado.
Tornado.
I grew up in Oklahoma. I know what I'm talking about.
I don't get tornadoes where I live.
One
It's
day I
just
had 3 in
cold.
the same day. I'm not even kidding.
Pardon?
One day I had 3 in the same day. I'm not even kidding.
Why would you live someplace that gets tornadoes so much?
I didn't think about that when I was born.
You've moved once or twice. Anyway, we should probably talk about the actual fight that's happening, as there's a lot of stuff coming out onto it.
I
But
was
Compute X
7 at
once
the
again-
time.
Compute X once again goes down. We do see it is going to be Oriole to follow. McGiblets then as well. There's a, something really happened for Stim Drones that lit a fire under their belly within the last map in this one, because they've come to play now.
As will my foe.
Yeah, I think someone told them that it's a best of 3, and they're like, oh, we better go all out then.
Oh shit, best of 3, I thought it was best of 5. Goes for it. Really should have done your prenatal existence research, says Melby.
Mundane Zebra is trying to move around, playing a read around the Rosie.
Oh, that's a
Did you
root.
go in?
It's gonna be fun. Never mind. Li Ming.
Li Ming is catching some cannonballs to the Keister. We'll have to run out of there, but that is yet another kill on the side of Stim Drones.
Rugglord jumps in. Turtwig's pushed back right into Amiona's open arm. I don't know how to say her name. Li Ming's open arms.
So we do go and have another double kill on the side of Stim Drones. They will go ahead and move in and start trying to take down this Immortal. Probably have another big Belith push. I know
But
their
even-
names.
But even then, Vala's still up, so halftime's actually in favor of the blue team of DH Bob.
That's
Yeah.
a little disgusting.
It does depend on where the Immortals are placed this time, will mean how easy it is for each team to do its thing. But it looks like blue is planning on... Oh, Vala was caught out, wasn't she? Vala
Yeah,
isn't...
well, I wouldn't say caught out. I would say that the Yarel jumped in over a wall and then knocked her.
Unfortunately, yeah,
So it
Vala
wasn't
isn't
really
quite
Vala's
respecting
misposition.
that space that Rugglord can create.
Yep.
I love watching
Yeah.
Urel. Urel is just one of the ones I don't know how to play. So it's great seeing people who do know how to play it.
Man, Roguelord just decides to try and take on everyone. I love the Murden going and be like, no, we're going to kill you. You killed our Vala, we're angry. But no, Roguelord will actually escape. There's the Ancestral Healing coming down onto Roguelord. Meanwhile, Li Ming is just being left to her own devices.
She's doing great. And she finishes off with an auto. There was a little bit of extra burn at the end for the side of Stim Drones. They actually, not Stim Drones, so DH Bob, and they did actually get a good chunk of it off. And unfortunately, with the camp that's being picked up, it is going to be walking straight into the Immortal lane. And that's where I imagine the red team's going to go. The red team, however, their bruiser isn't going to be into a nice open one where there's no one there to bother it at the moment.
And it's going to catch up to a very big wave as well.
I don't think Poldor can stay here. I think realistically Poldor should be starting to head up now. But we'll have to see what the choice is.
Yep.
Oh, Rugglord getting aggressive with their positioning.
I mean, have you been watching Roguelord?
No, I actually don't watch this game. I don't know anything that's happened up till now.
That's what exactly I was talking about. Whether if you just stand in front of Blaze, Blaze can't escape, and that is going to be Poldor getting called out.
But Blaze going down here, and Murder means no front line. I would love to see aggression coming in from Aurum and Rugglord now, but Aurum's a little bit low and they're feeling a bit unsure about that. Never mind, they're thinking about it. They're taking a shot, they're taking another shot. And Rugglord's in.
So sorry, it does move up to deal with that camp. It won't get. I was actually worried top would go down as well, but they do go and deal with that.
Yeah, Zarya went to clean that up. Very good of her. Oh, big yawn. And now 16's are through for both teams.
Meanwhile, okay, we do have Urel finally going back and dealing with that camp. That somehow just got.
Yeah, I'm
I
surprised it got
guess.
as far as it did.
I'm like, didn't the entire orange team go straight up that lane? How did they not notice the camp?
I honestly was sitting here going, what do you mean orange team? Very remember you have colorblind settings on. It's like, what do you mean orange?
Oh, that's true. I guess I should speak to the viewers since you don't have colorblind settings on.
Yes, correct. But no, we do see camps traded out, which is pretty good considering DH Bob does kind of need just any experience they can get right now. And they did get that top key fort. So, honestly, not a terrible position to be in now. They've made it even. They're still down 2 levels, sure, but they're in a position where they can fight on even terms.
Absolutely. Both teams kind of clearing out their lanes, getting ready for this. Immortals are coming in 5 seconds.
I just realized Mirrodin went Sledgehammer.
For my wrath, demon.
It shows you how much attention I paid this game. UED General, the giveaway should be starting after this one, this
After
round.
the series.
Yeah, the series, thank you. Also, Shield already came out. Zarya getting a good chunk of energy from there. Peldor not quite finding the stun, and now we can see the frontliners of Blue just a little bit split, so DH Bob has to regroup.
Yep, but the Vala keeps getting those arrows in, which is very, very helpful. And they are already to halftime.
What's happening over here? She's only
Oh,
at
Rebel
27.
may be in a bad position. I mean, I know Yrel is really hard to kill, but there's the rest of the team coming up to help out.
Sunder's supply
Oh
finding.
no, and Vala?
And Fireflies from Li Ming. Interesting.
Fireflies. Million little pieces.
That's not the song I was thinking of. I wasn't thinking of Owl City either, weirdly enough. Orym taking 2 more arrows. Up to 31 now in Vala. We're starting to get into the territory that we want to see at this point of the game. Realistically, you're probably wanting more of the 40s range, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, no, goddamn, everyone's gonna push the exclamation mark now. And not up yet, chat. Oriel in trouble. Unable, no bubble from Zebra to her, unfortunately. Now that's gonna be Blaze. Immortal is full health, basically full health in the favor of DH Bob, but unfortunately, no one's gonna be able to push with it. Do we just end
Well, it
if
has
we're
come
stim
back.
drones?
And that is, I was just wondering that. I was like, are they going to stop the Immortal, or are they going to say, we're just going to knock down your stuff? And it looks like they're just going to leave Li Ming to magic the Immortal down.
I kind of wish Li Ming came with them. I think it is just an end angle. Oh, the Sunder upgrade. Oh, nice triple stun from Vala, but Computex is going to take too much damage to go down anyway. Zebra, unfortunately, is going to be soon to follow. Nope, we're just running. Good choice. Always appropriate to run when you need to.
Absolutely. Bravely run away.
The Immortal's actually getting really low.
It is just now getting to the wall, it looks like.
But respawns are coming up now. This is what I meant by which Li Ming came, because that building would have been down far earlier. And you probably could have defended, you probably could have gone and keep, but instead we are getting the Immortal onto core. It's not going to kill it, but it will do a lot.
Yep. This was a good decision. Like, you took a keep, and your opponents do not get one. But your keep is very, very low. Like, I would
Both
not be
teams have
surprised
win
if someone-
conditions up now, essentially.
Very much so. Oh, bottom we do have a fight, but this is a 5v4 because Li Ming is not there.
No, it's a 4v4. Vala's down as well.
Oh, that is true.
But it's still an out call by DH Bob. Because they didn't know where Li Ming was at the time. She was off map.
Which I do not blame that. Li Mings are definitely something that can show up unexpectedly. Not quite as much as Yrel, but
Either way, both of them disappearing out of nowhere is big trouble. Zarya not with the team. We can see that Monday and Zebra is playing very passive because they're not quite sure where anyone is. And there is just wholesale halves coming out from the side of DH Bob, as it looks like Stim drones are on the hunt because they are still up 20s at the end of the day.
makes sense. It does look like actually the camp at bottom will kill the Shaman camp.
I think my understanding is the Shaman camp does lose out to the Impalers. It's just the Shaman camp is very good into structures. They really need their 20s.
Yeah, they've got about 20 seconds to get it.
And it looks like the red team does not want that. Good hammer by Mick Giblets. But shield is available. I'm surprised Orym didn't just rip it. Oh, Sunder will do it. Oh, there's shield. Oh, that just accept that's a dead man.
But they still do not have 20s, but they do have now suddenly the 20 advantage isn't as big because you're down a Peldor. Oh, someone needs to stay in lane and get 20s.
Yeah.
I
This
guess
song
you
with
look at
Avera's
the
20s anyway. They may be able to pull something out, especially now Vala does have Acrobat.
There's the Zarya coming in.
No one hit Zarya while she was shielding. That's huge. I don't know if Lee... Oh, Oriel does live. She's actually able to heal herself before Amiona's... I still don't know how to say it. Gets her full combo off. Oh, Ruglord coming in from the flank once again.
Big battle all around the lower immortal. They want to try and stop this. There is Ruglord, of course, in the back line, because that's where Ruglord lives.
Oriel is down.
Who's Arya?
Compute X does get bubbled by Zarya. That's Blessed Shield, and that is actually Zarya fighting the solo kill in the end. Now Zebra being ran down.
Meanwhile, at the bottom, Li Ming going to go ahead and finish off this immortal, and there's going to be a full shield immortal coming in for Stim Drone, right as
Top goes
only
down.
Blaze and Murden are up to try and hold this back for about 30 seconds.
Blue team's core is under
McGibbons is on a journey. Okay, Gibbs. Let's just go over to the corner. just watching Muradin for a bit, like, what's Gibbons doing? Racing. Well, let's see if Muradin can do anything about getting that core down while Peldor tries to hold him off. Doesn't quite find the charge. Does find a little bit of a self-heal. Core is hitting percentage now. Bunker is getting dropped.
Steve's bunker! Oh, wait!
Oh, Peldor's stuck. Nope. Peldor gets a stun. But core's going down, unfortunately, before anything else can happen. Muradin did die in the end under the core of the red team. But that will be game number 2, going over to Stim Drones. So it will be a series.
Absolutely. All I do is cast 3-game series, apparently.
Well, you're not doing the best of 5, so that may check out. Right. That was much better for Stim Drones. There's no two ways
Oh,
about it.
100%.
Considering how the first game went, that was much more an even footing. So I'm wondering if this will be the instance where, typically if you're not as practiced with your team members, you want to be doing first pick. But so far, map pick seems to have been the play this round.
Which may mean that these team members have actually spent more time together and they're a little bit more comfortable. That's what I hope anyway.
Maybe just saw how the last one was going. Went, maybe we need to do X, Y, or Z. I'm not sure about this. And it did work out this time around, because as you see, 6 kills to 25. The Hypergary Vala just didn't quite cut it, especially because Li Ming did end up with more damage, 89,000 compared to the 75,000. And even Yrel outsoaked Blaze, 143k compared to 100k Siege, and 23k soak compared to 15k.
Yeah, which was because Yrel was always in the middle of the team fight, but still, I guess, had time to vacation in the lane.
Yeah, it was definitely a strange
Yrel
one.
has a summer home.
What? Yeah. As long as you've got to have a little summer home that you can escape to. With all the hustle and bustle of a team fight, sometimes you just need to farm minions out of the countryside. And just having a quick look at talents as well. Oh my god, Cannoneer from Li Ming.
Oh, wait, what? I did not notice that.
Yeah, level 13 Cannoneer. I mean, we were leaning more into the Q build despite Calamity being picked up. So it's a strange one to say the least, but not the worst time to ever see it. I'm always a fan of Calamity Glass Cannon, but I am mentally lost it. Cannoneer is underrated, they went AA build. Yeah, I did see that, so that's probably the reasoning why, but it's still weird to say the least. It's not something you see very often.
So I've got to say, one viewer bet 100 points onto Stim Drones, and is now about to get 4k back.
The dream. Absolute dream right there. But no, very good stuff there. Oh, interesting enough, we do see unyielding defenders, so the reset on shields, and it was needed a fair bit.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was critical in being able to kind of survive a lot of what came in. Because there were so many times that it felt like the two teams, like that, I think that was the big difference that I saw. Early on, the teams sort of smashed into each other and seemed relatively even, going back. Keep in mind, at one point I said it was 6-7. And then apparently after that, there just weren't any more blue kills.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So it was just as the talents came up, then, and also I just think I feel like Stim and Drones just got more and more aggressive. Maybe
I think they got more
stemmed.
confident, is the best way to put it.
I mean, mine's a joke, so I like mine better.
Oh, okay, fair enough, then my bad. Sorry, I won't mess up your joke again. Shit. Alright, I'll be throwing it back on over to us. Why do you have a hat?
Because it's a birthday party.
Oh, no! Oh, yeah, I guess. Oh, sorry, my bad. I should have bought a birthday hat as well. Bloody hell. No one's keeping me in the loop about any of this. My god.
That's actually the package that got delivered today.
Party hats?
Yep. So,
Why?
happy birthday, Heroes of the Storm.
No, why? That's why you wanted it before stream. I got it now.
Yep. I ordered it, and it was supposed to come in yesterday, and then it got delayed, and I'm like, ah. And this is why Linebus doesn't like casting with me.
I never said that. There's other reasons. No, I'm joking. Absolutely joking there. No, I'm interested to see where this next map goes. If I'm DH Bob, I'd potentially want something go more macro-y, seeing if you could punish how Stim Drones was playing, such as the first map. Can't guarantee that is going to be the thing that happens, because it is just a little bit more of a rough instance in that regard of you're not quite sure how they're going to play things. Sure, if there's a Rek'Sai you can punish that, but if it's IRL you can't. It is a bit more situational, so I think there needs to be some thought going into how DH Bob does this, and Braxis may be the answer, weirdly enough.
I mean, that is the thing I was going to say. Braxis is the only other 2-lane map that's left, because Hanamura is not in the map pool. And if we go to a 3-lane map, I feel like we're going to have DH Bob being very, very rotationally aggressive again. They couldn't really do it as effectively, and weirdly enough, actually, we saw Ruglord being the rotational menace in the 2-lane map.
True, very true. But they were also punished a lot, so it balances out as a big problem there. And it's gonna
No.
It's gonna be Infernal Shrines.
I was going to say, we're not going to have Braxis, we're going to have a 3-lane map. What is the 3-lane map that every single caster is?
I'm gonna Infernal Shrines. Fed up. I'm gonna complain about Infernal for like 20 minutes today, apparently. Why don't we vote this into the map pool? We could have been a like good society. We could have been happy. Yeah, here we are. Infernal Shrines. Who voted for it? I want names. Did you?
It sounds like it.
Not the grumpy live time. God damn it. Grump. Banning sound. don't care. No, sound's actually covering the next one. Actually, we should touch on that. Sound, you did get to vote. Casters were allowed to vote.
It looks like Lark is the one to blame.
Good. All blaming Lark. Got it. God damn it. Ah,
Yeah.
for fuck's sake. Oh, god damn it, I'm swearing again.
I actually think the next series will be you and isn't it Toki?
No, next series is Sound and Toki.
Oh, that's right, because it's for some reason I thought they were happy, but okay, yeah.
God, if I did all 4 in a row, I would die. Snarf, I don't know if Toki's aware, so if you could ping them and just make sure they're on deck for when this finishes, that would be excellent. Because I can see Sound's obviously around, but I don't know about Toki.
Wow, I can't believe that Toki's not watching this amazing cast.
Thank you, Snarf.
Calling you out.
Yeah. And I've got to watch Toki the whole time. I've got to be around the whole next series anyway. I'm still got to do camera stuff. In all honesty, I'm just going to lock my camera to someone and walk away while I watch on my phone to make sure nothing goes wrong. But
I mean, I'll also be around. I have to run the giveaways, and I'm apparently the one doing predictions.
No, I've got OBS on, but I'm the one who has to watch the stream. Unfortunately for me. No, I actively volunteered for it, so yeah. Looks like one team is ready. So we should be starting hopefully shortly.
There's the other team.
There's the other team. Let's say the non-Baja casters already. I don't know how to describe ourselves. No, Baha is okay. Butma is always ready. Yep. Okay, it looks like every party is ready, so we should be going in shortly. Toki is watching ready. He's just ignoring your line. Ah, okay, good, excellent. Just what I wanted to hit. God damn it.
So
I'm
what
gonna
it
leave
tells me is
Toki
that Toki's
muted.
actually like, yeah, Toki has muted the stream. Does he want to listen to us?
No, I'm gonna leave Toki muted while he's casting. It's secretly just gonna be sound. The sound. Right, if Phil tries to start, let's see where we go with this, shall we? Let's jump into the draft. You know what, Toki, that is entirely fair enough. No, stick with it, ignore him. Saf, are you telling me Toki just to ignore me still? But yes, what is for lunch, Toki? I am curious.
I have not eaten yet, but I also ate like super late last night.
I was eating during the first draft.
I remember.
Right,
You're just like, okay, Raka, you're here. Take over. Bye.
Hey, Raka, nice knowing you. Draft for me, please. What? Calling a mouth pick from UED. Malfoil was buffed. Oh, and
I'm very excited tonight to try out the new Malthael.
It's I like it and don't like it for a few reasons. It does still feel like he's got the same strengths and weaknesses. Just they've kind of made it so the other level 10's more pickable, but it doesn't instantly reset your W. So it's a bit, I don't know if it's a bit hit or miss for me yet. I'll have to consult the
Isn't the change? It doesn't
Malfoil
reset it at the end. I
No.
thought it still did at the beginning.
So no, you're asking a very good question now, and I'm doubting myself.
But looking at the actual draft, we do have a ban onto very similar bans to the first two. We do have Hogger being banned out. This is obviously Hogger's second best map. I do think Hogger is better on Alterac than this map, but this is a very, very close one. And then we have the Dibbles being banned out. There's my Leoric.
You're right, this is when it ends. My bad. I misread that. It's fine, Vin. I actually went back and read Fat Shots because I'm like, I did not read that right, huh? I did not.
I said a lot of wrong stuff this cast, and a lot of the viewers were like, this girl doesn't know anything about the game, so I've
And you've
redeemed
just
myself.
proved it. Nanomouth will be pretty damn good now. Nanomouth has always been good. Let's not beat around the bush there. Garrosh banned out.
Low-turtle bar?
Titch Bob would go hard. I do love the concept of full man mouth. Especially considering you're already going into Blaze and Joanna. That's a good start for Malfoil.
Especially with the new talent, because you don't necessarily want to go last rites into a Blaze. But I have to wonder, is the bunker considered a hero? Because a lot of times, like, heroic targets will still trigger. Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't think so.
Basically, the only things that counter heroes is heroes, clones, vehicles. That's about it. Yeah, and most summons won't be either. Tychus Amberlin. Looking to punish the big boys this
Rainer's
game.
Big Brother.
Pardon?
I said still no Rainer, but we got Rainer's Big Brother.
That's a bad brother to have. Wouldn't want him to be my brother, personally.
You haven't read the books. It's worse.
Oh, cool! Just confirming my problems more and more. ETC Mephisto.
Interesting. Wow, so this is like... Okay, I guess I can't say team villain, because ETC just kind of just rocks out. Like, he's not aligned.
Would you call Hanzo a villain?
I was going to say team villain plus Hanzo, but I was like, that doesn't really work, because ETC is not really a villain either.
This is going further and further downhill. You're like, actually, it doesn't work.
I mean,
Margaret
Hanzo
seems-
did kind of murder his brother.
But Genshi's a dick.
Okay, that is fair.
Speaking about villains, there's one of the bigger villains in the StarCraft universe, Kerrigan being popped out. I love Kerrigan on this map in particular. That's such a good pickup. I'm sure there's someone in chat who is absolutely popping off out of their minds.
Oh yeah, the ability to reset the queue on the point and just
And just bounce around, absolutely. That's right, I looked at chat and saw Chromie. Please, Chromie. No, no Chromie.
Snarf is disappointed.
Meanwhile, I'm like, fuck yeah, Kerrigan. This is not a hero. I love the lesser picked heroes. There is always something that will draw me to playing them and draw me to wanting to see them picked more and more. And that's big. I do love seeing less picked heroes. Like how I see this map way too much, so it's my least favorite. But let's get into it. Would you like to introduce to us stemmed drones?
So it does look like we've got Bummer Not coming out on Tychus, the bad man that's not Zul'jin. We do go and have Blaze being played by Ruglord. Koteb is going to be on the Anduin. Arum is coming out there on that Johanna. And AFK Kerrigan is back at base being played by Emoena.
How different can we say their name throughout this whole series? We'll find out. But on the other side of DH Bob, we are going to have Mundane Zebra on the Mephisto, Compute X Hanzo. Turtwig is going to be on the Stukov. Giblitz is going to be on that ETC. And lastly, we have Peldor on the Leoric himself. Big slide.
In the middle, we do go and have Giblitz moving through. But the first kill actually onto Hanzo.
Not actually able to escape this time.
That's, I mean, because you remember, Stem Drones kind of got more aggressive and more confident, and they apparently did not drop off at all in the break.
No.
Making a very, very powerful opening statement.
I guess I better open up talent before someone complains about that.
Also, I do have to say, if we're at a birthday party and, you know, and having fun and enjoying ourselves, the cheerleader Kerrigan is probably the most appropriate Kerrigan skin.
Yeah. I can't argue with that, yeah. Oh, Zebra, I think, is a bit screwed here. No, McGiblets, it's a nice double stun. And actually, Aurum and Koteb are both relatively low, and it'll be Aurum going down. Emiona gets the Mephisto in turn, but not much else can be done about that.
Yep, Gibble's trying to get out. Bummer Not. Overall, still an extended. With the Hanzo, it's a 2-for-1, but it was a 1-for-1 in that actual fight.
It just occurred to me, Stukov doesn't have a cleanse. That's a really rough one to take into Kerrigan.
That's very true. Kerrigan obviously wasn't picked until the very end, so Stukov couldn't have known that. But that is the great problem with Stukov.
Like, yeah, sure, you get Super Strain at level 16, but that's just more healing. That's not necessarily cleanse. Is the big problem there. So we're gonna have to wait. Oh my god, we're gonna try this camp again. It's just so cute. No, Snarf has never been immune to Blizzard propaganda. This is not a surprise to me.
Okay, we do go and have. No, actually, I lied.
Arm getting
Arm
low?
got bumped back, and we do have the camp. That's actually going to be Arm being picked off by the Impalers.
Mundane Zebra barely dodges that, purely an accident, but that's going to be a double kill now for the side of Stem Drone. So whenever one kill happens for DH Bob,
I
well,
was going to say double kill, they're not
triple.
done yet!
sorry, I just looked over and just see I'm just a girl in all caps. I'm like, well, Snarf. All I can think of now is just, heaven forbid a girl have hobbies. But it is going to be top objective. We see Emiona getting their own, well, considering getting their own siege, but realizing they are going to be a little bit late on it. And Peldor is going to be the call. Blaze charge. Great slide by McGiblets, actually saving Peldor there. But while that's happening, top objective has started, and we're already a good chunk ahead for Stem Drone.
Yep, we do go ahead and have sharpened blades for Kerrigan's on the 18 of 75.
That'll be interesting. Big
I'm
slide.
a bit surprised to see that talent because the I don't think the skeletal minions actually count as minions.
I think it can still work with it though for some reason. In my head I have it feeling like it does work.
We do have the suns coming out. Oh, Bomber
One more auto,
super low,
yep.
and that is going to be the end of Tychus.
And Leoric has been soaking for all of this. It is still a 4v4, so because Blaze did go down as well to start matching Leoric. There is still a little bit behind for DH Bob, but now that it is Tychus down, You don't really have much you can step back in with to this objective. And it's really unfortunate because this is a frozen Punisher.
Yeah, it is. On the minus side, that's the best Punisher. On the plus side, at least it's the level, like the first Punisher, so it won't be as
It
punishing.
won't be as bad. Oh, hi, Ruglord. Ruglord and Peldor have made their way up. But now it looks like Peldor's going to be one in trouble. They are forced to use Rayfort, but they're not out of the woods yet. No, Aurum does not commit to getting that, and now we see Frozen Punisher is up. And hopefully they get behind gates before that thing decides to jump.
Yeah, I don't blame them for not going for it, because they knew the entire enemy team was like very, very close by.
That could have been a cool kill. Big jump, no Iron Skin. McGiblet slides into nothing, and now is going to lose half their health for it. And Amiona is going to look to show to fine.
Poor Amiona.
I mean, hey, Kerrigan's alive. Oh no, Bummer, don't run. Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah, they're
harping
having a
next to
really
it
hard
makes
time
sense.
actually clearing this Punisher. So much damage coming out of the side of DH Bob. And it looks like the first Punisher is not supposed to get a key or a fort, but it sure did.
Well,
And it's
that's
still
the
half
thing.
alive.
They're really good at team fights, Stim Drones. That is what their comp is built for. Them losing objective is not an option with how things are set up. That's a triple stun from Punisher. But yeah, their team
At
comp
least
is
it's
not
the triple
designed to
stun behind the
clear. Their
wall.
team comp is designed to kill.
Oh, I'm not so sure about leaving this Punisher because it is a frozen Punisher. Never mind. Okay, they're fine. They're correct.
They're running it down. They're fine. They know what they're doing. Hopefully. Oh god, no. I did mute myself in a yawn. Sorry, chat. I'm a tired lime. Oh wait, I'm missing things. I hear a mosh.
Yeah, Mosh only caught Aurum, and he does go ahead and get knocked out of it.
Oh, but Durance finds Aurum and Iron Skin. Light Bomb, unfortunately not quite fighting smart. Ruglord does, that's a double stun of the charge, that's a double stun off the shield. Aurum slapped into Narnia. Turtwig really trying to hold on, and that's Kerrigan going down first. Peldor is going to be getting out. No, Peldor's turned around.
Yep, Bummer got very, very, very low. Attempted stun by the Anduin, but does not manage to root anyone.
Wait, did Kerrigan go... Kerrigan went Maelstrom. Interesting. We're doing a thing in the GGS Discord recently where there's been like daily trivia questions. Yeah, we found out that Maelstrom is like a 20% lower, well, not 20%, but like an 8% lower win rate than Ultralisk. Big
That
difference
surprises
between
me.
the two. Pardon?
I said that surprised me. I knew that the Ultralisk was more popular. I didn't realize it would be that much of a difference.
Yeah, so that's not even popularity, that's just win rate difference. Oh, Peldor, that's a little bit too aggressive. Good shield, and that is Stukov pulled back in.
Yep, I'm not sure Aurum gets out of this though. Actually decides, you know what? I'm not retreating, I'm advancing, and it's working for right now. Mundane Zebra, I'm sorry, you do not get out of this.
Yeah, and Mick Giblets realizes that they can't do anything about it and just decides to get out of dodge. Yeah, TZ confirms it. 8 to 9% lower win rate than Ultralisk. There is a big difference between the two heroics.
Whenever I played Kerrigan, I always picked Maelstrom, but then I was never a good Kerrigan.
I've always picked Ultralisk, but I'm also not a good Kerrigan. Oh, sometimes my Kerrigan does pretty well. Sometimes it's a bit schnasty. But sometimes it's ass. Big
See, you're
slide.
inconsistent. I'm just bad.
Oh.
I'm consistently bad.
Dragon Arrow finds just the Anduin, and that's Mosh getting only one to be interrupted immediately by the
No.
grenade. Coach here goes down. McGiblets is taking a lot of damage, but okay, Emma, we really need to stop pushing that right then, but it's actually working out better than expected. Turtwig's holding on for dear life, but it is going to be now a triple kill for the side of DH Bob. Sorry, quad kill, my bad. Should have specified earlier. But no, that is going to be a pretty free Punisher now.
That's going to be a quad kill, which is a big problem because I was just about to say that to even this up at 8 kills to 8, and then they got another kill, the jerks.
How dare they make it uneven?
I know.
Audacity, am
Read
I
the
right?
script.
Read the script. Get my papers out. Read us. Slap it on the desk. Peldor is just running it down. I like that it's always some point in the off-laner's game where they went, run it down time? And yeah, Peldor has just decided every now and again, go, I think it's time to run it down for a little bit. Yeah, Kiri actually lived far longer that fight than I thought, and I think that is in part due to the Maelstrom. Because it does still give shielding based off the damage she is doing with that spell damage.
Yep.
Unfortunately, she just couldn't quite live through it all.
Alright, everyone is back up. It looks like the bottom fort is going to go down to the aggression of DH Bob. Now, I have a question for you.
God.
And you may not know the answer. Is DH Bob in this tournament? I know he's not.
Yes, he has
DH
knocked
Bob
out
too.
last rounds. He was on the
Okay.
opposition for the team DH Bob.
That must have been so annoying to cast. I'm sorry for you.
Correct. I can't say anything else, just it was. Ooh, killing the ETC, and we can see Stukov now is going to be the choice. Ruglord barely falling short, unfortunately, and that is Aurum. Emiona getting out the Maelstrom just a little bit away from everyone else. Does go on to Peldor. We do see Ruglord wanting to get the charge. Does so. Aurum, is there a follow-up stun? Either way, I think Peldor was down here. They'd already used Ray Fork, and that is them falling.
So there's a we're back for another 3-0 kill. This time it actually is a 3-0. That just doesn't become a 4-0 as soon as we say that.
Yeah, it's nice of the team actually to commit to how many kills they're getting for once. They're not going, oh, maybe another one afterwards. No dirtling here from Stim Drones.
Poor Peldor, I have done this so many times where I die as Leoric, and then about 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds later, I'm like, wait, I can still do stuff. I don't have to just wait here to respond.
My personal favorite is you've been draining it as Leoric, and then you don't realize until too late, oh wait, I'm respawning, and you're in the middle of the enemy team, in the middle of nowhere. You're like, ah, that's awkward. Definitely done that one before. Blessed Shield.
We do go and have Impalers coming in to help, but there is a double stun from the Giblets.
And it's finally not interrupted for once. That's a nice change of pace from the Giblets. Aurum now is going to get chased. Compute X wants it, so does the Giblets, but no one's able to keep up.
Yeah, before anyone says anything, we have even kills. I have to say that now.
Nope.
Made it.
The Giblets did go the CDR at level 4 on slide, so they are able to catch up if they don't hit any enemies during the slide animation, because it drops it down to 4 seconds? Reduces it by 6 seconds. So we have AA ETC, it's just occurred to me. Which, yeah, the AA talent was buffed recently on ETC, where he gets a 13%, 18% attack damage. Oh, I can just look at it. 12% more AA damage.
And also, it gives him much more shield than it used to.
Yeah, it's a really good one. ETC has become much more survivable with this most recent patch.
Looking forward to trying him out.
I'm looking forward to feeding on him.
We should
I
play
know
together.
what about.
I said we should play together.
I'm going grocery shopping after this tournament. I need food. Okay, I'm not around tonight. I know it's game night for the Mosh Court. Maybe I join in later if you're still going when I'm back.
Asabru? But looking at the actual game, which we're supposed to be paying attention to.
I mean, nothing's really happening. We have had a downtime where we are just kind of soaking both teams at even 16s, even kills. Structures are in favor of DH Bob, and this is where things will start picking back up again. Now we are coming into objective phase. And what I just noticed before is we do actually have, how can I not remember the Blaze talent? I'd pick it as well. Never mind, we're going to get into fight anyway, so we're going to see how this goes. We see Root coming out. Monday and Zebra is going to be a lot in trouble. Light Bomb, the slaps, and the Dragon Arrow trying their best to save Zebra, but Zebra just stuck in the middle.
I believe in that hard because Peldor's not here, so they knew they were outnumbered.
I told you, there's every time in an offlaner's game where they just go run it down time. And Peldor's gone run it down time.
Oh, maybe not. Yeah, Peldor does have to fall back as Ruglord shows up and says, "Get away from my buildings."
Now, what I wanted to mention before
Nice
was
up by
Juggernaut
Ruglord.
placing from him, which is interesting. They're running down that keep. They want it. And two. Bunker used to get out. And they're not getting the keep. Everyone's coming back for the... Well, they thought about coming back.
This is the first time Sim Drones have won the objective, so let's see what they can do with it.
Unfortunately, they're so far away from it already, but it's already burnt down to half by the time we're actually stepping up to
Yeah,
game.
they didn't go in after it. They had to go back because they weren't sure if their opponents were going to try and race them. And Peldor is back to running it down at bottom.
Every time,
Peldor with the murky strats.
every time in an offlaner's life, they all resort to running it down.
Red team has destroyed a point.
Hammer-On seems like the same talent you pick if you take the little one. But now it seems like you could maybe pick it if you don't. Yeah, I suppose that's probably the most correct way of putting it, but I think you still only really want to ever pick it if you are already leaning into AA style. Yeah, I think that's the only way we really can put that if you're playing AA style ETC. Alright, we are going to be picking up siege camps, 1 neutral, 1 safe. And actually, it's being ripped faster by the blue team. Blue team just has a very good macro and camp ability this game.
Yeah,
What are
like
you
we talked
thinking?
about earlier?
Sorry.
Red team is just built for team fight. If it's not a team fight, they're just not as good at it.
And that is what it boils down to. They need to get those fights in the objective. They need to be the ones to initiate. Because if you
They
let
definitely did the last objective.
because if you let Entomb come up before anything else comes out, they can split the team and isolate people. It makes it much harder. Oh, or has been found by McGiblets.
Now,
McGiblets uses
They need
side.
to be careful. There's only 4 of them here. Blaze is bottom lane.
Meanwhile, Blue is on the hunt. Weirdly enough.
Yeah, I was
that's
gonna
how
say,
20s.
were they up 20 at that exact moment?
Yeah, they were.
I know they're not now.
They were for a little bit, and I'll pull up the talents to see, so people can see what 20s we have. We have Torbus. I love Torbus. It's such a good gotcha talent. Staff, I was already doing it. Torbus is such a fun, like, it always works the first time.
It does. No one expects it. It's similar to Deathmosh in that, except sometimes people will check Deathmosh, but Torbus they just never.
What I like doing if I'm ETCing is I love holding that talent until the relevant team fight starts, so they don't get that information prior to the actual fight breaking out. So now, if you're really onto it, you can look at it and go, oh yeah, they do have Torbus. But if you're waiting until the fight starts, just as it's about to go, you click it, they don't have the time to look more often than not.
You greatly overestimate my ability to multitask. I would do that, and then I'd die, and I'd be like, oh wait, I needed to pick a talent.
Good news, you're not the tank player for your team.
That is true.
Good news, you're not the
For
one
a
playing
reason?
ETC. That's a fast problem, not a you problem.
Offlane ETC is a thing.
Offlane ETC is a thing, but you see stage dive with it more often than not. Peldor wants
true.
it, but he cannot get close enough to get that Entomb down. Sorry, go on.
And I was agreeing with you. You usually will, like, you can do Deathmosh as the offlaner, but it's a lot harder to do Torbus.
A little bit. I love stage
Go
dive
on,
into Deathmosh. It's great fun. Also, very
gonna say,
split
like-
team fight. Mosh doesn't quite find
Oh,
anyone, and
nice
we're not going to be
pull.
tour bossing this style. Yes, we are. I like the idea. Peldor is just going to Wraith walk away. And we're going to be stepping up for this top objective. 12 kills to 12, 21 to 21. 18 minutes in, but the structures are going to be the big difference here, so let's see how this goes, shall we? And the big thing is, blue team does have
Upgraded
tap
bunker,
up here.
throwing oil out. So yeah, we definitely need to have Stim Drones start to play a little bit more quickly because their bottom lane is getting very backed up.
Nice pull from the Anduin. Sure, double arrow hits, but Peldor is going to get stunned. Kerrigan tried to go in just then. You could see her movement, but that was going to be the Silence Puddle stopping her from doing anything. Silence Puddle's so good, and we can see that it is going to be 1 kill, 2 kills. Amiona is going to try her best in the middle of everything, but can't quite get anything else. Orym getting low. We see lots of shielding happening. Kotep staying at arm's length, but unfortunately that's not close enough to pull, not close enough to heal. So that's going to be Kerrigan going down. Orym not long for this world either. And that is going to be that.
Like I said, they can just run bot lane and just win at this point.
The G's are being called. They're gonna break through the gate, aren't they? Yeah. Side wall going.
So, unfortunately and annoyingly, I have to acknowledge that your team beat mine.
Life is good.
I guess that actually makes it a little bit more, is a little bit better because you'll cast your team in the finals. I would not cast my team in the finals.
Good point. ETC got rooted mid tour bus slide.
That's extra rough.
It is, it really is. Right, that was a good series. Remember when Bunker was 40 seconds? No, I don't, frankly. Oh god, big stretch. Oh, there we go. Let's go over the game summary screen. Oh, I've double clicked. Great healing by Stukov, 83k compared to 52k on the Anduin, and Hanzo 73,000 hero damage. Keep in mind, Hanzo was banned out for at least one of the maps, and I think that very much shows why.
Oh, absolutely. Like, after the first... both Shimada brothers were in the first game, but, second game, Hanzo wasn't allowed in, and then came back at the end. Maybe we should have kept
Kept him out.
the guard on the door.
I did like Kerrigan pickup. She actually did pretty well. She was barely behind Tychus in hero damage, but I think that map did very come down to they needed to be the ones to win the objective.
Yeah, they built their whole team into being very, very good in the team fights, and what ended up happening is that they had pressure in all of their lanes because when they would lose objective, they just couldn't clear Punisher effectively.
So they needed to pull extra resources up, which pulled it away from the lanes, which meant more and more they got behind. It is a really rough one in that situation where you're not quite able to control your fate in that regard because you just don't quite have a way to kill that Punisher that you typically get from a standard to range damage option.
Yeah, and that was the other thing, because we definitely saw the Punisher get, like, multiple stuns when it would go in, because just the comp was built to be very, very front heavy and be able to go in on the enemy team, but you can't go in on the Punisher in the same way.
That's what I said. Yeah, that describes it perfectly. So, I don't know if the other teams are around, so I'm going to ask confirmation for Snarf what's happening in a few moments. So, I will be taking a break. This stream will still be going. Oh god. Which good, I need to go find my water bottle because I'm thirsty as all hell. Wait, no, I can't even do that till the actual map starts because I have to be around and set things up for the next series. We're getting set up. Cool. Let me throw it back to the cameras then. So, that was a good semi-final one. And that was a very competitive one, actually. It was pretty close.
Very, very much so.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put us on break. I need to get the other cameras set up. So I will be getting in a call with both of the next casters. So we will have the Sound and Tokibi up next. So to everyone, Raka, thank you so much for joining me. It actually was a pleasure, despite you going, oh, I don't want to cast me. Live doesn't like me. That's not a very good
Dragonshire.
Dragonshire, Braxis. Bahamut, thank you for raid. Welcome in. I hope your side of the series went well, and I know you've done a hell of a lot of strict casts today, so hopefully your throat isn't too tired yet. So yeah, I better get this going because the other team's trying to get me in a lobby. Raka, thank you so much. Everyone, we will be back soon enough. I need to get things sorted, so see you shortly.
Great. Excellent. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for being patient, sticking with us while we got through the lobby setup and everything. And I'm here with Toki B, and I'm interested to know, how excited are you for this second semifinal?
I mean, I'm definitely going to be pretty excited for this series. I did cast the Nexus Forces during their quarterfinal match, so it was a lot of fun watching them just slowly improve, slowly build that synergy throughout the day. And Team Chat Muted, I'm sure they're going to play amazingly as well. And I mean, this is the 10-year anniversary. We're here to have fun, and I'm sure both teams are going to be able to bring that in today.
Absolutely. And I can say firsthand, Team Chat Muted look very tight synergy-wise. I think there is some amount of prior experience between TZ and Amy on Team Chat Muted through GGS, Girls Gank Squad, for those who don't know. But outside of that, I mean, Silver Spy on the healer has had a lot of tight follow-up on any engage that came through. So if both teams are evenly matched, that's kind of what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what I've been seeing this entire tournament. I mean, gotta give huge shout out. I believe Snarfungus was the one that put these teams together. And so far, every game I've casted, every game that I've seen so far, just from that first semifinal at least, it seems like the teams are pretty closely matched. And that's what you want in a tournament like this. But I'm sure this game's not going to be any exception at all. Nexus Forces, like I said, I guess Team Chat Muted was your quarterfinal, but they've built up a really solid synergy. Their game one looked a little bit shaky, but the more they played, the stronger they looked. And I'm pretty sure they will still continue to get better through the semifinal, and they're going to be a really tough team to beat. So this is going to be a great series coming on up.
Awesome. Are there any heroes in particular that we should be looking out for from Nexus Forces?
I mean, yeah. So I think the main one is going to be the healers coming out from potentially Bird. And Shupuff definitely plays a lot of Hogger. And especially on a map like Cursed Hollow, I'm sure we'll see some of that. Shupuff also had an absolutely insane game playing on the Chromie. So, I mean, there's just going to be a lot of strong picks that they're going to be able to bring. And Lark actually was kind of spamming the Olarock, got 2 games in a row with that, and performed quite well in both.
Very exciting. Yeah, on the other side, Team Chat Muted, I can say that Amy has had a lot of success with Maiev. TZ, I think, often looks best on the Anubarak, but she has had lots of success on Diablo as well, as we see that first ban.
Yep. And now we do have the first ban with Diablo, but at the same time, I also want to do a little bit of an announcement here. We are ready for our first giveaway. So this is going to be for NGS stickers and the logo and the Chibi sticker. So type !giveaway to join in now. And now is the best time to do it. So let's get going. Let's celebrate these 10 years together. As we do see that Hogger banned away as well from the side of Mute team.
Excellent, excellent. We'll see how Nexus Forces respond here. Dahaka ban, I think that makes perfect sense. Getting rid of the global on Cursed Hollow. Still a very strong hero, even after the most recent nerfs. Right wing, another global, and first pick Johanna. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Not giving too
Johanna's
much
just-
away there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't give anything away. It's just a very solid pick. It's completely ready to just kind of zone control, especially around these tributes. And more importantly, later on, if there's any big boss fights, that's where Johanna's really going to thrive. And we'll also be able to kind of start the engages for them. But speaking of engaged starts, Anubarak, possibly one of the best dive tanks in the entire game, has really low cooldown stuns. TZ going to be piloting that one. And then Amy on that global Falstad going to be coming in with the carry pick.
Falstad got a lot of mileage in their first series on Alterac. We saw the auto attack build from Amy, so I expect a similar look here on Cursed Hollow, with Junkrat and Anduin picked up for Nexus Forces. Kind of a bread and butter Johanna Anduin duo.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good. I like to joke about it on my own cast sometimes. The three blondes, Johanna, Anduin, Chromie, basically works in every single team composition. It's just a really solid three heroes. And both Johanna and Anduin, they can kind of play super defensively, depending on the heroics they take. Typically the Falling Sword from Johanna or the Dome with Holy Word Salvation from Anduin. But more often than not, we do see the more aggressive pick coming in with the Blessed Shield and the Light Bomb. However, they're still just really, really good at peeling out the backline, keeping everyone safe. And Leap of Faith from the Anduin as well is just so good at keeping the team alive. As we do see our next two bans, the Maiev and the Tyrande, both banned away. Talk to me about the Tyrande ban, because I'm not really too
Sure,
used
yeah.
to seeing that ban.
Tyrande, a specialty pick of Silver Spy, getting a lot of solid Lunar Blaze follow-up, as well as some massive healing output, frankly. Couple that with the vision tool of Sentinel on a map like Cursed Hollow, which can be so spooky to walk through the jungle, and I can understand the ban from Nexus Forces as we see Leoric and Rhaegar snatched up. I like
and
the
I mean,
Leoric into Johanna a lot.
Yep. I mean, the Entomb is just such a powerful teamfight ability as well. Junkrat and Anduin both can definitely help escape those kind of situations, at least before the level 20, but Leoric's just always a solid pick. I think there's very few games where it doesn't help the team at all. It's something that you will always get full value out of. But some pretty interesting picks on the side of Nexus Forces. The Olarak, once again, going to be locked in for Lork, and then Ragnaros for Bird. Now, I'm not sure how this offlane matchup goes in terms of the 1v1, but on a map like Cursed Hollow, it's typically just about pushing in the lanes, getting the soak, and Ragnaros with that Lava Wave is going to be able to get that value anywhere on the map and will definitely help out in the macro play.
Absolutely. I am a little concerned for Nexus Forces given the Ragnaros Junkrat Alarak backline. I don't think of Ragnaros as a frontliner, just given his low HP pool, especially into something like Deathwing and Leoric that are a little bit sturdier. So, I mean, I don't think either draft is what I would expect from a Cursed Hollow draft, but I have to give it to Team Chat Muted with the global on Falstad, the semi-global on Deathwing. I'm liking their chances a little bit more.
I think I'd probably agree with you. I mean, their team composition, it's kind of really set up to start going for the dives. They have a lot of follow-up for it as well. And that's kind of all you can really ask for, right? I mean, if they get a big Entomb, they're going to have the Molten Flame coming in from Hunter X. They're going to have a lot of burst damage coming out from the Falstad as well, though. It is going to be a frequent flyer Falstad, so going to be going more for those auto attacks rather than the burst damage. But either way, they're definitely going to be very solid once those team fights do get started.
Absolutely, and we can introduce our teams before we get going. On the left, we've got Team Chat Muted, TZ on Anubarak, Silver Spy on Rhaegar, Hunter X playing Deathwing, Dark Knight on Leoric, and Amy on Falstad.
Yeah, and over on the right side for Nexus Forces, we have Shupuff playing the Junkrat, Fitting playing the Johanna, Lark playing the Olarak, Exian gonna be playing the Anduin, and then Bird in the offlane on the Ragnaros. But now we do have both teams just kind of grouping up to the top side right now, and it looks like right now they're just kind of feeling each other out, trying to see where they can get the first push, where they can get the first priority. And right now it also seems Nexus Forces are trying to take advantage of that mid side, whereas Team Chat Muted is looking more towards that top.
It's interesting to see them splitting 4-1 like this. They were pulled to the top lane due to the Beetle push from Team Chat Muted, but Cursed Hollow not typically a map that you think of when you think of double soaking.
Yeah, Definitely not. It's a very tall map. It's a very wide map. As now we're getting a couple of hits onto Shootbuff. Shootbuff should be able to just back away, but that's still going to be a lot of damage coming in from the pair that you mentioned, TZ and Amy, just working well together, and it will force Shootbuff to have to tap, and will kind of prevent a lot of pressure there.
Excellent. Yeah, Junkrat definitely has safe wave clear, but Anubarak can close the distance from out of vision in a way that is challenging to handle as both teams pick up their siege camps. A little bit better position for Nexus Forces given the objective spawn on the top side.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really helpful for them, and they are kind of taking these camps a little bit faster, or at least they're able to get the soak a little bit faster, though, as I say that right now, the Bruiser camp only going to get started by Lark and Shootbuff, but they have good pressure everywhere except right here in the bot lane. And now TZ going to be going on a Bird, able to get the Burrow charge with the Impale follow-up, and they're just constant stuns. Bird gonna get pulled back. Leap of Faith from Exian gonna keep them alive, but that's still gonna be a lot of damage done to the walls. The gate gonna be less than half, and the cannon tower also almost entirely destroyed there, but First Blood not gonna be coming out quite yet.
That was a perfectly placed and timed leap of faith from Yoon there. I was so sure that that was a dead Ragnaros, but Yoon had their sixth sense, Spidey sense tingling, and they were in range for the cleanse.
Yep, and now potentially another trade happening here in the mid lane, but it's just going to be them trying to pressure it in with the Bruiser camp, but because they weren't really able to find too much damage early on, they're just going to try pressuring them, just delaying this clear, but now they may have tried a little bit too hard as Silver Spike gets pulled back, but again, just no damage follow-up yet as the top tribute is also getting started here by Amy. Uwufitting should be able to just use that shield glare to interrupt it, but teamfights could break open at any moment now. Both teams starting to group together as now TZ looking for it, has the Impale, but only able to find it onto Bird, and neither side's able to really get a full engage going. Right now, they're just kind of playing for position, just trying to posture, but neither one's able to really get anything out of it yet.
And Team Chat Muted was able to pick up one more wave in bot, thanks to Hunter X on the Deathwing. They get the land in now, and they've got stalls forever with this Deathwing lava pool. So it looks like they're going to send Dark Knight to try and get some extra minion waves as well as we get to the level 7 talent here.
Yep, and now the Condemn gonna be bringing them all in the middle. Uwufitting needs to try and get away. The Chastise is going to split up the fight, but because of that, Team Chat Muted's gonna be able to get the first move. They're gonna take control, but now the Ragnaros with the trade gonna be able to prevent them from capping it, and maybe they've gone a little bit too far. Dark Knight starting to get pretty low, but the heal comes out in time, and with the Wraith Walk able to get back to safety. But again, both these teams just not giving up the area. It's a back and forth, but with the amount of stall they have, they're just not able to secure it.
And it looks like Team Chat Muted are willing to give up here as they lose the Rhaegar. That's definitely going to spell the end of their contesting the top objective. Of course, in mid, Amy was able to get a little bit of push, and Dark Knight finishing off the rest of the bottom fort wall. TZ getting one more stall. Did they bite off more they can chew?
Nope, TC gonna be able to back away safely, but again, they're just buying so much time here. Even if they're not able to get it in the end, I think at this point, there we go. Nexus Forces will get the first tribute, but it's definitely worth it for them. The amount of soak that's getting missed. Amy shoving out that mid lane, and Dark Knight was shoving out the bot lane. Bird was there to catch it, but that's still the entire wall gone. And there's just not much they can really do to answer that yet. If they're able to get the next two tributes, then with the curse, they can start pushing in, but until then, definitely going to be hard.
Looks like we've got a potential gank here in top lane. There's the burrow charge in. Lork able to dodge out with the telekinesis.
Yeah, and Lork just going to be able to walk it out there. Just going to get mounted up and leave. And not too many quick stuns available after TZ goes in. And that's kind of the issue. If you have the fancy feet, you can definitely get away from that. But now TZ sees this engage, will get dismounted by Uwufitting. And again, that's going to be the top lane wall removed. And now TZ could actually look back onto Uwufitting. I don't think they'll have the damage to take down this Johanna, especially with the Iron Skin. But again, just trying to buy time and waste the time from Nexus Forces.
And
as now they're actually looking over onto the Anduin. They have the
Level
cocoon. Do they
10.
have the follow-up for it? AB getting in the spot. Will be able to land the hammerang. And now with the chastise, Dexter just trying to buy some space. And now they're turning back. Silver Spy gonna go down. Ancestral Healing not out in time. Light Bomb focused onto TC. And with the Gust, they're gonna be able to stop the rest. But that's still gonna be a 1-for-0 going the way of Nexus Forces.
An excellent engagement. Nexus Forces able to turn around what looked like a down heroic team fight with some careful positioning. Exune in a lot of trouble here. Looks like they're going to be able to escape. Amy, ooh, just barely barrel rolls out to safety.
Yeah, but now the Entomb is going to be coming out. Dark Knight looking for Exune, but not going to be able to find them. And now Lork and Shupov just trying to get some combos onto Hunter X, but this is kind of what you talked about in the draft. Their team comp, it's going to be so difficult to take down this Deathwing, this Leoric, any of these frontliners. Anubrak is probably the only frontliner that they could reasonably try and take down as they do get started on the boss.
And we don't see a reciprocal boss for Team Chat Muted, so a little bit of a slower rotation from the blue team means that Nexus Forces may have the opportunity to contest here. Gust is back off cooldown, so Amy could stop any sort of ill-advised invade, but I don't know that Team Chat Muted are going to have time to step up and contest this third tribute.
No, but they are looking for Amy. They have the Blessed Shield. They have the follow-up stun, the Condemn, and just the burst damage coming in. The full team rotating down, going to get that kill for themselves. And Shupov already on the tribute as well. So currently getting canceled, obviously, by the Deathwing up in the sky. Which is definitely going to be fun for them to deal with. But in the end, I do suspect they will be able to get this. But both teams do at least trade the boss.
And the immediate follow-up with the Sulphurous Smash from Bird, making a big difference there. We still have stalls on the objective. Bird uses the Molten Core just to stall a little bit, protect a little bit of HP on the fort, but in the end, they do trade top fort for bot.
Yeah, but it is going to be the one tribute advantage and the one extra kill if we count that pick off onto Amy in favor of Nexus Forces. Now Shupov and Bird gonna try to clear away this boss, and they didn't get too much value with the boss over in the top side. Is actually another pick off in the mid lane. I missed that, but Lork, Exune, and Fitting were able to get the pick off onto TZ as they have the Bruiser Camp shoving in. And now they could be pinging to invade onto the Bruiser Camp. I don't think they'll be able to get there in time, but maybe they'll be able to pull someone back afterwards. But unfortunately, they're just a little bit too slow for that extra pick after their initial one.
Nexus Forces are looking really practiced on the Johanna, looking for opportunities every time that Blessed Shield is off cooldown. I think it makes a lot of sense for a tank that doesn't have a lot of CC in her base kit. Really taking advantage of every time that heroic is available is the best value that they're likely to get. Pulling the trigger every time they can. We've
Yeah,
got
and with the
level
tribute spawning in 5. Oh,
13s.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, and with this objective spawning right now, Blessed Shield is back up, so this could be the time for them to go. Zuu Fitting just trying to dismount everyone in the backline. But TZ kind of separated from the team right now. Could be good for a potential flank, but speaking of flanks, Dark Knight has found the healer in the backline, but is going to use the Wraithwalk instead into the backline. They have the tank inside of the cocoon. Do they have the follow-up though? And Zuu Fitting gonna get stunned up. A lot of damage happening. And with that, they're gonna be able to take on the Johanna. And now they have Bird stuck in the Entomb, but the Gust actually brings Bird a little bit more to safety as Dark Knight again with the Wraithwalk getting onto the backline. Exune and Bird both getting attacked, kind of two-pronged attack, but Bird is going to be the one to go down. And now Shupov trying to get away, but Amy with a barrel roll is able to follow up for now. Lork is going to be there for extra pressure, but instead the Bro Charge and the Impale are going to land onto it. But with the Gravity Surge, Lork is going to be able to jump back. Sorry, not Gravity Surge, the Telekinesis. Lork will be able to get back to safety, and it's going to be 2-0. And the tribute will actually also be taken by Hunter X. So with that, they're bringing the game right back.
Absolutely. They've taken the lead on hero experience. Top lane had a lot of siege damage put onto it by the camp, so they are ahead structurally. Their minion experience far ahead of Nexus Forces, and they're starting to make back some of that hero takedown XP that they were missing in the early game. a neutral spawn on the next tribute here on the top side of the map, although Nexus Forces will have the advantage as they look to engage onto Silver Spy.
Yeah, but the engage is going to be cut short. The Gust came through, and nothing's really going to happen. They're just a trade of heroics. But both are going to be up at around the exact same time, so shouldn't affect too much. As now another engage happening over in the mid lane. They have the chastise. It lands on a TZ, and Lork was trying to go with the counter-strike, but unfortunately no one damaged Lork. So that's also going to go on cooldown. But it is a short cooldown, so we'll definitely be back up for this next tribute.
They'll have Blessed Shield back off cooldown as well. Taking out that top fort neutralizes that advantage that I had mentioned before. They no longer have that fort to retreat to with the well, although they still can Molten Core.
Yeah, they'll
So-
always be able to get a little bit of value there, but now tribute spawning, both teams trying to get set for this next team fight. Shoopov may have gone a little bit too far, and now TZ was looking for the engage, but won't find it, and the curse is gonna be coming through. Exium still trying to get away, and will get caught in the too, but Lightbomb, Exium goes forward instead. Just tries to get the stun, and now the Gust gonna bring them away, and Huntrix is just standing in the front line, able to land the stun on the Shoopov, but no other follow-up will be there. So right now, they are cursed, and the push is beginning.
And it looks like Team Chat Muted are heavily emphasizing this top keep wall, hoping that the mid fort kind of takes care of itself. TZ splitting off here, perhaps just protecting the flank. They catch Shoopuf. That
Yeah,
is
that's gonna be
a
a big
quick
takeoff.
takedown.
I mean, that's going to be a big part of their wave clear missing as well. Once you take out the Junkrat, they don't really have anyone that can do too much about it. Bird can toss out those living meteors, but that's not going to be enough on its own. You really wanted that concussion mine as well, just to kind of give more threat to the backline. They can't push as freely as they would before. But now the curse is going to end. They did get the walls in the top and bot lane, and they got the fort over in mid lane. So with three forts in their pockets, they're gonna be able to just back away, and now they're also getting started on the boss. It is still 4v5 for 3 more seconds. Junkrat gonna be spawning up now, and now they're looking for TZ. TZ actually getting taken down quite low. The Gust just trying to split it up, but the boss, it still has enough HP. TZ's gonna go down. Now Bird in the back line, gonna be able to take down Silver Spy. Dark Knight could be the next target, but it looks like Bird and Ufitting, they're pinging onto the boss. They want to finish that off, and with that gone, they could just go straight to the other boss and try and double boss into a Team Chat Muted.
I think the double boss play would be very strong here. That invade kind of going every sort of right for Nexus Forces there. TZ has been doing an excellent job on the Anubarak, stalling rotations throughout the game, but this time she bit off a little bit more than she could chew, and Team Chat Muted got a little bit split on if we're taking the fight or if we're trying to race to the end of the boss. And in the end, they lost both, which hugely costly.
Yeah, and this boss is already getting good value on the top side. Should be able to take down at least half of this top lane keep wall. And the bottom one also definitely going to go in favor of Nexus Forces. But speaking of that TZ play, I think that's just something that starts coming up once you get into higher and higher play, where you're just trying to get that little bit of an inch more, just kind of trying to cheat how far up you can go. And sometimes, like what happened with TZ, just went a little bit too far, but all the times that it succeeded, all of the little advantages that it's given before, it's still worth trying to push that limit.
I also completely understand why they went for the boss invade, the primary boss control tool of the Junkrat concussive mine was out of play. You know, he was still waiting for the respawn. So I think it made sense to go for the boss invade. Unfortunately, the execution just wasn't there. So now we've got a boss and a curse for Nexus Forces to contend with.
No, curse might not quite happen yet, but now the team fight is starting to break out at the same time. They're still being interrupted over from the Deathwing, but now they have the stun and they have the entomb as well. Now Lightbomb is not going to come out on top. Exion not able to find the angle. Lork is the one that's tanking all the damage. The fear comes out and Lork going to be the first to go out. Now Ufitting just comes out of the cocoon. Definitely going to be the next target, but Exion with the leap of faith going to keep them alive. And now Hunter X just trying to jump over top and not going to be able to find anyone else to take down. but they have to come back because, again, the boss just not really taking too much damage from the minions and will be able to clear everything away there. But now they're looking for Shoopop. Shoopop over in the mid lane is able to get saved again by Exian. And with the Rocket Ride, gonna just deal a little bit of damage to Silver Spy, as Silver Spy actually manages to dodge it and then is able to reset. But again, the curse, it's dealing a lot of damage on its own, but they're not getting too much value on the side of Nexus Forces.
Upkeep getting a little bit of damage on it.
Blessed Shield
from the
comes out.
catapult.
They find Silver Spy Dark Knight as well. And now the damage over top. Bird looking for Silver Spy, but the Wind Wall able to keep them alive. And now they're going to be able to run. Uwu Fitting still chasing down, but Amy just peeling for them. But in the meanwhile, over the bot side, TZ and Dark Knight, they're the ones that are trying to 2v4, but Dark Knight going to be in a bad spot. Hunter X comes in for the help and still surviving with the Drain Hope. As now the rest of the team's able to join. The Fear again coming out, and Bird actually going to be the first to go down. Hexen going to be the next one. They have a life bomb, but it's not able to go off. Shoopop about to come out and will be taken down immediately afterwards. It's a 3-0, and maybe even 4, as Uwu Fitting also gets dismounted. Silver Spy and Amy still chasing down. No mana left, but with Lark's help, Uwu Fitting will get away, but still a massive win for Team Chat Muted.
It was a tough position that they were in, down the curse, taking damage on top keep and bot keep, but looking for what seemed like an excellent team fight. It definitely went in their favor. It cost them a keep, so a win condition has been opened up for Nexus Forces in the top lane. That boss is available within the next minute, so if they can't finish here, which I'd be surprised if they do, they did spend pretty heavily to get those team fight
Now
wins.
Lark gonna get jumped upon the Impale as well. So many follow-up stuns. The rewind not gonna be enough. Lark still gonna be able to get away. They'll finish off the keep, but won't be able to get a kill in return.
A huge use of Last Laugh from Alarak, getting the teleport away just as TZ's CC train finished. I was so convinced that the rewind from Anubarak had sealed their fate, but Lork, slippery as ever, made it out and maintained their sadism.
Yeah, I mean, it's still sitting only at 100, so I believe it was lost over in that previous fight, but the bosses are now spawning here. And this could be the next objective for them to fight, because since it was stolen away last time, these spawns are desynced, so both teams could contest for both of these bosses.
And it looks like Team Chat Muted are none the wiser. They're not looking to contest this boss. This is a really powerful move for Nexus Forces. They get a boss basically for free here.
Yeah,
and
they
it's
can kind of...
marching straight to core.
Oh, it is going straight to core. This could be an opportunity for them to try and end the game here, especially if Team Chat Muted, they decide to try and take their own boss in about 13 seconds. It's still not even up yet. They need to come back. They need to fight this boss.
Yeah, the tribute, unimportant at this point. Both teams at 0 apiece. So the win condition is really this top boss. Nexus Forces escorting it in. Team Chat Muted far more concerned with their bruiser camp, interestingly enough.
Yeah, but the boss is here. It's going to start hitting onto the core. TZ's the only one here. Flight from Amy coming through, and they have Hunter X landing as well. Now the Wind Wall going to push Bird and Shoop up away, but the Iron Skin is still there. But now TZ jumping onto Bird as Dark Knight hitting onto the backline, and they're able to take down Bird. Exen going to get zoned away, but the boss is still hitting on the core. Amy will survive. Now the counterstrike from Lark actually buying a bit of time, but it doesn't matter. Nexus Forces, they had the boss, they had the push, and they have game number 1.
An excellent end to the game after what looked like a serious, excellent communication style from Team Chat Muted throughout the early stages of the game. An out of character misstep at the last moments means that they weren't on time to contest the boss, and they weren't on time to defend from the boss either. So a tough position to be certain.
Yeah, and I think
Standout
this is-
players for you. Anyone
Oh,
stick
I mean,
out?
I still have to give it to Hunter X. I mean, just the delay is going to be it's just the delay has definitely bought a lot of space for Team Chat Muted, but at the same time, on the side of Nexus Forces, I think Exient got so many clutch saves with that leap of faith. I mean, if we look at the healing stats, it's not that much, but about 2/3 of what Silver Spy had, but it's not the amount of healing that matters, but the impact from the healing and from the saves, and I think Exient did a great job of that.
Excellent, excellent. And a quick reminder to everyone in chat, don't forget that we are doing a sticker giveaway. It is for the NGS logo sticker and the Chibi sticker that you can buy on the NGS Etsy shop. You can type !giveaway in chat to enter, and we will be selecting the winner of that raffle at the end of this series. So be sure to get your !giveaway commands in chat. They're very fun stickers. Would recommend. And if you don't win the raffle, you can always buy one in the NGS store.
Yeah, I mean, you see me right here. This is one of the jerseys you can get. We won't be giving away any jerseys today, but just showing you how much stuff we have on the store. This has been an absolutely fantastic quality jersey. I assume everything on the store is going to be just as high, if not even better. I don't know. But with us selling that, we would also like to remind anyone here, or tell everyone here in case you don't know, but we are also going to be having a free agent combine. The registration deadline is Saturday, July 5th, and the free agent combine itself will be happening Wednesday, July 9th. So mark those days in your calendar and get set up for that.
Absolutely. The free agent combine is an excellent chance for players who don't yet have a team to show their stuff. I have had the pleasure of broadcasting, I think, the past 2 or 3, and in a similar fashion to this one-off tournament today, you have a lot of teams kind of trying to get together day of, find that initial synergy, and it's a great opportunity for any captains as well, looking to round out their roster with all of the talent showing their stuff. So be sure to tune in on July 9th to join us. And if you want to participate, once again, registration closes July 5th.
And speaking of captains as well, because may as well keep this train going, but before we do have the free agent combine, we are going to be having a captain's workshop, which I believe Hoku is going to be running. And what that is for anyone who wants to join a team, for anyone who wants to register a team, but you're a little bit nervous, you don't know what it is you'd have to do, you don't know how to do it, and that's keeping you out, we're going to be here. Hoku's going to be there. They're going to teach you all the ropes. They're going to teach you everything you need to do, and they'll walk you right through it so we can get as many teams as possible for that next season of NGS.
Absolutely. And forming a team is one of the best ways to guarantee that you're part of the league. If you have been a free agent time and time again and it hasn't quite worked out, you've tried out for teams and it hasn't connected the dots, becoming a captain, starting your own team is a great way to get involved. So I would strongly recommend anyone who's at least a little bit curious to keep their eyes peeled for the announcement for the Captain's Combine, or not Captain's Combine, Captain's Tutorial, and it's going to be an excellent opportunity for people to learn how to report their matches, how to schedule things with other teams, everything you need to know. It'll all happen at that event. Game number 2 looks like we are headed to Towers of Doom. This is going to be the first Towers game that I have the opportunity to cast. Did you guys do a Towers game in your quarterfinal?
Yep, we do have we did have a Towers of Doom match, and it was actually pretty interesting because the fights themselves were very, very close for most of the game. However, at the end of it, Nexus Forces, they were still able to always win fights right before the altar spawned. Now, obviously with one game, it's hard to tell if it just happened that way or if it was intentional, but if it was intentional, it means that they were able to kind of decide the fights. They were able to intentionally get the kills in order to get that extra damage onto the core. So this is a map they performed well on, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them play well on it again.
Awesome. Yeah, thinking about towers in particular, I think Team Chat Muted might want to adjust their draft strategy a bit. Lork on the Alarak in particular from game 1, as you mentioned before we even got into the series, standout player in my mind, and the Alarak is even more potent on this battleground, which doesn't require as much wave clear from the team, assuming you get an offlaner who is really safe and has good wave clear. If the double soak rotation is set up well for your offlaner, and they're not having to worry about things like Genji or Zeratul, that really opens up the draft for your core 4 to pick up those scarier, less wave clear intensive heroes like the Alarak, like the Thrall. So I think Team Chat Muted kind of have their work cut out for them in the draft in that regard.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what offlaners we do go this game as well. I mean, Dark Knight really likes Leoric, has played it a lot in the NGS season as well. Wouldn't be too surprised if they try to pick it up this game as well. But on the opposite side of it, Bird was playing that Ragnaros. And Ragnaros has decent wave clear for big maps, but for a map like Towers of Doom, it's all about having that double soak potential, just constantly being able to be safe and be able to move between lanes quickly. And Lava Wave is kind of the main helping point from the Ragnaros, and it's a long cooldown, so I think there would definitely be better options in the offlane for them this time around, and also get much less value out of the trade over on Towers.
It's true, yeah. The squishiness of Rag also a real liability when talking about that double soak strategy. As mentioned, if Team Chat Muted are able to pick up any sort of gank pressure hero at all, including TZ on the Anubarak, if you've got, say, a Junkrat or a Chromie down in bot lane to kind of stop any siege from Nexus forces, the rest of Team Chat Muted could sneak up to mid lane, and if we see a similarly paper-thin offlaner like the Ragnaros out of Bird, Nexus forces are going to be reeling after a few successful ganks, I would assume. So it really is going to come down to how those offlaners are contested or set up for success by their teams. Globals, once again, very important on this battleground. Dahaka, I think, chief among them, with his ability to join the bottom neutral objective fights most quickly out of anyone in the cast. But of course, Brightwing and Falstad still very strong. It just sets you up for a alternate laning arrangement, which we don't see too often, but given the high level of both of our teams, I could see this be a little bit more nuanced than your typical 1-4 split.
Yeah, and Nexus Forces, when they did play this map, they did still do the regular 1-4 split. However, when they played their first map on Braxis, they did do a 2-3 lineup with a double ranged off lane. So they're definitely not shy about it. They're definitely not super nervous about it. If they want to bring in the extra members, if they want to start messing around with kind of quote unquote the norm. I mean, I guess the best way to put it is just Storm League meta, but we are getting into the draft now, and Towers of Doom. I mean, this is going to be a fun map for sure, regardless of how they pick. And last time you were saying the Ragnaros, you're a bit worried about that, but Bird, I believe, played the Blaze, which should be a pretty solid pick for Towers.
As sturdy as they come, absolutely. We see the Brightwing ban first. We saw that game 1 as well. Brightwing's a pretty good hero. It doesn't have to use the phase shift for the global value. It's just a big heal. Polymorph's a strong button. A pretty understandable first couple of bans here. Generically strong heroes, rather map agnostic.
Yeah, and I mean, they're generically strong, but both sides can definitely play them. I mean, I think basically every single healer plays Brightwing. Joanna's probably like the main tank you have to learn when you're playing competitive. It's just super safe. It's super. It doesn't really show your draft either. It's a very blindable tank that you can take. As again, the Hog are gonna get banned away from Shoepuff. Actually managed to play 2 games on it over in the first series of the day, but did get it banned in the 3rd match. So, gonna be interesting to see what kind of draft adjustments these 2 teams are gonna make, both for the second match or for second map of the series, and also because it is going to be a different map. That's
And
different.
Maiev gets through. Yeah, Maiev gets through. That's a power pick for Amy. Team chat muted, immediately going to the comfort. And she brings solid wave clear, a secondary engage, a strong hero to grab in the first slot, assuming you've got a competent Maiev player. Which
Yeah.
Amy most certainly is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Amy is definitely gonna be confident on that, but this time the Blade's gonna get locked in by Shoepuff, so that's gonna be getting sent into the off lane, and Stitches gonna get locked in for Uwu Fitting. Was played over in the Towers of Doom match in their first map, in their first series of the day, so gonna be fun to see it locked in here again. As also the Anub'arak and the Dahaka coming in for TZ and Dark Knight. And we've talked about Dahaka. I'm sure it's impossible to cast a series and not talk about Dahaka, but very good on this map, very safe, Brush Stalker global, just super solid on towers.
Absolutely. We see the Tyrande ban once again, keeping Silver Spy off of their comfort hero there. Stitches always makes this a very challenging battleground to navigate. So many teams really want to set up in bot lane, get through the fort, hold the enemy bell tower, and never leave, right? Because of how much of the map that bottom lane controls. But Stitches really changes that math with his ability to displace you into the kill zone. So Nexus Force is definitely throwing Team Chat muted for a loop with that pick, I would think. Although the answer response with Anub'arak, rock solid, handles the Gorge very well with Cocoon. So there is a little push and pull there in the draft.
Yeah, and at the same time, I've watched TZ play many a time before, and I know if anyone knows how to use those scarabs to block the hooks, it's gonna be TZ. So I'm not gonna be too surprised to see that a little bit of a counterplay coming through later on, but the next picks have already come through. The Vala for Exian and Stukov for Burge, so they're gonna have a lot of follow-up to the Stitches Gorge, as Malfurion and Li Ming locked in for Silver Spy and Hunter X. And final pick gonna be the Alarak for Lork once again, just really enjoying that hero today. And I mean, why not? They've been playing fantastically on it.
They look great on the hero. It also brings some much needed follow-up CC for the Stitches in the core 4. Stukov brings some with weighted pustule, but having that telekinesis and Discord Strike to follow up on those Stitches hooks makes them all the more deadly, especially with no hard cleanse on the side of Team Chat muted. Malfurion unable to cleanse Stitches hook, I'm pretty sure, with Nature's Cure. So, I mean, they've got the Beetles, they've got Burrow for Dahaka, Maiev has the Vault of the Wardens. They've got a lot of tools. If Malfurion ever gets hooked, though, it's really bad news bears.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be losing your healer here, but we're in the map. We're in game number 2, Towers of Doom, between Team Chat Muted and Nexus Forces. And why don't you go ahead and introduce the team to the left?
Absolutely. On the left, we've got Team Chat Muted. TZ on Anub'arak once again. Dark Knight on Dahaka. Li Ming playing... Nope. Hunter X playing Li Ming. Silver Spy on Malfurion. And Amy, 820 on the Maiev. Looking to bring us to game 3.
Yeah, Nexus Forces looking to end the series here. It's going to be Exian over on the Vala, Shoepuff on the Blaze, Lork once again on the Alarak, Bird on the Stukov and Uwu fitting on the Stitches, who looks for the hook immediately, but not going to be able to start off the game with 100% hook. But now TZ actually going to be going in. They have the root, they have the Emerald Bind as well. Just pulling back Shubov and Uwu fitting, but they're the two frontliners. If anyone can survive, but Jet Propulsion lands onto 3X, just kind of autoing over the top, trying to stack up the crew to the Hunter. Next hook is going to land onto TZ, but with the Burrow Charge, you're going to be able to get back to safety, as both sides just going to bring their forecourt down to the bot lane. Though, as I say that, Exian, no, we'll be going to the bot lane anyway, and we're back to the usual Towers of Doom setup.
Absolutely. A few different stacking talents here at level 1. Free to the Hunter, like you called out for Exune. We've also got Vengeful Roots for Silver Spy.
Yeah, but now the next fight is going to be breaking out. They do have the stun onto Lork. Lork just trying to survive, but Amy looking for the extra DPS, not going to be able to find it, but TZ also got taken down quite low during that push. And Uwu fitting with another hook, going to land on a Silver Spy, but they're not able to get the combo with the telekinesis over top. But again, Uwu fitting landing so many of these clutch hooks already. But now HunterX gonna get started on the siege camp for the side of Team Chat Muted, and Nexus Forces gonna get started on their own.
Team Chat Muted with the Dahaka. Dahaka's here in mid. All right, so both offlaners in range for any sort of potential invade. I had started to talk about Silver Spy's level 1 talent. We did see a nerf in the most recent patch onto what had been the meta level 1 talent, Emerald Green.
But now the Emerald Bind is going to be coming through. They're going to pull back Uwu fitting, but it is still the Stitches. The Stitches actually doesn't even mind winning out on that trade. T's going to get taken down to half HP, as they should be able to clear away this siege camp on the side of Nexus Forces and push in with their own. As another hook also lands on Amy, but no follow-up is available.
That is some serious hook accuracy. Oh, excellent.
Oh, no, Easy going in, and they're going to get the first blood. They're going to take down the Vala, taking down that first Gambit off of Nexus Forces.
That is going to be their best route to success. Going on to Uwu fitting is not going to be very likely to succeed given the damage structure that Team Chat Muted have. Maiev doesn't get percentage damage until level 16, and it's not the fastest percentage damage because it is tied to the Fan of Knives. So Stitches is going to have a relatively easy time standing in front here, but if they're able to get onto Vala like that, that'll be easy teamfight wins.
Yeah, now speaking of team fights, the Ultras are available, and they're starting to trade over for that middle one. The top two have already been taken, but now the Brushstalker coming in, Dark Knight already going to be here. We'll find the drag onto the Stitches, though, as now the Silence is going to find its way onto two, and Shubov is here as well, just in the middle of everyone with that Pyroclast. And now Dark Knight could be their next target, but the hook gonna land onto Amy. Do they have the follow-up? They tried, but they just didn't have the damage quite yet. But with that Nexus Forces, they are buying enough time. Shubov lands Jet Propulsion onto two. Just looking for a potential target, but they're still not able to find it. Lork trying to channel, but the impales from TZ just getting more and more in the way. And TZ just gonna walk up to cancel it that way, as both sides have had a chance to tap and reset and could potentially be looking for the second fight.
A little bit closer to 7s for Nexus Forces, so the slow play here is in their advantage.
Open now, Silver Spy getting thrown to the backline, gonna get immediately burst down, and now without any healer, it's gonna be a difficult fight, but Bird could be getting caught out as well, but will be able to get back to safety. Jet Propulsion does land onto Amy, and Amy gonna get taken down. And with that, it's a 2-for-0. Nexus Forces should definitely be able to secure this for themselves as they head over to steal the siege camp.
Beautiful play by Nexus Forces, understanding that they were in the lead towards that next talent tier, also getting some, once again, Lork on the Alarak, a real difference maker in these team fights, finding Amy lurking on the top side with the telekinesis combo, and getting the takedown onto Maiev.
And it's getting a lot of experience over for the team right now. I mean, if we look over for the XP total, almost 600 more from heroes on the side of Nexus Forces, just with that one team fight. And now they're going to start pushing in with their double camp. TZ looking for a pick, but not going to be able to find it. But Silver Spy is going to find the hook, but no follow-up available. The entangling roots going to stop Lork from following up with the telekinesis.
You mentioned the takedown experience in favor of Nexus Forces. It's not just takedowns, though. We've got a fair bit of minion experience in their favor as well. Chalk that up to a lot more experience contribution from Blaze. So Dark Knight falling a little bit behind in the off-lane soaking race.
Yeah, but now they're on top of Lork. They have their own bull bind ready, but Lork maintaining the distance perfectly, not going to get pulled back, but Shoopuf is here, and the hook once again lands onto Silver Spy, who has a hook with the magnet, and the metal is being held by Silver Spy because every single one is landing right now, and it's 3-1 the kill score right now in this game number 2.
Fitting's hook accuracy on Malfurion specifically is truly uncanny. I called it out at the beginning of the series. He's the only one who doesn't have a I can dodge this
The altars have risen.
button. And so Fitting keeps the hooks coming, landing true, finding the best target for the team.
Yeah, but now Dark Knight gonna get pushed off this point. They already got the altar over in the bottom, so it's just gonna be that middle one still available for them. And with that, it looks like they're just gonna be able to bully them out with those level 10s, with those heroics, as again, Amy just gonna be able to jump over the hook and will be back to safety. But the score is 36-24, and Nexus Forces, they have themselves a very solid lead.
It is worth noting that both teams have achieved heroics at this point, so Team Chat Muted weathered the storm there. They were able to stay safe, but even out the talent tier, and now with Dahaka a little bit closer than Blaze, looks like they're setting up for a potential 5v4 on bot
Cocoon
side.
gonna come on to Fitting, but Dark Knight not able to land the drag. And now they're gonna have the impale. They're looking for Fitting as well. And now they're having the extra healing over top. Containment Disc just trying to keep Shoopuf away, but it's only gonna buy a little bit of time. And now they can go right back. Silver Spy gonna get hit by the jet propulsion, but no one else is there to follow quite yet. Exit getting zoned away by Dark Knight, but Shoopuf and Fitting, they're still following forward. Let's look for the hook. It's gonna be coming out soon, but the Emerald Bind actually gonna put the Stitches even further behind. The Gorge just gonna be there onto Amy. Jet Propulsion lands on it in the meanwhile, and Amy's stuck in the middle, but Fitting is the one that's starting to get low. Dark Knight gets the drag. Oh, unfortunately, it is gonna be on that Sapper minion. But with that, the health bar is definitely favoring Nexus Forces, as they will once again be able to steal away the Sapper camp.
And that's a perfect example of what we were talking about earlier. Team Chat Muted looked for the takedown onto the front line from Nexus Forces, and their composition just isn't built to take down those beefy health bars of Blaze, of Stitches. And so Nexus Forces were able just to kind of run Team Chat over to their side of the battleground.
Yeah, but now we're getting set up for this next fight. Even talent here, level 12 to level 11. Containment Disc is going to land onto Fitting. Amy finds the Umbral Bind and the drag onto Bird. Bird is so far in the backline, but no one's able to follow up. Counter-strike from Lord, going to keep them alive and also get a good chunk of damage. And instead, it's going to be Dark Knight the first to fall. Now, the Tranquility is still keeping everyone else alive, but again, Nexus Forces just able to come out on top in these fights. And now they're starting to chase down the rest, but they'll still be able to get the altar. They're going to get another 4 damage onto the core as they're left to half HP Teasy. Going to get hooked back, but not the easiest target to follow.
Absolutely. And these team fights are extraordinarily hectic, but Nexus Forces seem to thrive in the chaos. Lork, in particular, looked like I was certain that Alarak was going to die, as Nexus Forces round level 13. This is an important talent tier for them, especially because of the fishing hook extension for Fitting. Extending their threat range, Silver Spy is going to have to be even more cautious now that Fitting can look from further away.
Yeah, and they do have the Sapper Camp pushing in and looking for that extra little bit, but not going to be able to find it quite yet. So this Sapper Camp not going to get too much value, but again, they're just getting so much experience from those mercenaries. 570 to 90 that Team Chat Muted has gotten. and that's just gonna help them push forward. Level 14 now is available on Hunter X. We're gonna get hooked back with a containment disc. Is gonna be there, just gonna buy a little bit of time, but Shoopuf is in the backline. Jet Propulsion gonna go wide, as now they're looking to get set up. Hunter X gonna get hit with the Rain of Vengeance, trying to teleport away to safety, and is currently still alive. Shoopuf trying to jump onto the backline, but isn't able to. The hook gonna find Silver Spy instead, and Silver Spy gonna get forced down. Now Lork does get hit by the Cocoon, but it's still a 1-for-0 in favor of Nexus Forces as they're looking for more. Hunter X gonna get pulled back again, and look at the Discord strike from Lork. 128 stacks on Sadism, and this Alarak is really starting to deal damage.
Of course, that heavy commitment to the bot side means that Dark Knight is able to steal away the right side altar. Will they pay with their life?
Now, Dahaka never dies. That's the rule I've always learned. You never commentate on a Dahaka's desk because they'll be able to just back away. But now TZ actually bro charging a little bit in, trying to regain that angle over in the mid lane. Pretty interesting positioning, but now could be getting set up for the next fight. They aren't an even talent here. This could be an opportunity, but Exian just going to be able to lock that in, and that's going to be 32-16 now on the course.
They're behind on core HP, they're behind on experience. Team Chat Muted have an uphill battle, but they are on an even talent tier. I'd love to see them get aggressive if possible and look for a pick onto Exune. It's the only takedown they've been able to secure here. 1-6 in favor of Nexus Forces. So if they're able to get a coordinated dive onto Exune, Bird, or Lork, that's their best opportunity to try and get a takedown and even up this experience. But it looks like 16's here for Nexus Forces, and the window has closed.
Yeah, and it's going to be dangerous too, because that's going to be the Mana Core coming out from Exian. That's going to be a lot more damage, especially onto this Dahaka, onto Dark Knight. So this is just going to be a lot more danger, a lot more value coming out from Nexus Forces. And they're not the ones that need to force fights. They have so much core health to play with. Team Chat Muted, they're definitely going to have to start playing more aggressively, especially with this being a triple altar spawn coming up next.
So triple altars, neutral all the way on the bottom side of the map. I'd be surprised to see Team Chat Muted go for the contest, given how far down they are in experience.
But
and
they
there's
do
the
land
Gorge.
the hook. They have the Gorge as well onto Amy. They have the Jet Propulsion and all the stuns, but Amy able to jump away. And now they have Lork caught inside the Cocoon, but Shoopuf still trying to play forward. Tranquility gonna get burned as well. But again, the Silver Spy hook gonna land. TZ's already gone down, but Silver Spy gonna be able to walk it out. And look at the damage already done to this bell tower just as the altars spawn. Now it's gonna be still 4 points going for Dark Knight, and might even try to get the second one. I don't know if Shoopuf's even gonna make it in time, but Dark Knight gonna be in position for it. If they get this might even be okay, but Shoopuf going to prevent it. So it's gonna be 4-4 in damage for now, as the third altar is still gonna be contested.
With how soon we've got Amy or TZ's respawn coming in, I'm surprised that Team Chat Muted aren't putting up more of a defense on this bell tower. Dark Knight continuing to steal away the right side altar, but it isn't stopping Nexus Forces from getting 2 channels nonetheless. Down to 8 core HP. Team Chat Muted definitely on the back foot, to say the least.
Yeah, this is going to be a very dangerous spot from them from now on, as TZ going to block the hook with one of those Scarabs. And that's why you do like to see the Anubarak in this matchup. Just makes the hooks a lot safer. But now the Impale gonna land on it too. Fitting looking forward and actually taking a decent amount of damage. Arcane Orb just barely gonna get touched. The hook lands onto Amy. Now they have the Gorge, they have the Cocoon as well. But now the Bro Charge gonna land onto the Counter Strike. Not gonna end up dealing any damage at all. But Shoopuf still in the middle of everyone. Tranquility popping, trying to keep everyone alive. But neither side's really getting taken down yet. Dark Knight gonna get hooked through the backline, but you're okay with that. But the first target that's gonna go down is Amy. And now they're looking for Silver Spy over in the backline. TZ in the front as well, gonna get absolutely burst down. It's a 2-for-0 as the third hook is not gonna land, but another win for Nexus Forces as they're winning 9-1 in terms of kills.
Puff on Blaze is immortal in Team Chat Muted's backline. With their armor on the jet propulsion at level 16, thermal protection giving them cooldown reduction and armor, it means that they can just sit back there, harass the Li Ming and the Malfurion, and it kind of leaves TZ and Amy on an island in the front line for Lork to eat well.
That's an interesting interaction. Got the meat hook and the massive shove coming out at the exact same time. But that's going to be 4 damage onto the core. And now Silver Spy's trying to get the final altar. Going to get interrupted. And now TZ going forward. Tries to get the stun onto Lark. Dark Knight gets the drag onto Bird. Could be a good target, but just no one there to follow up. Isolation going to get thrown out as well. And Team Chat Muted, this is a big moment for them. They have to win this fight. Otherwise, they do lose the game. But now Fitting gonna pull Dark Knight behind the fight as TZ goes forward as well. But look at the damage in the backline. Silver Spy and Hunter X barely able to get away. The Tranquility healing just enough. Because now Shubov just bravely standing alone in the middle of everyone. Umbral Bind gonna try and get used, but it doesn't matter because the bunker is still available. Shubov is starting to get low though. Amy really bringing out the damage. Now the drag not gonna land, but now Lark is gonna get hit up. Already down at half HP. The Umbral Bind not gonna be able to pull them back, but the kill's gonna come through. Massive shove from Bird to prevent any further follow. But Shubov is channeling. If Shubov gets it, they win the game. But right now, Dark Knight's in the backline, but will get finished off. As TZ and Amy just trying to deal with the front line. Bird starting to get pretty low and will get taken down. This is a massive win for them and make that 2 more kills. They take down Fitting. Containment disc is there as well. Do they have the follow-up? TZ getting ready. Will be able to land the stun on it too. They have the impale. They're able to take down Shuba. They're able to take down Exune. It's a 5-for-1. Team Chat Muted. They needed to win the fight, but they did that and then some.
Absolutely. They managed to channel the potentially ultimate altar, saving their core HP at 4. They wipe all of Nexus forces, giving them a massive comeback experience boost. Now we're neck and neck towards our Storm talents, and this Heap Lip, it's the only map that still offers chunk XP on buildings, so that could be enough to bring them all the way to the Storm talent tier. They've still got an off-road battle ahead of them. 24 core HP for Nexus forces is a lot to get through, but Team Chat Muted definitely are on the path that they need to get these core points whittled away and make the comeback on everyone's favorite comeback battleground.
Yeah, and what's important is because they landed, or they got this bottom bell tower, this means that 1 altar is not enough to win the game anymore for Nexus forces. Unless they're able to retake it. So that does give a little bit more safety. The boss is still going to be off the map for 2.5 minutes. But again, the Silver Spy hook gonna be able to land. Massive shove to prevent it, and that should be a kill. Silver Spy just gonna go down immediately. Containment disc is on the way as well as Dark Knight gets forced into the backline. Will get taken down and say 2-for-0 as the 2 altars are spawning once again. Now Exune has the extra range, trying to chase down, but Exune actually vaults forward. Raid of Vengeance is there, but Amy able to get the kill back. Now how much more can they get? They don't have a healer, but they have Bird stuck inside of the cocoon. If they're able to get right back onto it, TZ could look for the play. Amy is nearby, but Shubov just trying to zone them away as Fitting trying to get onto the altar as well, but Amy going to prevent it for now, but the hook is going to land, and Amy with the silence, with the lurking arm, will be going down. So Bird should be able to get this bot side as TZ's trying to prevent it. But now TZ going to be in a bad spot and will be able to get the massive shove into the wall. But the Burrow Charge buying a little bit of time. The hook going to land onto the Scarab. And TZ just buying so much time, but I still don't think it's going to be enough. TZ will go down. That will be another 3 damage onto the core. And if Lark is able to finish this off, Hunter X is the only one that can stop it right now. And with the hook, it's not going to happen. Hunter X going to go down. And we have 3 more hits on the core. And Nexus forces win 2-0.
Wow. Nexus forces, Fitting in particular, putting on a masterclass here on Towers of Doom. We called it out at the beginning of the game that every hook needed to find Malfurion, and that's what happened. I would have never imagined in any universe that a Stitches could hit hooks with that level of accuracy. But man, it was huge, especially at the end there. Finding Malfurion right before the double altar spawns, getting them into the kill zone, taking out all of the sustain that Team Chat Muted could have had for that final team fight. Yeah, man, this was a big Stitches diff in my mind.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just the nature of that hero. If you're able to land the hooks, you basically win the games. And if you're not able to land the hooks, you just kind of are worse than the other tanks. But this time around, ooh, fitting, landing him non-stop on the Malfurion. But one thing I want to point out, though, is kind of the difficulty of being the Malfurion here, because they were positioned fine behind their team members, but as soon as the hook comes out, Dahaka Bros underground, leaving teleports away, Maiv jumps up into the air, and Nubarak is the only one that they can safely stand behind, so it's just gonna be pulling the Malfurion every single time. They were in a safe spot until everyone else jumps out of the way, and I think that's what makes the positioning so difficult for Silver Spy.
Absolutely. It was a tough Malfurion game, no doubt. Taking a look at our talent builds, it was a full auto attack build for Exune on the Vala, even going tempered by discipline at level 13 for the auto attack heal. Everything else looking pretty standard in my mind. I never know Alarak builds, but I do know that you shouldn't let Lork get Alarak based on these past 2 games.
And based off our first series as well, but we were talking about the giveaway. We've given everyone a chance to do the exclamation mark giveaway, and I believe it is about time we do the role itself. So everyone else, try to get it in right now, because I believe Raka is gonna be setting that through soon. Let us find out who's gonna be winning those stickers. So once that's coming through, and it is going to be Simply Teal. Congratulations on winning the giveaway, and I hope you enjoy your prizes. I'm sure someone will be reaching out for you from the NGS team. I'm not entirely sure who, but keep an eye out on it, because you're definitely going to be the winner today.
You're looking for Snarfungus. So if Snarfungus doesn't reach out to you, Simply Teal, you can DM them wherever you might find them. They've been active here in Twitch chat. They're also in the NGS Discord. So be sure to DM Snarfungus so that she can get your details and send the stickers your way. There you go. Like the good woman says here, DM her on Discord right there in chat. That's going to do it for me this evening. We've got our grand finals coming up. Nexus Forces taking on... Who was the other winner now? I can't recall. Diamond Hands Bob, not the player, but the team. So Diamond Hands Bob against Nexus Forces is coming up here shortly. You'll get to hear more of the excellent broadcast talents of TokiB. This is the last one for me, but you get to have Limebus back, everyone's favorite Kiwi. So thank you very much, Toki, for hosting with me. A big pleasure. Happy to do it. And catch you around the Nexus.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a brilliant cast. I believe this was our first time working together, so this was a ton of fun. Hopefully we can do it again.
Absolutely. I would love that.
Yep. Well, with that, it's time for us to go over to a quick break as we get set up for the best of 5 grand finals. So don't go anywhere. Myself and the Limebus will be right back with you shortly.
G'day everyone. I'm back. I have far more energy than I did this morning because funnily enough, it's been 4 hours and now it's a reasonable time, the middle of the day, as opposed to 6, 7 a.m. And I have Toki B with me. How have you been finding today so far? How's it gone for you getting to this point?
I mean, today's games have been a ton of fun. I mean, I've been having an absolute blast today. Like, I think that's the best way to put it. These games have been super close. And like I mentioned, I think twice now, with these two teams, with this being a pickup tournament where every player just kind of gets matched into a team, it's pretty common where it's just super one-sided matches. The fights aren't close at all, but every single game I've cast so far has been back and forth. Even if the scores haven't always appeared that way, the games themselves have always been close. So I've been having a great time so far, and I'm really looking forward to this final game between DH Bob and Nexus Forces.
Yeah, because how much did you see of the DH Bob side of a bracket?
I've seen their semifinal, part of it anyway. That's the only part I saw, unfortunately.
Yeah, because it happens, because I think you stepped away to get lunch. So yeah, in general, their sets have been super competitive. The first one, it was a little bit of a blowout. The second one, they did actually drop a map, but then did reverse sweep, and some pretty competitive and compelling matches. And now we're hitting the final portion where, well, we'll have to see how this goes. And to my understanding, Nexus Forces hasn't dropped a map, if I'm correct.
No, we did go over to a best of 3 in the quarterfinals. So
Okay.
They did lose a map at the start of the day. Their first game, actually, of the day was their only loss so far.
Warm-up
And
game.
that was on Braxis, so we'll see how it goes with
Little
that.
warm-up game. Well, unfortunately, we're not
exactly.
doing Braxis for them. We are actually going to be immediately returning to Towers of Doom. So, didn't do great. Did very good there last time. We'll have to see how it goes. There's not going to be quite the same heroes. DH Bob has been preferring that kind of double support strategy when it can come in, the hyper carry strategy, so it'll be interesting to see where we go with that.
Yeah, exactly. And before we do get into it, I would just like to give a quick shout out. We are doing another giveaway, this time for the grand finals. I believe it's available now. If it's not, let me know in the chat, but !birthday to join that in right now. So I want to see as many !birthdays in the chat as possible. Let's get this going. And this is a bigger giveaway. I believe it is all the middle items over in the store. So anything up to the, anything not including the jersey. So definitely be sure to head into that.
Yep, you got it in one there. You're exactly correct on what that is. So, I'm looking forward to this. And as a general reminder as well, we don't need to do it every time. The Free Agent Combine will be coming up. I'm doing a bad job of this because I can't remember the dates. Can you?
Yes, I believe it was July 5th is the date for registration. And then, yeah, Saturday, July 5th at 11:59 Pacific time. And then the Combine itself will be happening on Wednesday, July 9th from 4 till 9 p.m. Pacific or 7 till midnight Eastern. So definitely be sure to sign up if you need to find a game or if you need to find a team, you don't have one for the next season, but you want to play. This is one of your best opportunities to do it.
And also
like I
perfect
mentioned-
if you're needing to find another player as well, you're looking to something to fill out that roster, it's a good one to keep an eye on. And they always do need people sometimes to sub in, so you can put your name down to have a look at it as well. And yeah, it's always fun time. Unfortunately, I can't ever cast it, so you have to catch people like Toki B who do a wonderful job of that.
Yeah, I'll almost definitely be casting it. Let's see how...
There it is.
I mean, that's just what I do. It's what I do. You know, I love casting these games. This is definitely my favorite hobby. But, yeah, we'll have to see how these series are going to go. But right now, I believe we're almost ready to get into the match.
Yeah, I
so
believe
we should be getting started soon. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so both of us are ready. Both the teams are ready. So we're about to head into the first game of this best of 5 grand final between DH Bob and Nexus Forces, as now here we are heading into the draft. So this is where things are definitely going to start getting a bit spicy, going to get a little bit fun. But my question to you, do you think they're going to give Lark
The Alarak?
The Alarak. I don't know why his.
I saw just the moment of, you're doing what I do. Yeah, I think, of this map in particular, I think it's something you do need to get rid of. Anything where you are going to be fighting more and you're not necessarily needing to rotate, you need to get rid of any scary melee assassins, such as Maier. That is one of the scarier ones for things such as this. But they didn't pick it last time, but I guess it was first picked by muted team chat, or team chat muted, sorry. So it does kind of balance out. But relatively standard array of bans so far. There's nothing too surprising at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's going to be that Hogger banned away from Shootbuff. Played it extremely well in the first series of the day. I've seen them played in their NGS Heroic matches. I mean, they're number 3 right now on the North American leaderboard as well, and I believe Hogger is their main, but the Sergeant Hammer ban, now that's a
They
little
did
bit
their research. Good. Sergeant Hammer was broken out on Garden of Terror in the final match of the first bracket semis, of the first semis. And Stitch is actually being taken before Uwu Fitting can.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how great Uwu Fitting was able to play that over literally in our last match. But, I mean, McGiblets, I'm sure, can play this just as well.
McGiblets
and
hits folks a lot, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of that double whammy there, where not only do they get to lock it in, they get to prevent it from Nexus Forces. And now the Anubrak, once again, is going to be picked as the counter, except instead of TZ piloting it, it's going to be Uwu Fitting countering their own hero this time around.
I love we're just reversing it. It's great fun for that. So hopefully Uwu Fitting is good as good as TZ was with the Beatles to see if they can eat the hooks. And funny enough, we see Blaze going over the other side as well this time, so we're almost mirroring. But this time we have a Hanzo this time around in the damage slot.
Yeah, Nexus Forces, they want to show that they can win either side of that draft that they played previously, and they're getting set for it, though. The Hanzo's definitely going to change things up a little bit. Most likely it's going to be the Dragon Arrow, which is going to give a pretty easy engage for DH Bob, but even if it isn't, if they go for the Dragon Strike instead, which I have seen with the Stitches before, just kind of used more as a zoning tool, just to guarantee that whoever they hook, whoever they gorge, is gonna go down.
I mean, if you don't do it, if you don't follow up on it, that is just a failure of the comp at that point. You need to be able to follow up on that. Hanzo doesn't always lead to that being the best. You need them to be near walls, and Leoric is a pretty good way to stop that. Tychus is a really good deterrent for Stitches and Blaze as well. And now that we don't have things such as Anduin on the field, that does indicate that Leoric is going to be a lot harder to deal with this time around, in this instance.
Yeah, and once that level 20 comes online as well, Leoric is going to be an absolute monster in these teamfights. And like you rightly said, without Anduin, there's no real easy way to save whoever gets caught by it, unless you're just able to have more than enough crowd control to get rid of it. But now we're going to have our next 2 picks coming in, the Tyrande for Turtwig and the Falstad for Mundane Zebra. Now, that global is going to help out quite a bit. Could potentially look for pickoffs on the offlane, maybe try and keep Bird out of this game that way. But, I mean, it's still going to be a pretty interesting draft.
And lost the
Alarak still going to get picked for Lark. Let's see if DH Bob have an answer to it, because so far no one else has.
Yeah, no, we did see last time around when Bob was playing this map, they did have Falstad interrupting rotation of the offlaner and actually harassing them. Fortunately, Leoric can get out of it a bit easier than the Zul we did see last time. Zul, if he gets ganked, so be it. And Raka, thank you for telling people that, because I was about to remind, the giveaway isn't exclamation mark giveaway at this point, it's exclamation mark birthday. So make sure that you are doing that if you are wanting to enter instead.
Yeah, it's important because we are here celebrating Heroes of the Storm 10-year birthday. I mean, they're getting ready to go over to those intermediate classes in primary school, and I mean, that's where stuff really gets exciting. But either way, we are here. Map number 1, Towers of Doom between DH Bob and Nexus Forces. Now on the left side, we have DH Bob. The team, not the player. And Mundane Zebra going to be piloting the Falstad. Peldor are going to be on the Blaze. DH McGiblet's going to be on the Stitches. Turtwig piloting the Tyrande. And Computex on the Hanzo.
And on the other side of things, in Nexus Forces, we are going to see Bird on the Leoric. Shoepuff is going to be a bit Tychus. Uwu fitting a Nubrak. Lork, once again, for some reason, gets to play Alarak. God knows why. And Ixion rounding things out on the Brightwing. Is Al going to find its mark? That's a big Al hit. That's not a good start for Nexus Forces.
Yeah, they may as well just start planning their mentals for the next game. I mean, once you get a deficit like that, it's just impossible to come back, but may as well play it out. You never know.
We'll
maybe
see what
the comeback
happens. Maybe
is
it works.
possible. Yeah, exactly. But now it looks like the first play is actually going to be there for DH Bob. They kind of managed to get control of the mid lane. And because of that, they could try to look to zone them away as DH McGiblet's going to get jumped on. Uwu fitting going forward. And with the phase shift will be quite healthy. But either way, both sides should be able to come back down to the bot lane. As again, DH McGiblet's just trying to get in the way.
He does
and
not
zone
want them down
off
there.
the zone.
He's like, no, stay there. You're not coming down to this lane. It's our lane. But no, it is going to be a lot of stacking, by the way, going on. We do see actually Tyrande is stacking Lunar Flare, so we are wanting to follow up on the Stitches hooks that come out. Hanzo Scatter. They'll start actually leaning into the AA build, so we're looking at the percent damage for Uwu fitting for the Bird. Not the Bird, Leoric. There we go. It's probably one of the worst ways to put that one, but...
Yeah, I mean, the important thing is everyone understood what you mean, and that's half our job as the casters. But what is interesting to me is Mundane Zebra, like you said, with the auto attack build, kind of just playing in the top and mid lane. Now Peldor actually going to get jumped upon, gets pulled back, and that's going to be first blood going over to Nexus Forces. And now DH McGiblets is getting run down a little bit by Shootbuff, but again with the Lunar Flare, not going to be able to follow it up. A couple stacks are starting to go over, but...
Yeah, Uwu fitting showing they can absolutely do the other side of that comp as well. So this will be very interesting to see how we get into the mid to late game. Because obviously Stitches isn't quite the same hero as when we do see him late game. Uwu fitting could have fooled you otherwise because he was hitting hooks left, right, and center. McGiblets is having a little bit harder of a time at the moment, especially because there are things such as Tychus he needs to be aware of. And he pulled a separate into tower range.
Yeah, just to DPS it down quicker, you know, but the other ones are still going to be able to land, and that's still going to be a decent chunk of damage landing onto the wall. They're going to take down most of it. Now Uwu fitting, even trying to zone away McGiblets, but Peldor coming in from the side, looking for the angle, but not the hook's not going to land, and Jet Propulsion not going to come out for the follow-up.
So we've committed to Felstar just stopping Leoric from doing anything. I think that's a play. But then we've got such a weak bottom lane that it's going to make it a lot harder for DH Bob to really defend against it, because now we get to see Shoepuff stepping up. They know it's just 3v4. They do have that room where they can get in there and be relatively safe. I say we've seen Uwu fitting just losing about half their health in that moment.
Yeah, gonna be taking a lot of poke from Computex as the hook. Again, almost lands on Exon, but not gonna be able to land it in the end. But I kind of like that they're setting the Faucet over that way, because it's going to really really scale up their damage for a later game. But now the Ultra Fight's starting to come out. It's still 3v4 here in the bot lane. Jet Propulsion not going to land from Peldor. But in the meanwhile, Bird managed to get the one at the top right. Shoopuf trying to get the one in the top left, but Mundane Zebra gonna get in the way, but it is 2v1 over on that side. But now back into the forecourt, it is gonna be McGiblets just trying to zone away Exion, and Exion starting to get a little bit low, but the Discord Stride from Lord gonna prevent any kind of extra follow-up, and it is gonna be at least 8 damage hitting onto DH Bob. But they, at the very least, Turtwig will be able to secure 4 damage going the other way, so it is going to be 36 to 32. Slight advantage next Forces.
Slight advantage, but it is still early game Towers of Doom. It's not that big of a grand scheme of things until the game's over. In this map of all maps, it's one of those ones where you're like, I'm not that fussed, in all honesty. Especially because we are still even talent tiers. We are actually leaning into full AA Tyrande, which is interesting. I'll have to see how that continues to go. We have to see how that continues to go as time goes along. So yeah,
but both...
Go on.
Yeah, but both sides are going to be able to take their sapper camps. Now, last time they were able to crash a little bit on the side of Nexus Forces, but we'll see if they're able to do it this time. As the hook almost timed perfectly with the Burrow card. That could have been so dangerous, but... a little bit of luck from both sides there. One for hitting the hook, the other for being able to still be unstoppable. Shoopuf just going straight through McGiblets. And McGiblets starting to get quite low. Is on stop. Shoopuf just dashing in forward. but the damage just still isn't there. Shoopuf also gets taken out quite low from Computex, but the Phase Shift going to keep them alive.
The thing I'm seeing right now is McGiblets has so many of these lines correct when it comes to the Stitches hooks, it just doesn't quite have that range yet. Each of these hooks are falling a little bit short if they're not quite getting there. Ignoring the Anub'arak was still unstoppable that one time. So if we... This could be a scarier late game, as I was saying before. It really is just Bob kind of needs to play for 13s, because once again, Lork is barely out of range.
Yeah, and their late game is going to get quite scary. Mundane Zebra already at 14 stacks.
Grenade stops Peldor for charging out. We see Lork pulling back in. Nice burrow charge by Uwu fitting. Peldor's stuck at the gates, but Shoopuf has no grenade anymore, so Peldor gets to leave on 200 health.
Yeah, and with that, they're going to look for the counterplay here. DH McGibbon still trying to step forward, and the scatter shot dealing a little bit of damage, but Uwu fitting is going to go forward, gets the impale onto the healer, but again, just nothing to follow up yet. They got the first altar on the side of Nexus Forces, but it looks like DH Bob will be able to secure their own. So it's just going to be a clean 4-for-4 trade here over for this next set of altars.
If this is the start how this game is going, I think it's going to be a very good series. Ooh, Computex is forced to use jump. Alarak actually doesn't have him in range, and Computex isn't able to get out because range is found, and Lork does pull him in to get the final blow on that kill. Meaning 10's just barely first.
Yeah, and that grenade from Shoopuf really working out well there. Just pulling them just far back enough that Lork can get that telekinesis. And again, the sadism stacks, they're going up. It's 112 now, and we saw how strong Lork can be once that gets fully stacked up. We'll be able to bring out a ton of burst damage later on in the game, but now they're looking for this bottom bell tower, and there's just no one here to defend. Now Peldor coming in from the side. They're stunned under the turret, but it's not going to be able to find too much else. And now they have the Starfall falling. The counterstrike from Lork not going to be able to land on anyone else, but Shoopuf gets Gorsh into the backline, throws out the Draken laser drill, but it's still going to go down.
And Zebra's running down Lork. All the way in the back.
And they are. Now Mundane Zebra is still looking there. The autos are already starting to hurt, but not able to find too much. Peldor tries to charge in with the jet propulsion, but not able to find that extra stun. And it is going to just be the 1-for-0 in favor of DH Bob, but now they can look to steal away the Sapper Camp.
Unfortunately, Zebra did use Gust there. He did try to Gust the team back into his own, but they weren't quite close enough. So now we've got to keep in mind there is going to be no Gust for this upcoming fight. Double Ultra Phase bottom. So we did see a lot of heroics used there for DH Bob as a thing, for a time where altars weren't called up. Now we're getting to the altars. Nexus Forces will have ult advantage. We do see Entomb, we do see Counter-Strike. It is going to be a little bit in their favor, so we see potentially they'll consider just doing only one, but no, we are going to spread across both areas.
Yeah, always fun to try doing this with the Cavs, but Shoopuf will be able to get the bottom four, but now the teamfight could still be coming out here. Lunar Flare does land, and now Uwu fitting, gonna get the cocoon. And now they could try to look back, but Peldor will be safe. Bird now taking a lot of damage. Mundane Zebra just really bringing out the DPS there. And now the Dragon Arrow coming out will land on a Shoopuf once again. Now the Bro Charge will cancel the follow-up, but the Starfall dealing so much damage to the backline. Counter-strike from Lork. Jet Propulsion will land. Just a couple more autos are needed, but the Blink Heal is not going to be enough. And the Sappers are also going to land at the same time just to add to the chaos.
Meanwhile, Uwu fitting was in backline.
Gonna get hit by the Jet Propulsion, gonna get hit by the Lunar Flare, and the Twin Stream able to find Exian. It's gonna be a 3-for-0. They will be able to secure this other altar, and they might even be able to take down this bottom bell tower.
It looks like they're just committing to the altar first. They're doing it before the bell tower. And while Peldor hasn't quite found the charges so far this game, he hit the one that mattered that led to that double kill in the end. Speaking of which, Turtwig hitting a stun here. Shoopuf, I would not be as so brave to stay up here this whole time, considering that fort is just a moment away. We see drill popped, we see fort flipped, and now Shoopuf is going to be in an awkward spot where I think they've realized that it may be their life going down. And yep, Hook finds the kill, as that is a good kill onto Tychus. Unfortunately, Tychus just staying around a little bit too long. Unfortunately, just one guy with a gun is not the biggest deterrent when you're running down by 3 others.
Yeah, I wish someone had faith in me like Shoopuf has in that Draken laser drill, but either way, we'll still be going down there. Computex looking for the hook, almost lands on the Lork. But now the bell tower is back online, except now in favor of DH Bob. So this is going to be something that Nexus Forces, they need to try and retake, but it's going to be difficult for them. They don't actually have a lot of push power, especially since they didn't go Commandeer Odin. They went with a Draken laser drill. So these pushes are going to be a lot harder for them, and they're also losing out on the top
It's,
side. at
it's
the same
also
time.
being made awkward because we got a 1-1 free split from DH Bob, which is incredibly unusual for this map in particular. So we have Falstad top, Blaze mid. We're forcing the damage to split up. And it's actually doing a lot to deter them from actually doing anything. Because we've only just seen that bottom keep top touched now. And Falstad has flight to come back down, so he can keep Bird up here for a while, or he can commit to getting this top forward. It is a hard one to say. And that is insta-gorge onto the Anubrak, and Anubrak does not have his escape up. He used it to go in. That's a kill before Brightwing could even land.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a good thing that Phase Shift didn't land, because Exian would have been in a whole heap of trouble if it did, but already level and a half lead now for DH Bob. They're gonna take away the Sapper Camp. They're gonna get the 5 damage from this altar as well. So now they're gonna take the 1 HP lead for this game, but now Shupov trying to make a play over on the top side, looking for Mundane Zebra, but the Gust is gonna come through, but Bird is still here, holding on to that barrel roll, but I will be able to use it now. The Entomb is still available if they want it, but
sit
how
back
much do they
towards
want
Bird.
Mundane Zebra? There it is. And now they're going to be coming through.
Is
They're
Shu
dealing
going
a little
down?
But Shupov
Shu goes
gonna
down.
get traded back.
That's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate if you're Shu there. That's like the last thing you want. Counter-Strike Moe comes out from Lork. We see Computex is going to shoot through, and it is going to be not really much happening. A lot of buttons being pushed. Not much really finding purchase so far. Ixion doing pretty well to keep Fuwu Fitting and Lork healthy in this situation.
Yeah, and I think that play did start by a hook landing onto Lork by DH McGiblet. And again, that's just making it even harder for them to deal us any damage at all to this bell tower. 0 has been dealt since the spawn. Dragon Arrow over top, not gonna land, but Uwafin gonna get hooked back, but with a bro charge, gonna be able to get back to safety. But now they're still looking to press forward. They have the combo from Lark onto McGiblet. As now the Gorge is going to land onto Lork, but Bird is here. They're able to zone away Turnwing, but the bell tower is still in range, and Bird starting to get taken out pretty low. Will be the first to go down, but Turnwing will follow Counter-Strike onto McGiblet's Dragon Laser Drill, finally getting the value that Shupov has been looking for. And it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Nexus Forces, as now they're going to start looking to take down this bottom bell tower.
Oh, and now
but
Shupov's
Mundane
awkward spot.
Onto Shupov. Gonna be dashing in forward, but with a heal from Exian, will be okay.
And that's the thing, even with these 2 kills that went down bottom, they have barely done a third of that bottom fort. That's still, even with the laser drill there, they haven't done as much as they wanted to with this. And that's really just showing how little siege that they have on this side of things. And Bunker was dropped here.
Yeah, might be using just to buy some time, but Uwafitting is here. Going to keep Mundane Zebra off of this as well. There's a little bit of a jump at the bottom as managed to get the tail end of that, but Computex is going to be the one to go down. Lork's going to get the top right as Uwafitting still looking for the top left. If they're able to get this back, at least they'll have time to get back into the game. But now they're going forward. Uwafitting is in the middle of everyone. They have the cocoon onto McGiblet, but McGiblet is going to be back into the fray now. Has the Gorge, and
He
with
unstopped
the
the
Gust, going to
silence.
prevent the follow-up. But Uwafitting will be able to get the stun, but Mundane Zebra will get traded. Now Starfall, but Exian gets pulled back, had the Blink Heal, has the Stasis, and will be alive. And now Peldor actually going to be the one to follow up after that. It was a 4v5 to start that fight, but Nexus Forces, they're still going to end up winning this as Lork going to get pulled back, but Counter-Strike is still available. So that's another 3 damage hitting onto the core, and it's 15-22, and this is really starting to become a game.
Yeah, and again, despite that they were down the keep that time, they still got 9 points away to 0. And that does show that, sure, their siege is great. Their team fight potential, however, astonishing. Really good. And we see that despite Alarak having a dev at some point in this game, he's already back up to 143 sadism. That is a lot of extra damage, to say the least. It's definitely something to be scared of at this point in time. But it's such a weird feeling to be in a situation where Stitches is a contested pick. That's a weird sentence to me.
That's definitely not something we see often, but now they're gonna be able to get back their bell tower. Now they're looking for DH McGiblet. The Entomb comes out, not able to land, but now Dragon Arrow got a hit onto Shupov, but there's just no follow-up. DH McGiblet was zoned away, the wall itself from the Entomb, zoning them completely away from the team. So that's gonna be a pick-off in favor of Nexus Forces, and now they can start stealing away this siege camp, and this bottom bell tower isn't super healthy. If they're able to make this land, they're gonna take it back, as in the top right, we see Mundane Zebra will take the top bell tower for DH Bob.
Zebra's loving that split push. I don't know. There's something about it. Just every game he's gone, oh, if there's a few moments I can, why not? He just jogs up to the opposite lane and just gets what he wants done. And we see it happen every time. Now we are in a position where 20's advantage is coming through, but it is only 4 altars to 4. No, 4 structures to 4, I guess is the best way to put it. And we are getting a relatively standard array. The big thing to note is the Traitor King from Anub'arak, not the typical rewind we do see with him. So
Interesting, yeah.
So the extra health, extra spell armor. You'd think you'd want rewind, considering it gives you the ability to go in still, and then if needed, get out because of if you do get gorged.
I'm wondering if the idea is to ensure that they survive as Bird takes so much damage there. And the hook gonna come through and actually gonna get the kill, but the altars have already been taken in favor of Nexus Forces, so it's 11-222, but because it's 4v5, they can start threatening the rest of these bell towers. They're already looking for the mid lane. Now they are here to defend. Maybe with the bell tower, they would be able to. The hook not gonna land, as the Fitting just trying to chuck down as many of those scarabs as possible. It will delay, but it will not prevent. So DH Bob, they have the entire top half of the map in their favor, as Nexus Forces, they are gonna try to take back their own top bell tower. And we're gonna get started on those musical bell towers, as I always like to say.
I love a ring around the rosy, so to speak. We're just going lane to lane, just seeing what you can do. And yeah, this is actually when there's nothing bothering Nexus Forces. They can burn down buildings pretty well, but considering they got to that top one considerably earlier than Nexus Force, than DH Bob got to bottom, that still is decent burn. And I think we're looking for a hook through the wall. No, we're just doing camp.
Yep, they're just gonna try and steal away the siege camp, but honestly, I think for Nexus Forces, this might have been a worthy trade. Oh, but the hook now gonna land, but it's on a Bird, not the target they want. But now Fitting is here, gonna be able to land the cocoon. So now Bird is in the backline, able to get level 20 silence as well. And now the wind wall gonna prevent the follow, but Turdwig was in a really bad spot there for a little bit, as again, just a trade of heroics. No one wins and no one loses. We're just gonna go over to the next fight.
Yeah,
but
great
actually,
wind tunnel.
Fitting did a lot of damage.
Great wind tunnel there, keeping Turtwig alive. Unfortunately, Tyranda's probably one of the heroes you don't want to hit there. And of course, because they're pretty similar cooldowns, they will be up relatively close to each other, as we are going to see this team fight break out.
Looking for an engage, but you can see the damage Mundane Zebra is dealing. Already at 38 stacks. So that's going to be a ton of damage. Now Fitting could be getting caught out here, but neither side able to get that pick off yet. And it's just the one altar. That's all they're fighting for. But Shubham's gonna get hooked. And Exian gonna be the one who gets finished off. But actually with the blink heal, will still survive. But the lunar flare is enough. It will finish them off. And now Lark,
that's
the last laugh, away to safety. But
they know
who's gonna be at 15 HP. Not gonna get finished off. Just needs the Sentinel. But Bird gonna get hooked back. Will get finished off. Same with Fitting. And now Shubham is gonna get gorged out as well. Will actually be able to dash away.
For running gun.
Gonna be chasing onto it. But
he is running for his life.
Yeah, Shubham might actually be able to get away, but Mundane Zebra definitely trying to prevent that one more dash. And yeah, will be able to survive somehow. And Mundane Zebra actually almost goes down instead. But now Turdwig will still be able to get that 5 extra damages. Now Lark trying to hold on to this mid lane fort and always has enough damage. DH McGiblets will get finished off by the counter strike.
Paladin charge too early.
Be able to find the DPS that was needed, but they will still lose the bell tower.
I like the attempt by Palador. I see where they're coming from. Unfortunately, that's one where when you're too early for once, it does heavily punish you, and I don't think he had the Counter-Strike active, as in the actual damage itself, until that charge connected. So sometimes it just doesn't quite work out, but I do like the attempt there to see if you can reset that sadism, because, yeah, we're at 174 at this point.
Yeah, and I think that's the main thing that's still keeping Nexus Forces in the game. I mean, there's 5 bell towers in favor of DH Bob, only 1 left for Nexus Forces, and with the Sapper Camp landing and Mundane Zebra there, it's going to be very low HP. Now, it will get traded for the one in the bot lane, but the fact that Nexus Forces can still teamfight and can still come out on top, I think that's the only reason they're able to stay in the game and they haven't lost quite yet.
Actually, it may be the situation where DH Bob is setting up the 6 cap, because they did just leave it low. They didn't try sell out for it. They didn't really want to hard commit to it, but it looks like they wanted to get everything in a situation where they can just do it when those next altars are called. Speaking of which, there it is.
Yeah, it is going to be 4 altars a piece, but Mundane Zebra got to make that again the, well, I guess 5 damage to 3 damage, 4 bell towers to 2. As the hook also going to land onto Fitting, and now this could be their opportunity, but Fitting gonna be able to get Unstoppable, will be able to get away, but Entomb also gets burned during that. So that's a major teamfight cooldown, as now Bird gonna get hooked back in, and without the Entomb to follow up, there's no danger in it, and that's gonna be 1 kill. Now the Windwall pushes them all into the wall, the Starfall over top, and now the Counter-Strike dealing so much damage, but Lark will be able to blink away last lap. Mundane Zebra somehow the only one to fall during that exchange. And now the teamfight's still continuing. Lark starting to get low. Extra trying to keep everyone alive. Will get hit by the Lunar Flare. And now with the extra push, Turdwig's going to be gone. Draken Laser Drill, strongest member of the team, zoning out Builder as well. The Impale not going to be able to find onto anyone else. And the Twin Stream will land over top. The Hook will not. And they may be able to keep this game going with another 3 damage. That's Peldor also
goes down. Oh, that is a rough one to lose right at the end of that then. Sure, you're only getting 3 shots in, but that was disastrous pretty much because you had such an early pick on... Okay, Bird. Okay, we're going pretty deep here. Uwu Fitting does die. They don't quite have it, and McGiblets is taking Alarak for a walk.
And that might be all of the stats, but now with the phase shift, is there Lark?
That's the last laugh.
The last laugh. Are you kidding me?
Last Laugh is an incredibly good talent. The fact that it cleanses those poisons as well means Lord can get to live. And now we're actually in the situation where finally Nexus Forces can do their own push. It hasn't really been able to happen this game, but they've finally got the chance to go, actually, you know what? We want your structures for once, not you taking ours. And we can see Shoebuff is bottom trying to push things in as well. They're trying to answer for that all big macro problem that they have been having so far. And we see Alarak has gone top to see if they can start at least start changing that over, because there's no way Alarak's doing it by himself in any reasonable time frame.
Yeah, definitely not, but it's important to note it's going to be 2 altars spawning on the top half of the map, right where the boss is. So if Nexus Forces, if they can have a big teamfight victory, they can win the game off of 1 more teamfight. So this is really where things are going to come in. This is where things are going to matter. But they are sending their team down to the bot side instead. They're going to be looking to clear away the Sapper Camp and then maybe start contesting for the altars. But I'm actually a little bit confused about this rotation. I think they would want to just sit over at top.
I think I understand, because if the team is down there and just pushing with those Sappers, you instantly lose that advantage you have of just needing 1 altar. If that building fell, you only get 1 altar, you don't get the other, suddenly you're one shot short even with the boss. So I understand why they were so concerned about making sure that they did get down there.
Yeah, but the fights should be breaking out at any moment now. Both teams getting set up. Windwall gonna push them into the wall. Do they have the follow-up? Peldor able to stun onto 1. Uwu Fitting gonna get hooked back, but that's not the target you want. Turdwig, however, is inside the stun, but there's no one to follow up. Instead, they're gonna take down Peldor, and it's gonna be 1-0 so far. As now Nexus Forces, they're still trying to go forward. They have Computex stuck in the cocoon, and now Bird is gonna be there, but Lark gonna get hooked. Do they have the last lap available? And will be able to be fine. Computex goes down off screen as well. Now, Exian is going to go into stasis. Blink heal going to be used to buy some space. Lunar Flare not going to land. And now McGiblin's going to get sent up by Uwu Fitting. And during this Shupa, going to get the altar. Now, if they can start looking for the boss, if they're able to heal back up, this could be the game. It is 5-on-3 on the map. Shupa going to be able to get the well. Uwu Fitting, they are taking their time. There's still 30 seconds before anyone else is respawn onto the map, before Peldor is back. But now they have the Entomb back online. They haven't used it yet, but there it is going to be. McGiblin's going to go down, and most likely it's going to be the game. But Mundane Zebra has Windwall. That is their last hope. Bird going to be matching on to Mundane Zebra, just trying to prevent them from getting that sneaky little steal. Turdwig is there as well, and Lark is starting to get pretty low. But Shoebuff, they're just setting Bird and Shoebuff, just trying to keep Mundane Zebra as far away as possible. Mundane Zebra is going to be red. May have gone a little bit too early, and that might be it. Mundane Zebra is going to get stunned up, is going to get zoned away. Starfall is there, but with that, it's going to be the last 4 hits. Mundane Zebra will go down for good measure, and that will be the core going down as Nexus Forces win game number 1.
Considering how dominant DH Bob was throughout that middle game, it was such a ride of early game was straight towards Nexus Forces. That mid game, DH Bob absolutely took over, but then the late game, it just kind of fell apart for them and Nexus Forces was able to get back in it. That was a very good one to watch and a very good indicator about how this series is going to go, because I'm a bit sweaty after that one already, I'll be honest with you.
I've been sweaty since last series. This is just what Heroes of the Storm does.
You know what,
And
that's
that's
fair.
what makes it so fun and exciting. I mean, this was such a close game, and if the rest of this series is gonna go like this, and it's a best of 5, again, I want to remind everyone, this was one of potentially 5 games that we're gonna watch today. We're gonna be in for a very fun night tonight.
And some very sore throats in the morning.
Oh yeah, 100%. But you know, that's what we do for these casts. Gotta bring the entertainment, gotta bring the content to the people.
Gotta bring the big energy.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, what do you think what was your last kind of comments on that map before we move into the next one? What do you think happened? What do you think that Bob is probably needing to do into that Nexus Forces, considering how that late game went?
Ban Alarak. That'll literally solve their entire issue. Because, I mean, that's literally all it was. Lark went down once, and when they went down, they didn't have a single stack of sadism, so they didn't even lose anything. And then I believe at the end of the game, they were up to 180%. And
200 at the very end.
Yeah, there we go. But, I mean, typically when you have the Alarak, your thought is you're going to be able to burst those squishies, one-shot them. With that kind of percentage, with those kinds of stacks, Peldor was getting one
They
shot.
were bursting the
McGillen
tanks.
could not walk up. Yeah, it made things so difficult, and there were so many moments where they almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow, but unfortunately they just weren't able to get it done. And I mean, I think even one of those kills would have changed the result. That's how tight of a game this was.
Yeah, you're right there. I think if Alarak even went down 1, I don't think that could have been a deficit that they could come back from at that late point of the game. There is no two ways about that. And I did like the macro pressure actually that DH Bob was applying throughout the mid game. They recognized what the weakness was that Nexus Forces was running, and they actually did exploit it pretty well. Unfortunately, that all kind of went downhill as we did get into that late game, and those kills started trickling in. But sometimes that is just how the cookie crumbles. You can't always stick to your game plan because, well, the other team also has their own game plan, and typically it ruins yours. But we will be getting into Infernal Shrines, and I've just realized I need to update the match score before I forget.
Yeah, definitely important. Nexus Forces fought hard for that win. Gotta give them the 1 point. But, I mean, kind of like what you said there, kind of expanding more on what I said as well. I'd be really shocked if Alarak goes through. I mean, at this point, they've played it on most maps. They're not scared to play it on anything. And it's a pick that's so difficult to play into, especially once that level 20 last laugh comes in. But the real difficulty for me is going to be what do you not ban? Because do you give Shupov the Hogger? What was their other ban? I don't know, going past me. I believe it might have been the Maiev. Yeah, the Maiev also a super good pick.
Which Lork is even a higher level of Maiev, so you can't let that through either. And I am far more scared of a good Maiev than a good Alarak is like the big thing, because a good Maiev will just run through the team. There is no two ways about it.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing with that is, it's like, you have to give them something. But just a note, obviously you don't see the lobby, but first pick is going to be on DH Bob. So DH Bob could try and leave the Maiev open and then first pick it themselves. It's a solid blind pick. It is definitely a blind pickable hero. So it could be... that could be their strategy. They can still ban the Alarak, they can still ban away the Hogger, and then just take it away.
Or they can take the Hogger as well, also, because that is also a very good choice for them to have. It is a great Hogger map, especially around these objectives, especially around these camps. So, I would like to see them... That's the problem, you never know what heroes people play. Maiev and Hogger are both those kind of higher skill cap ones where... Sorry, skill floor ones? Where you could do well at them, you can do alright at them if you just pick them up every now and again, but it's those heroes where you need to play a lot to be those menaces that you can see people be. Because, of course, if you have one bad Hogger spin, you spin into the team and die. If you do a bad Maiev flip, you're in the middle of a team and you die. Unfortunately, there is a theme there if you mess up.
Yeah, that's the thing. But, I mean, both these teams can definitely play these. I mean, a lot of these players are from that heroic div. They may not have that in their hero pool, but at the very least, they know how to play into it to some extent. But these are mixed teams. We have people from across every single NGS division playing, and it kind of changes things up a bit. Because the pacing also changes. The lower div players, they're not used to playing at such a high pace, and the other way around for the heroic players, they're not used to playing at a lower pace. And I think paired with that, with the heroes that like you practice so often at the specific pace your team plays at, it's hard to change it up, and I think that makes it even harder to play those high skill heroes.
Yeah, I think one of the greatest examples is Stitches. Stitches is a great example. You're used to people trying to dodge. There is some instances where you just see the enemy stand still because it's one of the people from the lower divisions who aren't used to dodging that. They try to predict the hook where it's going to go, and suddenly the person stands still like, well, I've gone wildly off because I thought they're going to dodge up or down.
Yeah, and then the other way around. There was actually a pro player I used to watch, not in this title of League of Legends, but their whole strat in the competitive, like fully professional games, whenever they're playing into hooks, they just stop moving when they know the hook's about to come out, and they were able to dodge it 80% of the time. It's a viable strategy.
That's what I do.
Yeah, it works. So as long as you're able to break people's rhythms and people's habits, that's where the true skill cap
That's the mental
lies
game.
into anyone.
I love the mental game when it comes to comes to any form of sports, esport or traditional. Junkrat
but-
banned out, not Hogger.
Hogger's not banned out, and neither is the Alarak, so both are available. Gonna be interesting to see how it goes. Now, I don't think Nexus Forces have blind picked the Alarak yet. They typically do leave it till second and third.
I think I've seen it in
or-
that final pick phase from everything I've seen.
Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting. Maybe DH Bob will leave it. Maybe they want to ban it third and don't think Nexus Forces will pick it early, but it's still gonna be a little bit of a danger because I mean it's definitely on our minds. I'm not sure if it's gonna be on the minds of DH Bob as they are looking for that, but it's
Just
gonna
pick
be the Hogger from Mundane Zebra, just keeping it away from Shupa for this next map.
I mean, that's kind of what I was hoping would happen. I did say it. If they want to, they should take it. Banning out Junkrat instead of problematic melee assassins that we've seen is an interesting one, but Junkrat on this map as well can be a bit of a menace, and they actually rip Alarak first pick.
And they also get the stitches for Uwu. I mean, this is the beauty of doing series like this. You're gonna be, the metas just change. Just throughout the day. Stitches has not been a top tier pick in NGS, I think, for most teams, for most divisions, but today it's been the top tier pick. Like, it's not quite ban ready, but it is gonna be something contested. But
Because I think it's inherently one of those ones where if you haven't played together as much, you don't know each other. It's just, I hook this person, they're right here now, hit that. It is such a clear, like how Variant Taunt works. It's such a clear, this is what we're hitting now. In saying
yeah,
that,
exactly.
I'm not the biggest fan of Stitches on this map in particular. Especially
very
around
difficult to play.
shrines in particular, because that makes it a lot harder to hit your hooks onto the enemy heroes.
Yeah, the skeletons are just going to be consistently in the way, and having AoE damage is going to help out a lot. And Tychus is actually one of those DPSs that's really solid for it, but I'm actually a little bit surprised to see it banned away by the side of Nexus Forces, because maybe they just don't play it, but it's Dahaka Diablo Hogger. Having that percent HP damage, it would be incredibly valuable for this game.
That indicates maybe we see Vala picked up by DH Bob? Vala, Hanzo again, potentially. Those are both options. We'll have to see what's picked up here from Nexus Forces first. I imagine we see Bird, X Young and Healer now. We see Hanzo locked in, and yeah, there's the Brightwing.
Oh, look at you predicting the whole draft. Let's go. Line Bus coming in hot here, but
It's like I've done this for years now.
yeah, almost. But either way, I mean, these are good picks as well. But one thing I am seeing that they may struggle a little bit with is actually taking down these skeletons. I would like to see Bird pick an offlaner that has a lot of AoE. Ragnaros might be a little bit too squishy, but even something like the Leoric, like the Blaze, either of those will be fine. The general meta picks, but it's going to be solo carry Vala for
Vala
Computex.
Oreo.
And
That's a scary combination. I don't know how, again, I said it earlier, I don't know how much the recent round of nerfs has affected Oriole with her energy gain. It didn't quite work out last time they picked it, is the big thing to note, so I'm surprised we do see it again. But we'll have to see what Bird picks up here. I'm kind of wanting to see Leoric because Leoric can still get that percent damage, and yeah, that's what we see.
Yeah, Leoric is a solid pick there, and even there's typically the thing where you want to catch the backline with the Entomb, but I think in this game the Entomb. Not sure what's
I'm just gonna
going.
Chop it over to us, and then I'm gonna have a quick read.
Yeah, okay. In the meanwhile, I'll just kind of talk about how that draft's been going. And
Okay.
I think
They were meant to ban Hanzo and pick Tychus. What they did is they banned Tychus and picked Hanzo. So they've had to leave a draft just so they can come back in.
Okay, so gonna have a little bit of a different.
That makes a
little
lot
bit
more
of a
sense
remake.
now. Oh, but the question is, would DH Bob still have banned out Malphale instead banned out the Tychus?
I think they still would.
I think
Because
I think you're
Tychus
still
is-
more scared of Malphale in this objective, right? If you're a triple bruiser.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the Malthael is a very solid pick when dealing with those frontliners. It's just something that you're basically gonna have infinite HP, just constantly like, getting that percent HP. Giving it back to you last rites is just so impossible to deal with for the side of DH Bob that game. So I don't think it would change the draft too much.
And I
as
think it looks
we're
like
just-
they're just gonna go straight in via quick match draft, which fair enough. We don't need to go through the whole thing again. We did actually finish the last one. And as a reminder, while we have us on this screen, there is a giveaway available at the moment, as you can see in the pinned comment. If you're wanting to join that, !birthday to get in the draw. We will be drawing that at the end of this series, and that basically opens up a lot of options from the NGS storefront as a prize, up to but not including itself the jerseys such as what we see on Tokibi.
Yeah, but you can still buy them if you want them, and I highly recommend it. I've been loving this jersey. It's been my casting uniform ever since I got it at the start of the season. And I mean, it's really well made, and this is probably like one of the cheapest esports jerseys I've ever seen. So huge shout out to the NGS team for having this put together. But we are headed into game number 1, so why don't you start off by introducing DH Bob?
Oh, I suppose I could. So we do have Mick Giblets there on the Diablo, Turtwig on the Oriole, Compute X on Vala, Mundane Zebra is going to be on that Hogger, and rounding things out is Peldor on the Anubarak.
And over on the side of Nexus Forces, we have Bird piloting the Leoric, Lark once again on the Alarak, Shoepuff on the Tychus, ooh, fitting on the Stitches, and Exion gonna be on the Brightwing, but the hook is gonna land, but the drag gonna be coming back in for Peldor, and now the Tail Strike, oh, the Discord!
Triple
Able
miss.
to land onto 4! And it's gonna stop the fight there because there's not too much else to be happening there. All the cooldowns were used, but I mean, that at the very least looked very pretty. Oh, but another hook lands on a Compute X, and now they have the Discord Strike as well, but the drag is going to be on to Lark, and Lark trying to run away, but McGiblets is going to be the first to fall instead, and now they're still chasing on to more, but everything is on cooldown, so it's still going to be first blood to Nexus Forces as the game continues on.
It's actually very unfortunate, that one. Grenade booped Vala into the hook is what happened that fight. Vala wasn't in it until Grenade actually hit. Want to note, by the way, Vala is not AA build. We do see it as Q build. A little bit scared of the Stitches, which, considering what we've seen both tanks do with the Stitches, fair. I would not want to do it either. And we are getting the race card Ahaka at level 1, so we are going to see that build up. And I guess
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead.
I guess the idea behind what DH Bob has drafted this time is, well, if he's going to get Satyrs in, try get as beefy as possible while doing a lot of damage as well is also a very good strategy sometimes to get around Alarak. Doesn't help if he gets 200, but it will help in the instances where he still is in the lower hundreds, so the 20s to 30s range.
Yeah, as now both sides looking for those Impaler camps. Now, DH Bob is going to be able to secure at least the neutral one, the one that's right at the bottom, and Nexus Force are going to take their own to the right. But DH Bob, they should be able to take away 2 camps here. They're going to get started on their own, and it doesn't look like Nexus Forces are here to contest it, at least not yet. They will get the bottom wave shoved out, and yeah, it looks like they're just going to let this go, and DH Bob, slight lead because of that.
It looks like we are starting to rotate up. Shoepuff's actually looking to see if Hog is already taking this camp, and we are seeing the aggressive positioning from Bird & Co. Actually, Zebra walks straight into Shoepuff.
Yeah, I mean, Shoepuff and Mundane Zebra, they've played together so many a time. I mean, these are both some really high-tier players, so I'm sure they know their patterns. I'm sure they know exactly how each other likes to play. And that kind of does bring in more to this mind game here. But now Nexus Forces, they will be able to take away the Impaler camp, so at the very least, they're not going to take any structural damage for it. But this is where the fun begins, as the Shrine's going to be activating in about 6 seconds.
And this is where I start to wonder how well... I nearly called him a completely wrong thing. This is where I start to wonder how Stitches works on this objective as well. Because we see him go for an early hook before those skeletons come down. But now that they're down, how well does this go for him?
Yeah,
I went to call him
try
Roadhog, I'll be honest. I saw the Overwatch skin and went, Roadhog!
I mean, it is Roadhog. You
Yeah.
can call it that, but Shoepuff trying to get some damage done onto Mundane Zebra and actually getting a decent bit of value, but the Hog Wild is so annoying to deal with, but now Ufit and gonna get stunned into the backline. Tainment Strike as well. Exian will be here, but no Blink Strike yet. Could be in danger, but Peldor will find the drag with the instant Polymorph, but now the burst damage. Computex is gonna get hooked through the backline. Do they have the DPS? And the ball is trying to get away, but will be able to just run it out. But right now, the skeleton advantage so far into DH Bob's hands. They should be able to secure it for themselves, but right now, Nexus Force is still trying to zone them away. They're coming in from every single side. They're looking for Shoepuff now, but again, the staggering blow not going to be enough, and DH Bob will secure the first Punisher of the game, as now Exian and Shoepuff also low. How does no one go down?
They're fine. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, even when Vala was getting focused, she still managed to roll out. Both healers are working overtime already this game, and they're absolutely having to work for it. Fortunately, there is just an Arcane Punisher, so not the worst thing in the world for Nexus Forces. It could have been frozen, but we do see instead of just staying bot, we're getting a 3-1-1 situation with DH Bob, where we are trying to push down that front gate, potentially expecting maybe the next objective will be top. Bit too early to tell, unfortunately, for that one. And if they do get the bet right, that's a great bet for them.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, for that first Punisher, you typically don't get much more than that first wall, but now the hook going to land on a Turfwing, but McGiblets instantly using that Shadow Charge to prevent the follow-up.
Great
And actually kind of a trade in favor of DH Bob. More and more stacks onto that puncturing arrow for Computex. There's now a bit of a fight over in the bot lane as well. Bird chasing onto Mundane Zebra, but Mundane Zebra already secured the camp, so we'll be able to just walk it out and get that little bit of extra experience
He
in
picked up
favor
the
of DH
camp
Bob.
right as Bird was stepping into the bush. That's such unfortunate timing for Bird there. But no.
Yeah, really bad luck there, but now they do have the right siege camp up for themselves, as the left
looking
camp
for an
is also
invade.
available, but DH Bob,
Oh,
they want to fight, but
They're
it's
not
time
fighting,
for the
though.
trademark buzz.
it's not a tournament day without tech issues. That's what we like to see. In all honesty, there's been so many tournament days I've done such as this where there's at least going to be one hiccup in the middle of things, so we're just going to quickly throw it back on over to us. It looks like Shoepuff is back immediately though, so that may have been pointless, but we'll see if they're all ready to go in just a few moments.
Yeah, and we've had a few pauses over during the quarterfinals, so gonna be a little bit difficult for them. Or it's gonna, just because, I mean, tech issues also kind of throw away that mental edge as well. It's so hard to maintain the rhythm, maintain exactly what you were doing. Like, it only throws it off by a few seconds every single time, but it
But
still
it's
might be enough.
A couple of seconds in a game where sometimes your kill time is less than a second is a long time.
Yeah, but now Fitting kind of getting jumped on, and they also land the drag onto Shoepuff. That might be their new target, but all the cooldowns were already expended onto the Stitches, so unfortunately nothing to follow up the drag from Pelador. But I mean, they're still performing quite well here. Level 10's now going to come out for DH Bob, but Nexus Forces should be able to get theirs pretty quickly, as well as one minion is all that Shoepuff needed to get. So Heroic's now going to be coming out, and it is Putrid Bile, not the Gorge.
I prefer
Now the
Bile in
fight
this
actually
instance.
breaking up. They're looking for Computex. They have the Rain of Vengeance landing onto 3. Fitting gets hit back with the Detainment Strike. Shockwave from Mundane Zebra. Lightning Breath with the Hog Wild. Gonna be able to take down one. And it is gonna be Fitting, the one sacrificial lamb, as Pelador now
Pelador
getting
stepped
thrown
up
into
too
the back
far.
line. And now the Crystal Aegis is gonna be there. They're still looking for a bird. They're still trying to damage over top. Shoepuff's best friend now back into the game, but Unfortunately, the Draken Laser Drill not going to be able to accomplish too much there. But, I mean, it's still interesting to me. The Draken Laser Drill. Can you tell me why that could be the pick for this game as well?
I think the simple answer is they don't want to take away their percent damage. I don't think it's anything more than that. They want to be able to continue to pressure the frontliners of DH Bob, just because Alarak is still going to be a fair bit off being able to burst through the side, through the tankiness that they have. So they need to be able to keep that percent damage to actually pressure out anyone who does get hooked by Stitches.
Yeah, I mean, that actually makes a lot of sense. See, and this is why you're here with me, because like I always say, I can bring the hype. I have no idea why players do the things they do, especially with talent builds, but
I could also be
speaking
talking
of
out my
the hype-
ass as the problem.
Well, it makes sense. You convinced me. So that's all that matters.
Oh.
But now they have the Entomb coming out. Monday Zebra trying to go with the Hogwild to get out. Now McGiblets is in the middle of everyone. Lightning Breath still on cooldown for 5 more seconds. But now they're able to land the hook, but unfortunately it is going to be on that Bruiser Camp. But 200 HP, McGiblets is going to get saved.
Chitwick has no
100
energy.
becomes a grenade and will be safe. But again, Nexus Forces will be able to push them off the skeletons. But Peldor is shoving in the mid lane and is roaming down to the bot lane. They will have so much extra soaking. Might even get to level 13 soon. But now Peldor is coming in with a Brush Stalker, but might have been a bit too late. Bird is in the middle of everyone. Same with McGibbon, starting to get pretty low, but the Lightning Breath is out. But will be having the counter-strike. Lark will go
Double
down.
kill.
Same with Exkin. And now that's going to be a pretty massive team fight for them. Shoopup's going to follow, and it's a 3-0 for DH Bob. And now they will be able to take this Punisher for themselves as well and start threatening onto this top lane.
And it is the Frozen as well. That's exactly what you want to see. I would love to see the team 39 and see if they can get value elsewhere, but no, they're not going to be greedy. They are just going to commit to getting this out now. They're wanting to make sure that they just keep any lead they can, considering how things have been going in that last map.
Yeah, but they're going to get, at the very least, this fourth. They probably will be able to even shove this in a little bit over to that wall afterwards. But this is a pretty solid lead. About a level and a half. They're also going to have the periodic catapults and XP coming in for them. And if they're able to get even more structures, may bring it to almost a full 2-level lead. But it's just going to be Computex autoing over top of this Frozen Punisher. And McGiblets with the Fire Stomp as well. Not going to add too much damage, but everything adds up in the end. And yeah, it's basically a full 2-level lead, as now Bird is also trying to keep off Peldor and Monday Zero from the bot lane.
I like that they're not overstaying their welcome this game, DH Bob. They're actually doing things well, than being more measured in it. There's been a few oversteps by occasionally Peldor, occasionally DH Bob. Not DH Bob, not DH McGiblets. But Oriole has been so on point with getting those Crystal Aegises out as the burst is coming in, and then being able to follow up with the heal. It's been doing real well to keep them, very well to keep them alive. Also, Toki, I want to tell you that the first game DH Bob was on the other team the player was on the other team playing against DH Bob, the team. So imagine how I felt first game in 7 AM going, oh God, help me.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what every caster loves, when both team names are the other team's player names. But now McGiblet's gonna get thrown to the backline, starting to take a decent amount of damage, but it is still 4v3 in favor of DH Bob here, so they're not gonna be able to go too far out.
Val is aggressively rolling in on some of these. That is punishable later every time.
Yeah, but right now it is the Putrid Vial, so they're not going to be able to fully punish it, but now the hook is going to land to Tame Strike as well. They're looking for the burst damage, but again, the Crystal Aegis Shockwave over top. Lightning Breath, Hogwild used as well. Uwu Fitting trying to run away, 400 HP, but now Peldor's here. Computex just dashing it forward, and now Shoopov going to try to punish. And again, the cooldowns just aren't
Oh, the
there.
isolation hits. I was like, why did he stop isolation hit so he couldn't see Vivala anymore?
I mean, just really good play from DH Bob this time around. They're going to be able to get the kill. Nexus Forces will defend onto their bottom fort, but again, just more and more XP going in favor of the blue team, and they're just building advantages left and right. And now the next Punisher will be spawning over in the mid lane as well.
It
So
has
it's going
not
to be
gone
a good
bottom.
opportunity for them.
This Punisher has gone mid, top, mid. Oh, that's an
But
two.
now
Catches
the
two.
That's on a 2, and it's on a Turnwig and Computex, but do they
No
have
damage
the
is
follow-up?
there.
It's just Burn and Uwu Fitting. Lark was not there. Shoopuf was not there. So unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get too much out of it, but
It was a good entomb.
yeah, and it's a short cooldown.
Yeah.
So it's still going to be available for the next team fight, and I think that's really what matters the most.
Oh, Bird has been
for
found.
Nexus Forces.
But much like last time, just no one is there to follow up. And we're just seeing a little bit of disconnect between front lines of both teams and the rest. Oh, I just see Dahaka getting ran down.
Yeah,
Talk
but
is-
now Bird is still trying to hold on to this bottom forward. Will get sent up into the wall. Turtwig tanking for a little bit. Rain of Vengeance as well, but Exian is here. The bottom forward will go down, but this is where you'd want the Entomb. 3 more seconds. Bird, can you get it off? Wraithwalk trying to get used to safety, but it's still 3v4. Future Bile buying a little bit of space,
Nope.
but they have Computex in it, but Lightning Breath over top on a 3. Bird is still alive, but Monday Zebra is in the backline. Shockwave lands onto everyone. Staggering blow as well. Bird is gonna go down. Exion is down, and it's another 2-0 for DH Bob as they're really starting to get ahead in this game.
This is what we were wanting to see last game from them. It is just that bit more aggressive, and it's actually matching the aggression where Nexus Forces had. And Lork, which we have lauded so far this tournament, isn't quite finding the mark, and that's because, again, they don't really have the burstiness to get through triple frontline. And saying that, if a Diablo gets pulled into tower and gets minus 20 armor, that's a different story, but he does still get to live.
Yeah, the healing from Turtwig has been exceptional this game, and we are already seeing the spinning is coming through, just the infinite Hogwild coming out
Infinite
for
Hog,
this next objective. The Haka's already on this, McGiblets is already on this as well. Powder will get tanked. Tank a bunch actually almost goes down, but will be able to go back into stasis as the Dragon Laser Drill does get popped. The hook will land, but it's on to McGiblets. That's the target you want. They have this out, and the Crystal Aegis will be there. Peltor, Polymorph, Entomb lands onto Peltor and Computex. Do they have the damage? Peltor gonna go
Peltor's down.
down. Computex will follow, and now McGiblets is also quite low, but 38 skeletons, 39, and they will get the Punisher despite going down 3-0. Turtwig will get back to safety. Mundane Zero will be able to run as well, but the objective once again in favor of DH Bob as Mundane Zero is still taking them around the world and will be able to just bounce away with
That
the
was close.
Hogwild.
Did you ever hear about the team for Randy Newmans?
I know of 2 Randy Newman.
Bad news, there used to be a team of 8 of them, and they're all variants on the same name. That was the worst team to cast.
Oh, they got Bird!
Oh!
I'm not sure what happened there, but that's going to be a pretty big pickoff for DH Bob. And right before that, they already got the mid lane forward.
Hoggy
so
used
this Punisher-
Shockwave. They used
yeah.
ults on it to get the kill.
I mean, I think that's worth it. There's no objective up right now, and because they have that number disadvantage, DH Bob is just going to be able to take this bottom siege camp. There's nothing on the map for them yet. I don't think either side really has enough advantage to start just pushing on its own, but level 20s are starting to get really close for DH Bob, and that could be the go button for them.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to hit literally right now. As we do see its Hellgate, we do see Acrobats. I can never remember the isolation. I should know it at this point. I play that hero. Contagion. Crystal Aegis upgrade is always an interesting one to me. It's not something you see very often, but considering we are getting specific blow up on 1 to 2 heroes, Crystal Aegis very necessary considering it does give it 50 armor and shielding afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna help out a lot, but now the hook onto McGiblet, and they do have the extra push over top, and Crystal Aegis is gonna come out now. Draken Laser Drill with the Entomb, but this is still level 18 Entomb. In fact, they're gonna be going in. McGiblet is gonna get silenced again, but the healing is just so powerful. Turtwig almost gets hooked back, but I mean, Nexus Forces, they're still playing aggressively despite being down 20s, and I really like that they're looking for it. Monday Zebra now gonna be taking the poke, but Turtwig just has so much healing that well already on 13 stacks of Reservoir of Hope. And I mean, that's just kind of what's keeping this team alive. Triple frontline Oriole is so difficult to play into.
And Turtwig, I want to know, is already at 13, 14 stacks of that, 13 stacks of W Quest at level 16. We're getting into the territory already where it's basically an ancestor on any given moment, because we did see it just build up a good 6 to 5th of Nick Giblet's health bar. Hook comes out. Unfortunately, it looks like the blue team of Bob has figured it out more. They are actually dodging hooks far better this game.
Yeah, but now Fitting still going to be trying to get a little bit of pressure, and they will be able to save their keep for now. They will manage to clear away the wave, but during this, Peldor was able to take down the top lane wall, and now they're going to start looking for this bruiser camp, but the drag does land on a shoot up, and that's going to be an instant kill. The counter-strike is there for Lark, but it doesn't matter. The lightning breath is there over top, and now Computex even getting
Is
a
this an
good
end angle
burst
at
on
this
X.
point? I think it
It
is.
could be. They have level 20s. They have 5v3. They're going to be able to get this keep. Now, Mundane Zebra is going to get hooked back. McGiblet's looking for the play as well. But again, the healing that Turnwick can bring out, there's really no more threat left. Now, Putrid Bile just trying to buy a little bit of space, but it doesn't really matter. They're not really able to take down the Stitches
Oh my
quickly,
god.
but they're just infinite HP, and now the Hogwild burning so much damage. Mundane Zebra 400 HP, but the Crystal Age just comes through. And now the Hellgate, they're gonna be coming through, but it doesn't matter. They're still able to take down Exium, as now they look for this mid lane keep as well. They're gonna have 2 keeps, 4 down, but they're gonna have Uwu Fitting back out in 1 second. It is gonna be 2v5. Can they defend? They have the root on to 4, but Helder is gonna get taken down low for now. They're still holding on. The shield is still available for the core. Bird is there as well. Level 20s are available, but the Entomb still needs 15 more seconds. If Bird can survive long enough, they could look for this defense. Now Dragon Laser Drill gonna be coming out as well. Helder still getting healed up, but the damage is not there. But at the same time, DH Bob can force it as
Turnwick.
gonna sidestep just in time.
Unfortunately, they got too aggressive on getting kills that fight. They should have just committed to core. Unfortunately, they went, why not? They did get mid keep as well, so they do have that wave advantage now. But now you're in a situation where...
Wide, and now the Shockwave on to 3. They have the stun, and Turnwick in the middle of everyone doesn't even care anymore. Lightning Breath on to Bird. Bird will go down.
Barely.
Uwu Fitting as well. Shoepuff and Lord, look at their HP bars. That could have been a lot worse, but this is still definitely not an optimal situation for DH Bob. And now they're going to be able to go back and get the Arcane Punisher for themselves.
We're really scared about getting that finish here, because once again, we see they are playing a bit safe. They're going back, because it didn't quite work out last time, and they are still needing to respect the damage dealers are up, and Stitches is just about back already. So getting this in now is probably just a good way to almost guarantee what's going to happen, and they are wanting to play it safe and almost guarantee that endpoint, which will be coming up in a few moments, but everyone will be alive is the big problem.
Yeah, but I think the 2 targets they got, it was gift from the Embalmer level 20, so it is the shorter death timer for Uwu Fitting, and the Yorick just with that trait going to be able to come right back in, and I think that's what they were worried about primarily. But now they're going to have the push, and this is definitely their angle to try and end the game here.
The thing is, if they just follow up on one good Punisher jump, I believe they do have Hellgate up, and that is just a guaranteed follow up on it.
Yep,
Nice.
Gonna be the one tanking it. Has the Wraith Walk, and now this is where the fight is going to begin. They have Bird in the backline, but again, not the target you want, but the Shockwave over to the backline. Counter-Strike not actually gonna get proc, and they're still looking for the trade. The Entomb lands on to 3. Bird will still be the first to go down. Ooh, Fitting the second. Lightning Breath on
No
to
control
Lord, and
from
the
Hogan.
Wild. Mundane Zebra just getting so much damage on the backline. Will zone away Shoop-Up, but that should still be the game. I don't know why I'm following this kill, but it
Not following
is
as well.
going to be game number 2. Going in favor of DH Bob, and the
We
score
have a
is tied
series.
1-1.
We have a series indeed. That's what we like to see. Let me update score before someone in chat yells at me again. And then let's switch on over scenes to this one. Hey, there we go. That was excellent healing by Oriole, by the way. 112k, which Brightwing didn't do badly. That's the thing. Still 75k from the Brightwing, but just getting another 40-odd K on top of that is immense.
I mean, that's basically all the damage. That's more than half the damage that was dealt by Nexus forces. And a lot of these heroes have their own self-heal. I mean, I think they literally all do. McGiblets can self-heal Dahaka, Vala, Hogger. So that's just the vast amounts of healing from Turtwig definitely made that win possible. And the Crystal Aegis coming out at clutch moments time and time again, definitely saving their team on multiple different occasions.
Oh, you know, it was perfect. And it was actually the first time we've seen the damage from Nexus forces really struggle. Because while Shootpuff did have 81,000 damage themselves, they still were in a position where they couldn't just step up and unload minigun like they had done in previous, or unload AAs in previous games. And even Lork, who we did, well, Lord before for only having 1 death and 200 sadism, ended up with 4 deaths and barely over the 40k damage mark. So I think, now I'm going to be rough and say this, but DH Bob has found something that they can use to play around the Alarak without necessarily letting them bully them so much. And I think that did come from Alarak being first picked. And you never know that it is going to be a tank and a second bruiser coming right around the corner after you pick an Alarak.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's exactly what DH Bob were planning for. They knew the Alarak was almost definitely coming because that's one of those heroes where if you're having a good day on it, you just want to keep playing because it feels so good when you are that far ahead, when you have that many stacks. But DH Bob kind of used that to their advantage because triple frontline is so difficult for Alarak to really accomplish anything there. But Lork still, I think, played fine in that game. It's just DH Bob played so much better.
You know, it was exactly what we needed to see from them this game. But then the question becomes, what next? If you have a game like that on any stacking heroes such as Alarak, such as Medivh, where you're not able to quite keep it up, are you still willing to keep going with it if you do have that rough game? Or do you go, okay, is it the time to finally bench this and do something else that I'm comfortable with?
I think at this point, the way Nexus Forces should play it is not lock it early, because that's going to give them the advantage in the draft. If the draft ends up being good for the Alarak, they can just punch it in. They can just take the Alarak. But by not taking it early, DH Bob is always going to have that in the back of their minds. And that's going to change things quite a bit. Because DH Bob, they're constantly going to be thinking about it. So by not picking it, by not having it banned, it's always going to change the draft, whether you pick it or not. So if it's a bad game for it, you just let it through. We know Lark can play a lot of different heroes, just happen to be performing extremely well on the Alarak today. So it's just something that they can do for themselves.
Yeah. I honestly think they were scared. I think they were scared of that ban coming through last time on that last map. I think it is why they picked it in the 1-2 slot, because, yeah, as we have said multiple times, it is worthy of a ban. So instead of banning it, having it banned against them, they wanted to pick it, and then at that point, unfortunately, it's putting your cards on the table before the final hand is dealt. You're a little bit early.
Yeah, exactly. And with any best of 5, the meta kind of changes because you're no longer doing what's good in general. You're no longer doing what's good for most teams. You're doing what's been good today in this series. And that's my favorite part about these best of 5s. The meta evolves as we go further. But now we are basically immediately heading into draft number 3 between these two teams. And we're going to Battlefield of Eternity. So tell me about this map and what you expect from these two teams here.
Alarak, no. Well, last time we did see this map, we do expect things such as Vala to get banned out this time, I think. It did so well last game. And there's only a minor difference that she had changed between builds this time around from Frost Shot to the Monster Hunter, where you don't want that to get through again. Li Ming is a great thing to pick up such on this map. We do expect to see other kind of bruisier tanks like Diablo is very good on this map considering all the wolves. Stitches can still work. I'm just going to throw that out there every time now, apparently. It is very much one that it does lead more into the team fighting aspect, but you still need something to get that race. And unfortunately, Alarak doesn't quite fit into that racing style if you do want to go more objective-orientated than fight-orientated, but he is still very good in the fight itself.
Yeah, and I mean, both these teams have not been shying away from team fights, so I wouldn't even be surprised if both teams gonna go for a full team fight composition, but there are some heroes that are kind of good at both, and Vala is definitely one of the big names.
Oh, and Hanzo. We've seen both teams play Hanzo. Hanzo's great on this map.
Yep, exactly. But even if you don't go the Hungering Arrow build, which is the one that's definitely the fastest racing thing, probably in the entire roster for Heroes of the Storm, Creed of the Hunters can still absolutely shred through those Immortals. Just the raw DPS that comes out of Vala is so high, especially if those Gambit stacks are still available, that it's always going to be a strong racing hero that can also teamfight. But interestingly enough, it is going to be the Hogger banned away by DH Bob and an instant lock-in of Joanna for Uwu Fitting.
I have never seen a faster Joe lock in my life. And that's even playing Storm League when you're watching the person who's showing Abathur. You're like, shit. you know you need to lock in immediately because that Abba player's got to rip it every time. That's the same energy that Uwu Fitting has. And we see Vala picked immediately. And Muradin. I do know that Mick Giblets does like the Sledgehammer on Muradin, so that probably is a giveaway as to why we're seeing that one. So that sort of talent, level 4, 300% extra damage to non-heroic targets.
Yeah, it's still a really solid racing hero as well, and This also kind of forces out the lock-in for Anduin, whether they pick or ban it, but I do believe Nexus Forces shouldn't be giving it away with the Muradin available. But they are going to lock in the Hanzo for themselves and the Stukov for Exion. Now, the Stukov is a little bit surprising for me. Lurking Arm obviously is a very powerful zoning tool, same with Swipe or Massive Shove, whichever heroic they go.
But you don't have the heroes to follow up on like you typically would if you're wanting Stukov. You have to be very onto it if a show is going to rip shield, or if a Joe is pushing W, you need to be close enough. It is something where it's not the typical blow-up style comp that Stukov likes to lean into.
Yep, but with Blaze getting banned away, it does open up the possibility of another Leoric pick for the offlane.
Heaven forbid.
If they do want to pick that for themselves, but I think that's the only offlaner that they can really combo the Stukov with.
And Tyrande banned out. I mean, this, I believe, is Tyrande's best map, and we have seen that Turtwig did very well on it when we did see the Towers of Doom, despite that not quite being their result. So yeah, I entirely get that Tyrande response. But do we see the Anduin as you had said?
I have been known to be right 10% of the time.
That's
so
more than
this
zero.
could be it.
That's all we care about. That's a chance. No, we are going to see
Oriole
Oriole.
and Lunara. Hey,
You.
double healer coming up. No.
No.
The Lunara for Monday Zebra is going to be pretty fun as well. This is actually a really solid racing hero as well. Does have a little bit of a delay, but shout outs to Hoku. Artanis going to
Yeah,
get
I was about to at Hoku. At Hoku.
Yeah. And Chromie
Artanis.
locked in for Lark. So it's
Samuro.
not going to be the Olarak. And the Peldor Samuro is coming out. Let's go. Peldor's signature
Teal
hero.
is going to be happy.
Yep, this should be a pretty fun one. Now, I mean, I'm curious how this is going to go, because I do believe you're supposed to go with the, I forget what the talent name's called, on Artanis, where it deals bonus damage
Amateur
over the
opponent,
mercenaries and
yeah.
neutrals. Amateur opponent, there you go. But this could be a Protectors of Iron game, because it's actually really easy to stack on a Samuro, and it's pretty free.
Well, that's the
we'll
problem.
see how
I
much fun
think
Stukov wants to have.
I think you need around like 300 stacks of Protector of Aya to really start. Sorry, 400 stacks of Protector of Aya to start matching the race potential that amateur opponent gives. So it's not exactly a great one to pick in the best of circumstances, even if you do have an easier time stacking on Samuro than any other hero. Well, we'll have to see what he picks anyway, as let's get into it. Would you like to introduce to us DH Bob?
Yeah, all right. We have Turtwig playing the Oriole, DH McGiblets playing the Muradin, Computex on Vala, Mundane Zebra on Lunara, and Peldor Hot on the Samuro pick.
Oh god, are we getting a 2-3? We'll have to see. Meanwhile, on the other side of things for Nexus Forces, we do have Shoepuff on the Artanis, Xyun on the Stukov, Uwu fitting, Joanna, Lork is going to be on Chromie this time. That's a big thing to note, but we'll talk about that in a few moments. And rounding it out is going to be Bird on the Hanzo. So a little bit of switch up on the roles is happening here.
Yeah, definitely gonna be interesting here, but I mean, most of these players can kind of play every role at this point. I mean, lots of these players are just so experienced, but it is still gonna be the Dwarf block, so it's not gonna be the infinite stacking from DH McGiblets that we do commonly see with that Sledgehammer, but could still come out on that level 4, but it is Protectors of Fire! Let's go!
Oh my god. Shoepuff, come on, bud.
See, here's the thing. You're talking about math, logic. That is beyond me.
You know, I should have predicted that. This is a one-day tournament. Of course. Why would I try predict things?
Yeah, you don't get that stacking sound, you know? But now McGiblet's trading with Bird, and McGiblet's just kind of running down this Hanzo, but will be traded back, but Uwu fitting will be able to get the Condemn on it too, and that's going to be first blood, and McGiblet's going to go down as well. It's a 2-0 for Nexus Forces to start out this game, as we haven't talked about this yet, but it is a 2-3 setup for DH Bob.
I did briefly touch on it. I just wasn't quite committing to it because we didn't know if they were just starting top. But no, Lunara is staying top. It does make it a bit more awkward for Artanis. He's not able to get the stacks he quite wants, as we see only 19, and he has hit to half. And we actually see a lot of people backing right now to make sure that they can get back through this.
Yep, but right now they are going to be getting this pressure over in the bot lane. They did manage to take the siege camp for themselves, and that's just going to give that little bit of extra pressure, a little bit of that experience, but at the same time, Peldor and Mundane Zebra getting so much value in this off lane. just getting so much damage onto those structures. So it's gonna be pretty fun to see which of these two lanes is gonna end up winning harder, the bot lane of Nexus Forces or the off lane for DH Bob.
So far, it seems to be the offlane for DH Bob, but they're saying that the Impalers are starting to hit the structure now, and that is quickly turning out to be more in their favor.
Yeah, and it's gonna be close, and the real fun is gonna start when that first set of Immortals does spawn out. The experience lead still favoring Nexus Forces a little bit, but I think most of that is gonna be from those 2 kills. So gonna be difficult to see how it does continue on, but Bruiser Camp now gonna get started by DH Bob. Nexus Force is gonna be a little bit late to it, but they should be able to finish it
They can do it
off
pretty
in time.
quickly.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it for them. As long as they have it done before the spawn, they're good.
Yeah, they're fine. We've got plenty of time. Meanwhile, Peldor is just busy clearing up. They will need to stay up for that Bruiser Camp. Meanwhile, we can see Monday and Zebra pushing now with bottom. And realistically, all you need is Compute X to make sure that they're racing. And did Lunara go it? Yes, Lunara did also go Nexus culling, so they have leant more into that race potential as well with doing 125? Yeah, 125% damage to non-heroic targets.
Yeah, but now Bird could be getting a little bit caught out here. Gonna get stunned up by the Immortal. Now the Condemn is going to be coming through as well. Shupa gonna be joining into the fight, just getting those stacks. Get that Protector stacked up.
A little bit isolated.
Yeah, but now the Condemn is going to be there, just kind of pulling them all in together. And the halftime is in favor so far of Nexus Forces. So they do have a 5k HP advantage as the halftime is coming through.
I like that they are taking advantage of this now. Vala doesn't have Monster Hunter yet. That does come in at 7, so they can get a lot done in this instance before that even comes up. We can see Compute X is trying their best to get stacks. 200 health.
But Shupa has the Protection of Fire, more than enough damage to get the kill. And you're talking about 300 something mathematical, but Shupa already at 84 stacks. I mean, this is a really, really good pace to be having on that Artanis, and it's gonna be able to provide a lot of team fight pressure, and especially once that suppression pulse comes in, both of the DPSs, well, all 3 if you count the Samuro, kind of rely on those auto attacks. So this is going to be a really scary draft later on, as now the face swap going to be there for Mundane Zero, but they're not going to be able to fully commit yet. Just going to use the Condemn onto DH McGiblets and call it a day for now.
All 5 atop for the side of Nexus Forces. No, Artanis is heading down now, never mind. As soon as I said it, I looked back, went, nope, I'm lying. Whoops.
Yeah, you know what? We all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Line Bus, so it's all okay. But they're getting some pretty solid push right now. They already got the wall, which again, that's typically the
We see
expected
about a
value.
third of the building though, not much more, unless Vala gets stunned here. Good, she rolled. And we do have about a full level experience lead now for the side of Nexus Forces.
Yeah, but now McGibblet is starting to get taken down quite low, but no mana left on Ubu Fitting, so Computex feeling a bit more confident, just stepping up, double stack on that puncturing arrow, so should be in a pretty good spot here. It's still only 8 for now, but it does scale quite well as they do head later into the game, especially with that Monster Hunter level 7 talent.
It just does feel quite low at the moment. I hope that they're able to get a bit further done because you do need those stacks. It is actually something pretty important to Vala, and especially in this matchup. But we are going to see Temporal Loop from Chromie. Not quite what I was expecting, considering she can just get ran at by things such as Peldor, but it does also allow for blow up onto these squishier heroes that Nexus Forces, that DH Bob is running, because they don't really have too much to stop. Well,
Yeah, but now
anything really.
Shupa just trading onto the bot lane, trying to survive, looking for Peldor. We'll be able to take Peldor.
Finds them.
And now might be able to take the Impaler, 50 HP, but Mundane Zebra going to trade for that kill. So 1-for-1 as DH McGiblin also went down to the top side, but Bird going to come in and finish off the Lunara. So Protectors of Ayur, 147 stacks at 6 minutes, is getting incredible value so far this game. And with these Impalers in the bot lane, they could actually get a lot of damage to this fort as well.
I had to look at the Samurai build. It's been a while since I've seen people pick Crushing Blows as well. It's definitely it's a interesting one to say the least. But we may actually see this bottom fort go down in this instance. I'd like to see
and now
Red commit to this, but they're not really sure about it, it feels.
Well, I don't think they need to fully commit. They have Lork just kind of throwing out those Sandblasts, throwing out those Dragon's Breath over top, but They could have definitely looked for the play, but I think at the same time, they're just waiting hard as Shupov gets a solo kill on the top side.
It's like, where the hell did that happen?
Yeah, we'll get traded back, but I mean, you're willing to take that. That's 10 stacks for you on the Artanis. That's going to be no volley here as the race begins, but now level 10 is going to be available. And interestingly enough, it's Purifier Beam, not Suppression Pulse, coming in for the level 10. Just going full carry mode on that Artanis. But now, DH McGiblets going to get the stun onto Lorik. They have Monday Zebra over top. Blessed Shield going to try and buy a little bit of space, but it's just not enough. Dragon Strike over top on Turdwig, but Crystal Aegis is going to come out. But everyone's starting to get low, but the healing from Turdwig more than enough. And now they could be chasing on to Fitting and Bird, but Elder trying to run as fast as possible, but doesn't have the speed. And now Ironskin is there, going to buy a little bit more time, but again, it's going to be DH Bob just zoning them completely off of this. Halftime's already been reached, and again, with the Monster Hunter talent available, it's just going to make this so much harder. But now Fitting, again, getting jumped upon, but no mana for McGiblet's face swap. Not going to be able to land. Monday Zebra takes so much damage from a single Twin Strike from Shupov. And I think that's where the real danger is going to be coming in this game.
Yeah, because it is going to be that full swap build, so it can do a decent amount of damage and really does amp up how much displacement the team does have available to them, thanks to it. But we do see that it is Artanis going top. He's not able to quite come down and face it this time. Bird getting rolled in on, but Computex not quite able to find a kill this time. Like, what are you doing via Giblets? just looked up and he's just doing his own thing.
Just pulling the wave, you know how these things are, but now they're gonna be getting a lot of value with this Immortal as well. It is very high HP, very high shield. I expect they will be able to lock this in for themselves. Blessed Shield is gonna be coming out, and Temporal Loop onto McGiblet's Dragon Strike as well, and it's gonna deal more than enough damage to burst down this Muradin, and that's surprising to me. But now Shupov coming in from the side, gonna be looking for Mundane Zebra, looking for the swap, not gonna be there, but Leap Strike gonna be used defensively. And the Rain of Vengeance from Computex with the double Hungering Arrow as well, going to keep them safe. But the bottom fort is gone, and a good chunk of the wall as well.
Interesting to see
from that one play.
Lunara has gone the changed talents. We do see that it is a little bit of a trying out the new talents of. We have had Splinter Spear changed. That happened in the recent patch where it does hold the charges now, and it actually...
Jumping onto Peldor. Peldor's starting to get pretty low. They have the slow, they have the shield, but the swap not going to come out condemned. But unfortunately, just no more damage followed up.
I think Peldor's shit out of that. Oh, no, there's the heal.
Yep, the heal is there. There was the Crystal Aegis as well. Bird trying to get the snipe, but I mean, Purifier Beam just is so annoying to deal with this game.
I think that's the thing. It's more annoying than anything else. That's the big problem with it. I'm not the biggest fan of seeing it here, in all honesty. I've never been...
Oh, but Blessed Shield is going to land. Mundane Zebra gonna get immediately burst down. And now Turdwig and Peldor gonna get low as well. Dragon Strike comes out, but not even needed. Already a 2-for-0 for Nexus Forces. And they're behind on structures for now, but this could be their opportunity to get it back, as they do have over a half a level lead, and they get started on this top lane fort.
And Shupov is looking to come in from an angle, does get hit with a hammer, does get whipped out. So ultimately, I did like what they're trying there, but not able to quite get it. Turtwig getting low, but unfortunately, Computex all the way in. Nothing that can be done there, unfortunately.
Yeah, Computex just kind of stuck in a bad spot, but they will be able to get this kill for themselves. Nexus Force is level 14. They were able to even out the structures at least a little bit, but there is an Impaler Camp and a cannon just absolutely shredding through their bot lane wall. So it is going to be a little bit of an answer for DH Bob, and despite the almost full level lead for Nexus Forces, this next objective, they're going to be on an even talent here. So it's really just going to come down to the play here. This is going to be the opportunity for DH Bob to kind of close this gap.
Nope, Peldor's getting pinged. Don't know why. But yeah, we do already see it's 230 stacks on Shupov, so they are really getting to that over halfway there now. They're getting to that point where the damage is going to add up. There are no two ways about it, and especially because we have a far squishier team with things such as Samura. It's a rough one to say the least.
Yeah, 238 now. Just like I said, the Samuro is just kind of easy stacks for this Shupov Artanis. And now Peldor, again, just trying to get on top of Bird, but Shupov's just kind of full zoning now. Neither side really wants to be the ones to engage here, but I think Nexus Forces are the ones that are able to just buy more time. But now McGiblets, they're the ones that are going to be going in. The Iron Skin is going to get proc, so they will not use a Purifier Beam as well. But both sides just gonna back away for now.
And once again, we have just back of a stalemate. There's not much that each team can do while the other team is holding under their own immortal. Help. Giblets the sound.
Yeah, just gonna be a little bit of a lurking arm. I think it's more just to check where McGiblets is, because right now, if Nexus forces just buy time, they'll hit level 16, but they're
shield.
going in immediately, just taking down this Lunar. Now, Dragon Strike gonna force McGiblets to use the Dwarf Toss to safety, but this is definitely gonna be a massive opportunity for Nexus Force to get some value. Now Shoopuf in the meanwhile just still gonna be zoning away onto Peltor, and Peltor actually in a bad spot, that has no more clones, but will be able to jump away to safety. But now in the meanwhile, Fitting still fighting on the front line. Computex trying to get some damage over top, and Peltor actually
Samurai
goes down
down.
during that. But now Shoopuf is gonna be in the middle of everyone looking for Computex. Rain of Vengeance buys a little bit of time, but Condemn is there. Crystal Aegis is there, but I don't think it matters. Shoopuf gonna be able to find the kill, and actually not even Shoopuf. They have the damage over top. Turtwig
Turtwig.
running to safety. Nothing in the well. Will get taken down by Shoopuf. 282 stacks on Protectors of Ayer. And the halftime in favor of Nexus Forces. This may be so far the most one-sided game we've seen.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to add to that. Yeah, you are absolutely right. The thing is, it did start out all right for DH Bomb, because they did have an interesting strat, but unfortunately, the more we scale the Artanis at this point, as much as I hate to admit it, it has been the pick so far. So, Protector's Ire is actually doing significant work. God, I hate saying that.
Because the
'Cause
little
Hoku's
ding ding
here.
ding, that's all that matters. Always go the quest talents every single game. Everyone in chat, in your Storm League, always go Protectors of Ayer. No one will ever give you any flack for it.
Thank you for specifying Protector's Ire and not just any quest, because I will be angry if they see someone pick Shadow Dagger on Sylvanas.
No, you pick that too.
No, don't do that.
Ding 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 noise. Fire at will is fantastic. But now either way, they're gonna have the full.
Samurai
actually,
goes
Peltor
down.
Goes down in the off lane, and this is a full shield immortal. They're gonna get a lot of damage here, but at the same time, whenever you have the racing build on your team, that also means you have a good defensive build on your team. But now Fitting gonna be able to get the Blessed Shield onto 3. McGiblets is in the backline, just trying to zone them away. Purifier Beam and the Dragon Strike just zoning away Computex, and even though it's not killing them, while they're not dealing damage, that means the Immortal is still going to be hitting onto their structures. Now, McGiblets also zoned away, and with that, this bottom keep is going to go down, and they may try to go for a little bit more, but Nexus Forces know they can't end, and they'd rather play safe and just back it out. But actually, they're going to get the Stormbolt onto X and Computex. Still could be looking for a trade here. They are on even talents, level 18 to 16, but just going to be a couple stacks of Hungering Arrow, and that's it for now.
Unfortunately, with Shoopuf disappearing, that very much was a signal. I was about to go.
But X-Men gonna be the first one to go down.
X-Jumps the
And
Hammer
Shoopuf
Magnet.
is gonna get stunned again and will go down. It's a 2-for-0 so far, but McGiblets has that extra range. Gonna be jumping onto Lark, has that stun, and that's gonna be a 3-for-0.
Is it an end angle?
Uh,
After all that?
potentially,
No,
but
it's
the
not.
Zebra still trading with Uwu Fitting, and no mana left on this Joanna. Peltor gonna be able to spot out this Joanna, and this might be it. Uwu Fitting gonna go underneath the fort just to not desync the spawn timers too much. And now you may speak like
I think we've been too greedy on kills here. I think that should have been an end angle from this team. It was 30 to 40 seconds death timers on each of these heroes. You can at least guarantee keep. You can at least guarantee the top 4 and potentially the other keep. I think it could have been end, so I'm not a big fan of how they played this. Played their follow-up to how this happened. So,
Well,
yeah.
they're still going to be able to get something for themselves. They were down almost 2 full levels. Now it's about half a level. They got their Bruiser camp. They're going to get both Siege camps. One on the bot side for Peltor, and Mundane Zebra are going to take the one on the top. So this whole level lead is basically negated. And they're just going to try playing for this next Immortal spawn. They still do have, by far, the stronger racing composition. And maybe they want to try pushing in with the Immortal before they try to end the game.
It does look to be the case, but we just... Peldor can't get caught out again, is what it's turning into. He's died, unfortunately, a few too many times getting caught out by either Chromie or by either Artanis, and it has really hurt the team when it's come to needing to be here. Because once again, we're seeing Peldor in an awkward spot, and it's going to take a little bit of damage, but ultimately forced out. Nice triple stun by Random
He's able to
Vengeance.
Stormbolt And now they could look for more Shubov, still diving onto Computex. Look at the damage coming out. Fitting still in the middle of everyone. Lark starting to get low as well into the backline, but Fitting gonna be the
Goes down.
first to go down. McGiblin still alive. Shubov trying to fight onto the backline. Leap strike onto Bird and able to find even more down. Shubov gonna be the second to get taken down, sorry. And it's a 2-0 in favor of DH Bob. And now they have the level lead. They're the ones that are in a good spot, and now they're the ones gonna be pushing into this bot lane with this Bruiser camp as well. These team fights are starting to turn.
We are getting a repeat of what has happened other maps where, well, Nexus Forces had the DH Bob had the advantage early on, then Nexus Forces were able to come back. We're now finding it's the other way around, and once again, Nexus Forces aren't quite sure on how to handle this properly. They've been a little bit hard. It's been a little bit hard for them because Samuro just adds that one little extra layer of chaos to these fights where it's been really hard for them to call a consistent target. And we can see that Shoopuf of the tank is on one end of things, but then because there's a Samuro in the back line with a Muradin jumping in, it really splits up the team and what they're wanting to do. So Nexus Forces needs to find a way to either focus Peldor or start back to fronting by taking out the Giblets first. But I think that's the key to what they need to do for this late part of the game. And Blessed Shield, I think, is a big key to that at this point in time. Joe needs to hit that on things such as the Giblets.
Yeah, but with that, the push is going to be coming through, and the Blessed Shield actually going to go wide. So that's going to be a major heroic on cooldown as this push is coming in. Now the wall's already gone. The shield is still available on this Immortal, and they're going to get started on this keep. And the bottom keep is pretty low as well, so this could be an opportunity to get both. Rain Avengers are actually going to go wide as well. Massive Shove going to split up the fight. And Dragon Strike just trying to buy a little bit of space. Computex not going to be able to join in, but it doesn't matter. They're still going to be able to get this top lane keep. And Peltor just wailing away on the bottom one. Might be able to survive here, but now Shoopuf dealing so much damage.
Oh my god, Peltor. Peltor's dead.
Yes, I see how they went down, but now they're looking for the game, but Turtwig gonna get caught out. 200 HP, and with the lurking arm, that's gonna be a kill. And they save their core. They take 1% of damage, but it's a 2-0. Now Shoopuf looking for the swap, not gonna be able to find Computex. They're still gonna be chasing, but the Dwarf launch gonna buy enough space for McGiblets to get back out to safety, but still not gonna be able to mount up. Blessed Shield again not gonna land, but they have the temporal loop and lurking arm over top of it, and they will be able to take down McGiblets, and that's a 3-0. But now Mundane Zebra are gonna be running in through the
already
bot.
going straight back.
But this might be an end angle for Nexus Forces. They're coming through the bot lane. Computex will be able to spot them. This may end up being a base race. But no, it looks like Mundane Zebra is going to reset as well. And now they're going to get started there. It is going to be the Hungering Arrows. So Computex not going to have that sustained damage they need. And Leap Strike over to the back line. Gonna buy a little bit of time, a little bit of space. Computex gets the stun onto the front line, but it might not be enough. Bird's trying to get low. Leap Strike as well. They might be able to take down Bird. Computex still hitting on a shoot.
Lork next, and that's
they might have done
on.
it. Lork is gonna go down. Computex still alive, buying some space, but will get traded by Uwu Fitting, but they're not gonna be able to end the game. And now Uwu Fitting goes down. And now Peltor chasing onto Exion. Massive Shot's going to be there, but so is Leap Strike from Mundane Zebra. A couple more autos is all that's going to be needed, and that will be a 4th kill going
Eventually.
in favor of DH Bob.
Unfortunately, that fight, Artanis was just too distracted by Vala in the end, and chasing Vala kited him away from core. It's as simple as that. And we did see that what could have been maybe not an end, would have been much lower, but now we are getting a situation where Artanis is the only defender. He can actually blow up both these heroes. These heroes do need to be careful because that is now 375 stacks. That is that territory where Artanis can start tearing apart the squishier heroes in this game. Oh.
Jet.
Turtwig, do not walk straight into the stun on screen. That's like the last thing you want to do from the Immortal.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, if they're able to get this Immortal even into the base with a full shield, I don't know if Nexus Forces have the damage to get rid of it.
It'll be hard.
They don't have any damage specifically for non-heroes. Now, Shoopuf is going to try dealing some of it now, but as I say that, just got to go right
straight.
past and look.
It's your turn.
Shoopuf is ready. Going to look for the swap with McGiblet's. Not going to be able to find it. Now they have
my god, Giblet's chaining it.
Yeah, and now with the extra stuns and with the Leap Strike over top, Shoopuf once again going to be the target. Now has the shield, but Peltor has enough damage. Lark gonna be the next target now. Dragon Strike over top will be pretty strong, but it might be a little bit too little, a little bit too late. They will take down the Lunara, but now, in the meanwhile, they're still looking for Uru Fitting just alone in the front line. Rain of Vengeance, so much DPS. Pelter and Computex will finish that off. It's a 3-for-1. The Immortals pushing bot lane, and this should be the game for DH Bob.
Considering how dominant it was for Nexus Forces, I'm so surprised that this is how it's going to end up. But I guess it's always been Vala gets her 16s and 20s, right? But it starts to turn around a lot. We see that's magical. We see the Acrobat, and it does so much. And Peldor does seem to be was playing a lot more careful in that late game. We can see now Core is going to be hit. Blind is just doing a little dance in the outer core. Unfortunately, Ixion gets hit with a hammer just at the end, and that is going to be game number 3 going over to the side of DH Bob.
Yeah, and now, I mean, this was going to be a 2-1 no matter what after this game, but this is where it starts getting a little bit scary for Nexus Forces. This was a very close series, but a very close game, I should say, as well. But DH Bob were still able to come out on top, and now they can threaten the end of this series with this next game going on into map 4.
Because as a
I mean,
reminder,
this is gonna be interesting.
it is a best of 5. I see some people throwing GGs in the chat. No, not yet. I said, great day, everyone. No, we do have at least 2. We still at least have 1 more map, maybe 2. We'll have to see how the next one goes. I want to see a Dragonshire. I love Dragonshire. One of my favorite maps, 110%.
Dragonshire would be a lot of fun. I mean, especially this season, I've seen so much fun stuff coming in across every division. I would love to see, especially the macro game, coming out from a pickup team today. I think that's going to be the real fun part.
Yep, 110%, especially if we are getting these lesser picked heroes such as Samurus, such as... I immediately forgot his name. We saw him 2 maps in a row. Alarak, there we go. Where it can work on those maps where you are fighting a bit more and there's just a bit more technical execution required within them. But for this map, it was such an interesting one seeing how well Nexus Forces was holding out for so long. Where I think we went back-to-back cores both ways like 3-4 times before anyone was actually able to finally end. And just the weirdest game of table tennis known to man.
Yeah, this was a big ping pong going back and forth, but this is primarily a for fun tournament, and I like that the players are kind of getting into the spirit of it. I mean, at the end of the day, as much as I enjoyed it, the Protectors of Aiur is usually not the right talent, but it's a lot of fun, and it brought a lot of fun both to ourselves as the casters, the players, and all the viewers here. I hope had as much fun as we did, but it's just kind of really getting into what NGS really is at its core. It's just a fun place to be competitive, so I think they're doing a great service and showing why HOTS is still around after 10 whole years.
Yeah, and what we're actually going to do is we may just take a quick break just because I need to fill up my water bottle. I don't need to know if you need to do anything such as well as that, because I think I see some messages from you, so I'm going to assume probably. So we're just going to take a quick break. It is quite intensive in our throats considering we have been talking for multiple hours at this point. So we will be right back. So bear with us. And we'll see where the last 2 maps go. Right. We're back. I nearly immediately forgot to unmute us, because apparently that's just the thing I'm forgetting today. So, we did take a quick break. It's been a long day. Already. How late is it for you, Toki? You East or West Coast?
West Coast, it is 6:30 p.m. or 6:40, so this is
So
this is
more
fine
reasonable
me.
for you.
It is quite reasonable for me, yeah. I'm sure it's definitely going to be a little bit worse for you, but hopefully the games themselves are keeping you nice and awake and excited, but...
It's not even 2 p.m. I'm fine.
Oh, I
sorry.
see.
Let me rephrase. I started at 6 a.m. I woke up at 6 a.m. to start at 7 a.m. You thought
no,
you
fair
thought I
enough.
meant 7 p.m., didn't you?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I woke up at 6 a.m. to go for a walk, but to each their own.
No, I think I'm plus 18 hours ahead of you. I think is roughly
That's
what
a lot
what
of
it maps
hours.
out to be. Well, yeah, because
See,
I'm
that's what's
Sunday.
unfair, though. Why do you get more hours than we do? We're -8. You're plus 18. You think you're that much better over on the East Coast? Like, I don't know, man.
East Coast? What?
New Zealand, right?
New Zealand, you're too used to saying East Coast, aren't you? There was
Yeah,
something
yeah.
deep hate. There's some deep thing within there where you're like, damn East Coast. I'm like, what? Good to know there is that.
-5.
Good to know there's that pent up background right there.
No, it sits in all of us on the West Coast and vice versa on the East Coast. We get along on the surface, but deep down, we know we're not the same.
So the opposite to New Zealand and Australia. On the surface, we're very just like, bring it. But on the other end of things, we're just like, if we see any in the wild, like, if we're traveling, it's like, mate, come here. It's such a good
brother.
one. My brother.
No, I mean, all jokes aside, it's pretty much like the for West and East Coast. It's West Coast, Best Coast, East Coast, Beast Coast. I mean, that's
I
where the
hate the
fun really.
I hate that phrase of Beast Coast.
I mean, they needed something, but
They
the
need-
Best Coast has it naturally. I mean, that's all I'm gonna say.
They
That's
need
all
one
I'm
win.
gonna say.
Am I right?
Yeah, that's all they need. But I mean, I mean, at least in terms of Canada, because I'm from the Great North as well. The East Coast has like most of the good stuff in the country. Like all like the big cities, all the big events goes primarily to the East Coast. So we got to get something, and we get to say Best Coast. So that's that's our trade-off.
yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good trade-off.
But yeah, to get back a little bit on topic here, we are going to be going over to Cursed Hollow as our next map number 4. And this is a best of 5, so DH Bob, they could close out this series here. I mean, they're already in an absolutely fantastic spot to do so. And I mean, they looked pretty good over on those big maps earlier on. You said on Garden for the first series of the day, you said they looked pretty strong. So gonna be fun to see how they play this time around.
I don't think I casted Cursed. I think I did see one on your side of a bracket, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, we did have a Cursed over on my side, and that was Nexus Forces, so they did look pretty strong on it as well. And they got a lot of really strong plays there, specifically through the macro. They played really fast, and I think that's the main thing. They were able to double boss many a time, just from really fast rotations and being on the same page. And again, this is a pickup team. The fact that they've been able to play this well together is just absolutely incredible to me.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes down to also just, I think Snarf is incredibly good at balancing these things. None of this would happen without people such as, in particular Snarf, because she is the one who does do the balance for all these events. She puts a fair amount of time to making sure things are relatively balanced, and as we can see today, sure, there have been some games that haven't gone quite the way that you want, but any division, any Storm League game sometimes just doesn't go your way. So I think big props goes to her to make sure that everyone is getting a fair fight in that regard. I also want to take a moment to note now, as we are coming into the second half of the series, which I know is weird to say in something odd numbered, but we'll ignore that. There is a giveaway going. If you have yet to enter that, !! birthday in chat to make sure that you go in the draw to win some merch from the Nexus Gaming Series store.
Yeah, always make sure to get that merch. I am repping this jersey. I mean, I always rep it every single cast, but... And a huge shout out as well, again, Linebus said thank you to Snarfungus, but I gotta give a huge shout out over to Linebus, kind of running the production at the same time. I'm just yelling on my screen here. A lot of the big work is being done by Linebus in the background, so huge shout out to that as well. It's definitely been a very long day for you, much longer than even for me, but let's get into the draft here because we've already gotten the first few picks. The Blaze locked in for Shupuff, and Alarak is gonna be back, and
On a bigger
Stukov for
map.
Bird.
Also,
I mean, they did play it in the first,
Sure.
when they did play on Chris Hollow last, they did have the Alarak.
Oh, okay. And I do actually want to quickly note. Ufaban, okay. Interesting. Have they played double support with Stu Alarak?
No, not yet.
Slightly different bands once again. They're really not wanting the Sergeant Hammer to come through, and that was a bit of a key to success on Gun of Terror for DH Bob. This time they are banning out Falstad. They want to remove that global pressure that the bird can provide, and honestly, fair enough. Actually, they're banning out more globals as they're also getting the Brightwing out of the way.
Yeah, now Brightwing hasn't been played yet by Turtwig, at least not that I've seen. Unless my memory is escaping me. I know
don't-
Exian has played it a decent amount, but
I'm trying to recall if I've seen Turtwig this today, and I can't Turtwig play Brightwing today, and I can't remember. And we see Tyrande Dahaka.
yeah, I mean, pretty standard composition right now from DH Bob. I mean, Diablo's good, Hanzo's good, Tyrande's good, Dahaka's good. I'm really curious what Mundane Zebra is going to pick here because, I mean, Mundane Zebra has a very, very vast hero
They're the
pool.
one pulling out the weird shit, so to speak.
Exactly.
Wait, stop,
I
damn
mean,
it.
Yeah, you're doing your best, you know. You
Blow up,
But
comp.
I mean, that's the thing. They can change things a lot, and the Varian Stukov. I mean, this is gonna be the burst comp, and with Vala Alarak, okay, I like this because now they're building a composition that works with the Alarak instead of just having it kind of work anyway.
Yeah, traditional blow up training wheels. That's very interesting to see here. Sure, you're not running the typical Jaina or some form of mage that you see, but if we see something such as Vala going Q build, it's very good on following up with that as well. So we'll have to see what Exian does, whether they are going to be going Q or auto attack. But Mundane Zebra, what is it? Lunara.
Lunara.
Hunt is on.
I mean,
So they have quite
yeah.
a bit of range there, and they can definitely threaten onto this Vala Stukov. Lunar is really strong into Vala, by the way. Just one of the few heroes that can just confidently walk into this hero and guarantee a lot of damage. So it is a very solid counter to Vala, but it is going to come down to the play as well, because at the same time, Varian is a very good counter to the Lunara. So going to be fun to see how these two teams do try to play it out.
I would love to see Lunara pick up the cleanse at level 13. I think it's Abolish Magic? Yeah. I'd love to see her pick up Abolish Magic at level 13 to see if we can try get people out of that taunt quick enough. But it is going to be a bit of a harder one to do as well. It is going to be a blow-up taunt variant. There's not too much you can do about that if Stukov's fast enough on getting the silence down.
Prepare yourself for battle.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a lot of fun to see how these two teams do play it out. And I kind of agree, because right now, if we look over at the lineup, though, I guess we could talk about it after we introduce our two teams. So why don't you reintroduce DH Bob for the 4th time?
So, on the side of DH Bob, we do have DH McGiblets on the Diablo. Mundane Zebra is going to be on that Lunara. Peldor on the Space Yoshi Dahaka. Turtwig is going to be on that Tyrande. Rounding things out is going to be Computex on the Hanzo. What do we see on the other side of things?
Yeah, we see Bird gonna be playing that Stukov. Ooh, fitting. Gonna be on the Varian. Lark once again on the Alarak. Exian on the Vala. And Shupuff gonna be piloting the Blaze. And now, both these two teams are already grouping, and a lot of trading going in favor of DH Bob. Exian taking a lot of damage from Computex's Hanzo. And now the drag almost lands just slightly off to the side. So Exian could have been in a dangerous spot there.
It is weird to see High King's Quest on Varian here. That's not something you typically see with Taunt. That's actually the least picked talent with Taunt, so that's a weird one to spot early. We need to keep an eye on that level 4, because it indicates maybe something not Taunt.
Yeah, maybe it is actually Shupuff main tanking this game. Blaze can definitely do it. I think team comp wise it would fit. But now DH McGiblet's taking a decent amount of poke, but Turtwig is here for the heals. And again, Diablo is just very strong and tanky, so shouldn't be going down. until level 4 comes out, Varian just kind of isn't a hero, so I don't expect too many big plays coming out there. So
No, not for a while.
Uh,
Oh, Violet is auto attack as well. That is a good point.
yeah, so maybe this is going to be a bit of a different composition than we initially thought. And again, that's one of the things I love about Heroes of the Storm, where even if you do have a hero that's typically played in a certain way, just by going a different talent tier, they become completely different. But now Shoopuf gonna get stunned up into the wall. Mundane Zebra trying to get the damage over the wall, but Shoopuf will be fine. And Big Giblets actually might go
He
down.
does.
And yes,
Minion finds the
minions
kill.
and the cannon powers are more than enough damage to get this kill. And now Mundane Zebra is still going to be frolicking around. Looks a little bit too happy after that play, but I mean, that's just going to be the Lunara there. But
The
big
worst
grab
way to
for
put it
Shoopuf.
is Vindix's forces did pull through and get the kill. Got the kill.
Yeah. But
Oh,
with
that's
that, we're going to get started on their Bruiser camp as well. DH Bob has already taken there, so it is going to be the even trade. But now Ooh Fitting coming in from behind, looking for Mundane Zebra, but
It is still taunt.
it is going to be taunt. And now they have the Jet Propulsion over top as well. They're body blocking. Mundane Zebra starting to get low, but it's pretty fast. And DH McGiblets is here. Now Shoopuf not going to go down to the cannon towers this time around, but Mundane Zebra, again, just so much damage reaching the back line. But no one's going to end up going down in this set of plays, but both sides definitely getting close.
Shoopuf actually incredibly low. They needed to self-heal with a fire before they fully half. They knew they were going to go down if they get that up.
Yep,
Nope,
DH McGiblets
shoo, that
going
was-
in. Jet Propulsion is going to be there again, but Lunar Flare lands on a 3. And
Turtwig is
saves
so good
McGiblets'
with
life.
those. Turtwig is so good at hitting those lunar flares.
I mean, Turtwig's been playing pretty fantastically this entire series so far. I mean, gotta give huge credit to the healer. I know sometimes it can be a pretty thankless role, but I mean, here we have to just give full credit. Turtwig has been playing out of their minds, keeping that team alive, and especially that Oriole game with the triple frontline was definitely making sure that they did not overstay. They did not go too far, but now Mundane Zebra gonna get taunted up again, but Bird not gonna be able to follow up, and now they're fighting over the first tribute. DH McGill is just kind of standing there behind everyone. Lark is here now.
Soul Shield was
But-
popped by McGiblets as well. They're wanting to make sure that they are going to live through any burst. Lork actually misses, has a rare miss on their follow-up for their own pull. And now that maybe them taking a lot of damage, we do see Sun coming out, Ooh Fitting, but it is McGiblets going down first, so this may need to be an out call from the side of DH Bob. And yep, it does look like they are wanting to back up a bit. I'd say
Yeah,
that
but
they
they're
go
still
second.
getting chased down here. Pelter just walking as far forward as possible. Computex with that Stormbow just trying to get as much poke as possible. And Uwu Fitting is still just poking down Pelter as much as possible. They don't want to give this away. And they do have a pretty solid composition here. Pelter now in the backline. They just hit level 7. And they're going to be able to take down Pelter. As now
Immediate
Exim
turnaround.
going to start the channel. And will dodge out on the Sentinel as well. So Exim should be able to just secure this for the team. But this is just the first tribute. It's not going to accomplish anything just on its own.
That's a good point. That's a hell of a fight for just the first objective. Typically, if it's the first one, you lose a pick, you go, okay, it's not the end of the world. It is just, we just have to give a little bit. Now, it's fine. Oh, McGiblets is going aggressive, but isn't able to catch anyone.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case for this Diablo. But now, the bosses are going to be spawning soon. Now, I'd be surprised if either of these teams really just started on spawn. Maybe if they know the other side starts it, but we'll see if anyone wants to make that first move themselves. But still pretty solid start for Nexus Forces. 3-0 so far. 108 stacks, or 108% on Sadism. So Lark is slowly getting stronger, slowly getting into that late game, and a half-level lead for Nexus Forces. It's starting to add up.
Also, I think when it comes to bosses, you typically want to start, the earliest you ever want to do is around the 7-8 minute mark, I think is there's some math behind it that I, God, don't know. Math is not actually my strongest suit. I just take numbers that other people tell me. But no, that is now definitely starting to add up. We are a little bit less stacked than you'd like to be on Vivala at this point. Only 36 stacks on that Gambit so far. You really need to start, you need to get 50 before you even get the first step.
Open Computex, gonna get stunned up, and Lark with the combo gonna be able to get that kill. And now 113% on Sadism, and the second tribute going for Nexus Forces. And now this is where things are going to get more dangerous, but now Mundane Zebra is going to get taunted up. They have another burst, and that's going to be even more Sadism stacks going over to Lord. And this is exactly how they managed to win, I believe, the first game for themselves. So this is pretty dangerous. And now with that, they can get started on the boss.
Yeah, and they are they can rip it through it pretty well. Vala thankfully does have all her auto attack stacked so far, so she is going to absolutely melt it. Varian did go High King, so he has a little bit more damage than you'd expect Varian to do with his AA, so they do tear that apart pretty quickly. Meanwhile, bottom, we can see the blue team has started their own. They're not going to be as quick with it, especially considering Turtwig has just kind of revealed that they are bottom. They did just use the owl to go up. It is going to need to be a full leash, and we can see that boss is going to start restoring its health.
Yeah, I mean, massive win for Nexus Forces here, as they are going to be trying to get us to go with the full 5 games this series. Now, heroic talents are going to be up now for DH Bob, and this is going to be the cursed tribute if Nexus Forces can take it. And now Pelder is in the front line, going to get taunted up. They have the jet propulsion, Rain of Vengeance over top, but the stasis will be there in time. Now McGibblet, the lightning breath over top of everyone, and Bird starting at quite low.
Massive Dragon Strike
as well,
all the way through.
And it's a 3 for nothing. All the sadism stacks are gone. And as I caster curse Nexus Forces, DH Bob gonna be able to even out the game, but they do lose their top lane fort, so Nexus Forces, they still overall are slightly ahead with this game.
Ever so slightly, but that was honestly the perfect thing that Bob needed at this, DH Bob needed at this point, because yeah, they were a bit behind. They can do boss pretty well, they should be able to take some, should at least be able to get gate from this, so you gotta be happy if you are DH Bob in that regard.
Yeah, and it is 7.5 minutes now. So delaying boss can be good because now the boss is going to be stronger. But now Pelder actually going to get taunted up. 300 HP. Shoopuf and Uwu Fitting trying to get the damage. And with the Twin Stream, they will be able to get that kill over in the mid lane. So Nexus Forces starting to come back now as they do have the Bruiser Camp shoving into the mid lane as well. But now they're going to start rotating down. McGiblet's already waiting for them. He's going to use the Firestorm, going to use the Shadow Charge, but just to buy time for this boss to kind of freely hit onto this fort.
Does Dahaka have Burrowing Claws up when he's available? Yes, he is, so he can come back immediately to this bottom objective.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be that tribute attempt for Nexus Forces. This could be the curse for them. So now they are getting positioned. They are both on level 12, but Nexus Forces, they could get level 13 here first, and could have a little bit of that advantage. Now they are just kind of trading back and forth. Exion's still hitting onto McGiblets, and it's important to note that Exion did go down, so those Gambit stacks at the very least are available, but neither side gonna hit level 13 yet.
Dahaka's actually getting them there quickly. There's 13s for one team.
Yeah, but now both sides gonna be over there. Now they have the taunt, they have the jet propulsion, but this is onto McGiblets. And now with the Shadow Charge, with the Lightning Breath and the
Fitting is
Dragon
split.
Strike over top. Yeah, but now Pelder gonna get silenced up into the backline, and Shoopuf is still alive. And now with the Lurking Arm, maybe that's enough, but again, the bunker only gonna buy time, but Shoopuf definitely gonna be going down here. And it's a 2 for nothing, but Pelder always gonna trade, but the Lunar Flare is gonna land, and that's a Gambit stack gone. It's another 3 for nothing for DH Bob as they get their second tribute, and now they have over half a level lead going into the 5th tribute soon.
That is... What is happening this game, in all honesty? Because Nexus Forces looks to be doing these fights so well, then just one or two things happen where it quickly turns into DH Bob's direction. This is where it starts to get easier for them. They now have Right of Rack share on Alarak, so this is where sadism really can start adding up. Stukov does have the silence reset as well. This is where, if you're the side of Nexus Forces, you are starting to hit your stride. You have very good 13s. The only problem is Varian falls off into the late game, so how does this go is my big question mark for them. I think they just need to find an initiate early enough on even McGiblets and seeing if they can get a quick taunt kill combo.
Yeah, but the issue is McGiblets is the one that's constantly in the front, but now they're pinging on a Pelder. They have the jet propulsion onto McGiblets. Lurking Arm finds 2 Counter-Strike, deals a lot of damage, but not enough to get the kill. And now Lark gonna be the one to go down. Dragon Strike over top, just zoning away Shupa from the rest of the team. And now it's gonna be Uvid getting jumped upon. Exion just trying to deal as much damage as possible to McGiblets. But before level 16, without the Mana Core, McGiblets is just so hard to take down. And now with this, Computex still fighting with Shupa.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Zebra will be able to get the curse, and Computex will be able to get that kill. Say 2 for nothing. 3rd tribute and the curse going over to DH Bob. As now McGiblet still trying to fight in the
Oh my
back
god,
line,
he's all the
and
way.
He's actually going to be stuck.
He's
They're
dead
gonna
this
get
time.
taunted up. Rain of Vengeance may have gone a
Nope.
little bit too far, but Turdwig constantly keeping them alive. And it's
Oh.
actually Ekien that goes down.
Mick Giblets is just feeling immortal at this point. He is full Soul Stone, he is full Lightning Stomp build, so he does have a lot of the extra survivability coming in. The only problem is when that 16 comes through. So they've got to find a way to end this before
Hi, Lork.
it comes in. And yeah, Lork, all the while, just getting roasted by that Lightning Breath, does get hit over the top by Compute X. Meanwhile, top, we can see that there's Dahaka with a big wave and Siege Giants. Uwu Fitting wants to get the taunt there. We see they're coming around the corner, but that is going to be the tunneling claws, and they are going to be fine.
Yeah, and they're just getting so much value. I mean, this is probably going to be mid-keep gone already at 11 minutes. DH Bob putting on an absolute clinic in this fourth and potentially final match for the NGS 10-year tourney. And, I mean, this is as much as you could possibly get from a first curse of the game. I mean, they got all forts and a keep from it. They're in a really good spot. 2 full level advantage. Boss spawns in 30, but they could even consider contesting the top boss from Nexus Forces.
Honestly, if I was them, I would be finding a way to initiate now while you have that 16 advantage. And they are just playing a bit passively for my liking here. It looks like they're going to trade bruises, and they are potentially thinking about making their way up. But that was the Vision Wisp found. Sentinel Wisp, that's what it's called. So they are knowing that, well, the red team is aware that there is a hunt on for them. Meanwhile, Dahaka's pushing down bottom.
Yeah, and I actually kind of like that they are playing more passively because in their losses, a lot of their issues was they were going a bit too aggro. But when they play clean, when they play slow, even if it isn't their max potential, they're still getting a lot of good value out of it. They're still getting the winning trades. It just takes them longer to finish the game, but they always manage to. As now they're going to get started on the boss, but level 16 talents are available for Nexus Forces now. But Uwu Fitting, they do see it. The banner is going to get thrown down. Uwu Fitting going to get overpowered into the line, but look at that Lightning Breath just going to get used to zone. But Shubap is going to be here now. Lurking Arm as well into the backline. They're not going to be able to
They
stop the
barely
boss, but
get
now
in
how
time.
about the team fight? They have the Dragon Strike. It's going to land onto everyone. And now Lark going to be using the telekinesis to try and get away, but all the damage is coming through and won't be able to get the counter strike, and it is just going to be a 2-for-0 for DH Bob. They got the boss, they got the push over in the mid lane, and they might even be pushing to end the game here. McGiblet looking onto you and just trying to body block, and Exian will be able to go down. And now Shupov looking for the jet propulsion, but McGiblet is not going to give it away, and I think they may have done it. It's going to be 2v5. Can Bird and Shupov, do they have the damage to defend this? That's the real question. The Computex and Turdwig, they're still DPSing as much over top. They
Great
have
time
the
by
drag though,
Palador.
they're able to find Bird. And now that's going to be a 5 versus 1, 20%. But DH Bob, they did it. They are going to be your Nexus Gaming Series 10-year birthday champions.
That's so good from them. Considering how well that first map went for Nexus Forces to not have your mental kind of break at that moment and come back and get the 3-1 in the end, there's no two ways about it. That is very well played, and we can see that result in the end did go over to DH Bob. Beautifully done by the teams, and actually well done from all teams today, because it's been a hell of it. Each map has been such a beautiful map to watch today. It's maybe not all of them, but definitely most of them have been an absolute time and a half, and this one was no exception to that rule.
Yeah, but I think what the main part here is again, this is just a tournament to celebrate Heroes of the Storm. It's a tournament to celebrate Nexus Gaming Series, and I think all the players just took that to heart. A lot of the talents that we saw, they're more for fun talents. I mean, the High King's quest for Uwu Fitting, maybe wasn't the best, maybe it's not the worst, depends on the game, but either way, what matters is these players are having fun, and that's what Heroes of the Storm is about. They're able to bring this into these series, into this tournament, and we get to experience it as the viewers as well. We got to enjoy just this big feeling of freedom and fun that these players were able to bring out.
Yeah, and I'm all here for it. That's why I always love these kind of one-day tournaments where the teams aren't all pre-made. It is something that we go through, Snarf goes through and sorts herself, where it is always such a interesting showing of just how many people, like the range of people who enjoy this game are willing to play for, especially considering these people have been playing for as long as we've been casting is the thing you have to remember. They're also, for the most part, 2 best of 3s and a best of 5 through this.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. They've been having fun. They knew ahead of time, this is the day. Just write it off. You're not going to be productive. You're just going to have a great day of games. It's a holiday. It's the 10-year anniversary of Heroes of the Storm. You should have fun. You should just be having an absolute blast. And they were able to bring it out today. I mean, that's exactly what everyone's doing. And I'm hoping everyone in chat has been having as great a time as myself, Flybus, and all the players that have played today.
But do we want to go have a chat with the winners, see how they're doing?
Yeah, let's bring
Do you
us
have
in.
access to them? Their channel?
Let's find out.
Let's find out. Right. G'day. Let's see if my co-caster makes it. I may have lost him in transit.
That line bus?
It is.
Yep.
It is indeed.
That's Linehouse, dude. It's not Linehouse. No, long time no see.
God. I don't know. Okay,
Where
give
are
me
you
a moment.
from?
I need a dragon.
That
He's too busy talking.
No, well, he'd be talking to himself in that case. Sorry, one moment.
hey, you love to hear it.
Let's
Our
go.
prize? We get a prize? What
Do-
the fuck?
Do you get prize?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on,
Wait,
T-Bro.
do we? I
Oh.
didn't hear about this.
Yeah.
No, it's the giveaway.
It's the giveaway.
It's a giveaway.
The giveaway prize, not
Paraphernalia.
our prize.
Yep,
Our
Bird.
prize is, the
Bird
first
gets a
remaining
prize.
The real friends along the way were all the prizes we won. Let's be honest with ourselves here.
Oh wait, Bird. For some reason, I thought Bird was our team. Like what?
No, you're
No,
Bob,
no,
not
Bob-
Bird. There's a slight difference between the two, I know. I think next time you just have to be DH Bird then, despite Bird not even having a DH in their name.
We were trying to
There you go.
convince Bob to name his team DH McGiblets.
I had a strange feeling that was the case. Do you know how much of goddamn aneurysm I am at 7 a.m. in the morning trying to differentiate between the team and the player? I'm sitting there like, this is too early.
Nice.
We did it
Good.
all in his
I
name.
like that.
But
Where are you from? Is it?
Hmm?
Zealand?
I-
It's Zealand, right?
I don't. I know it's. I feel like it's either New Zealand or Australia, but I'm not sure which one.
which one do you want to lock
Don't get
in?
it wrong.
Which one do you want to lock
I-
in?
New Zealand.
I don't want to lock in either one.
It is New
I-
Zealand.
That's what I thought. I should have fucking locked it in. God damn it.
It does help that everyone else went New Zealand. But no, it is the end of the series. You've done 2 best of 3s and a best of 5. How are you all feeling now that we're at the end of it?
Hungry.
Terrible.
Good start.
And I'm tired.
I could eat.
I hyped this up as you all had a great time. You all had a blast. How
No,
was
we
it?
had fun.
I'm hungry. This is all.
Bro, I'm tired of coming in.
Listen, every
My
team that we
feet
played took 5 minutes to choose what map they wanted to go to, because all we did was choose first pick, okay? Like, I just wanted to eat, and I never got that.
Suffering from winning. That's what we did.
So you should have just picked map pick and just ripped any map then if you really wanted to be done sooner.
Because then we gotta wait for
That's
them to think
such a
about
good
first
point.
pick.
Gibbs, why didn't you do that?
Because
Yeah,
I'm
Gibbs.
impatient, and first pick is good.
Is it?
Oh, I mean, it must have been, because look where you are. You have won the tournament. But that last series was a hell of a series nonetheless. How are you feeling after that first map when Nexus Forces kind of had your number at that very first Towers of Doom map? What was kind of going through your heads as you're moving into the second map?
My Stitches is a fucking dog. That's what I was.
Yeah, I was
thinking.
gonna say, our Stitches griefed that game hard by just getting bad hooks and gorges.
The hooks were pretty useless. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Was the Elrac ever really a major concern? Because we did see you went big, beefy front lines for map 2 after map 1 kind of had its way. Why not ever ban the Elrac?
He's not
Uh,
good at it.
We're cocky. The real answer is we're cocky.
It's really simple. Like his Alarak is not good. Like that's. I don't know.
You might be a little too spicy right now, but
Yeah, it's a little bit too spicy. You want to dial it back like 20%, that'd be great.
The only reason that
Oh,
the
no.
Alarak looked good in game 1 is because he got to like 150 sadism from one team fight that we threw, and then after that it was easy for him to do a way too much damage. Like
Also,
If
laugh,
that hadn't
laugh.
happened, the Alarak would have been destroyed from game 1, and it wouldn't have mattered.
Right.
Laugh, laugh, though, those really tilted me. I think you got 3 of them off while I had them dead, right?
Yeah, I had a literal literal 4-man gust, and we lost the fight. Like, it's crazy. Criminal that we lost that game.
Yeah, let's
Turkey, I'll let you ask questions. Turkey, I'll let you ask questions after that.
I don't know if you've ever noticed, but this is just Mundane Zebra.
Oh, I've had the pleasure of interviewing with Mundane Zebra many a
Oh, yeah.
time. so-
Toki knows.
Yes, me and Toki are best friends at this point.
Exactly.
It's also true.
He has my personal number whenever he needs an interview now. So.
Yep.
He's the press secretary for PST, and I'm just the person that does PR for him whenever he gets too spicy.
He's my apprentice. He'll be the next guy to make your dreams.
You're going to be overworking as his PR person if this is the start.
I've been doing it for seasons already. I'm used to it.
All right, but in terms of the actual interview questions, now this has been a pickup team today, obviously, but how do you think the synergy has been going for the day? Like, do you feel like you've gotten better as time went on?
No.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be the answer as soon as the question was
I had a
asked.
feeling as well, but-
We for sure did.
Go
Haldor and Turtwig, they kept up with us, even though we might have been like a higher rank. They definitely pulled their weight in these games for sure.
I agree.
I think I inted more than they.
I
Yeah.
think we all entered more.
Well, mostly Gibbs.
Yeah, mostly Gibbs. When in doubt,
They
play
carried us.
I mean, you know, big shout out to them because the expectations were low and they definitely met them.
Also, the raw Tyrande stuns whenever they let Tyrande through were just always hitting.
That's true.
I was going to ask
Yeah,
about
I mean-
that. Is Tyrande just a favorite of yours, Turtwig? Because you were doing very well with that auto, like E at 1 vent auto attack build following up after.
Yeah, she's my favorite just because I like hitting those raw E's and getting people to praise me about it.
He likes it raw.
God damn
Heard
it.
it here.
I knew it was going to be a mistake coming into this channel as soon as I said, oh, do you know what? Let's go have a look.
Did Toki not warn you?
No.
I didn't have the chance, unfortunately.
You know what? I think we should all blame Snarf because Snarf knows Zebra well enough, and she should have warned both of y'all.
You know, that's a good point. If I'm not blaming, I'm not blaming staff ever because she did put so much effort into these.
Yeah, true.
So did you, Linebus, but like we gotta blame someone, and I'm.
I'm gonna blame Linehouse.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Down.
Good.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah, that's a
idea.
good one.
Sometimes.
All right, at least we're in
Fuck you,
agreement on
Linehouse.
something here.
That
Then...
would be
Oh, go on.
a good line to end on is just fuck you, Linehouse.
I'm not ending it on that. I don't have any other questions, but I'm not.
I mean, we may as well. end it on
Linebus,
that
you do
Linebus.
know you
Why
are
not?
responsible for content that comes out of your broadcast, right? In that case, I'm just going to mute Monday and Zebra for the rest of this.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That may be the better way to do it. But no, I will just ask you guys to kind of keep it a bit less spicy, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, Stripes.
Of course, I can do that.
I hope so. I'm just trying to remember the series now. Toki, I'll leave you for questions for a bit while I try and think of something.
Yeah, I mean, you did drop a game, but that definitely you could have tried to come back from. But I mean, we've already spoken on that one. But especially on BOE, it was looking pretty bad for a while, but you were able to bring it back. So, what do you think was the main turning point for you?
Compute 1v5ing on core while Zebra's saying GG is over. That
Yep.
basically is what happened.
Yeah.
They just let Vala. I don't know. I was watching Zebra and not Vala, and Vala was just like on their backline at one point, and then they just.
They all
started
just
dying.
kind of chased me from the core.
Yeah. That was the biggest turning point to see 1v5'd.
But then,
Yeah,
were
after
you
that,
really?
their mental was broken.
But were you really worried about losing that game now? Because obviously we did end up winning in 4, or ending the series in 4. But had it gone to 5, do you think that would have changed a lot for you?
No, we still would have won.
I think it just would have been Gibbs would be hungrier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And because I'm hungry, I'm annoyed, and I'm gonna try harder.
Also, it would work that way. Whenever I
Or-
get tired, I usually just give up.
It's a 50-50 on which way.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if we lose the game because I int, then I gotta listen to Zebra yell at me. So we gotta win the game, and I don't get yelled at, and I get to eat.
I have never yelled at you in my entire life.
I somehow don't believe it.
I mean, the best time was 20 years ago. The second best time is today, Mundane Zebra.
There you go. I'm not gonna yell at him.
Yeah.
Okay. Not until after broadcast, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just told
You guys
them off
wanna
for being
stick in
too
here,
spicy.
I'll-
Yeah, we can't get me yelling out now.
Yeah, but I
you
learned
go.
that you're in charge of the broadcast, not me, so I'm soaking the
Ooh,
flames.
yeah.
Oh, damn.
You know
You
what,
do have to
that's-
remember,
that's
I
big-
can also just go, okay, I'm just banning you for a little bit and have fun.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, I don't have any more questions, Linebus. What about you?
I want to direct this particularly at Peldor and Turtwig in this instance. How did you two find it playing in these more rainbow lobbies where there is such a high skill variance between everyone who is playing? Is there anything you found good? Is there anything you struggled with? I'd love to hear from you, so.
I think for me anyway, since I was the offlaner, the shot calling on where to go, when to go, was good. That helped me keep up with whoever I was offlaning against.
That was the
So-
same for me. Just having someone tell me where to go, I can turn my brain off a bit.
It's good to hear that Gibbs allows people to turn their brains off.
Oh no, I wasn't shot calling.
Oh,
It was
no.
Zebra, he shot calls.
Yeah, it was Mundane Zebra who was doing the shot calling.
I turned my brain off. Unless
Oh,
somebody-
nice. Just trying to remember back on the maps that we've just had. Oh, and actually a question I would like to ask. If there's one of those teams that you'd like to face again in the future, which one of those teams would it been of any of the 3 rounds and why?
It's easy for
Ourselves.
me. The first game, because the first game had 2 of our teammates.
Okay.
That would also be my answer for the same exact reason.
First game had 2 homies also, so
A lot of
I feel
homies in the
like one
first game,
person
it sounds
needs to
like.
had Snarf and the DH Bob, so you know,
We love that guy.
big fan.
I could tell. But I don't know how I could tell, but something just gave a vibe of, man, you like DH Bob specifically.
I don't know. Something
Yes, we
about him,
do.
honestly. I think
He's
everyone
just
else
such a
like him.
beautiful man, and for a little kid from Maryland to make it this far, you know, we're just so proud of him.
I feel like this is moments from going off the rails. So I'm just gonna make my exit. So I just want to say congratulations, you 5. It was very well fought. I look forward to seeing... I really need to check in for any of you guys, because are any of you in the... still to play any matches left for NGS this season? Or are you all done?
You and Zebra are. I know for sure. I don't know about the other 2.
We're done.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Other than casting.
okay. Good. Okay, we at least had Pelder for casting. Good. But no, congratulations, you all. I'm going to leave you all there, and Toki, I will call you back and we'll get this wrapped up.
All right. Thank you
Hey,
for the
thanks,
interview,
guys.
everyone.
Take care, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Good night.
See ya.
Alright, let's get Toki back in here. I have actual DMs of Toki now, let's open that up. Right, give me your camera. Thank you. Oh, great. Do I have to redo my overlay now? Because it's decided to be weird. You know what? Good enough.
And that's why I do Discord cams.
Good enough by Discord. Right, let's cut this back over. Oh, there we go. Toki, who is sitting very high in camera frame, which I will fix momentarily. How are you feeling now that we are the end of 7 hours? 5 hours?
I mean, I'm just a little bit upset that we don't have another best of 5 after.
I'm not. I'm gonna go get groceries done after this, man. I've been putting that off all day.
I mean, I genuinely probably could keep going. I don't know. This was just such a fun day for me. Like, I mean, I love casting. It's by far my biggest passion now in terms of just like personal hobbies and stuff. So, I mean, it was a lot of fun. This was exactly what I wanted out of the day, and it's exactly what I got. So, no complaints, only positive thinking here after that series, especially.
No, absolutely. It was actually a very fun time. I always love doing these tournaments. It is something I've done, numerous times now through GGS and now for NGS where the long days are really good, but you gotta take care of your own voice, because if you keep going, it will kind of get a bit wobbly. Considering you have at least 2 things tomorrow, you may want to take it a little bit easy.
I have 3 casts tomorrow at least, 2 for League, and then I believe I'm casting at GS right after.
Yeah, let's not ruin that wonderful voice for tomorrow then. Right, but before we do our final wrap up, there is some housekeeping that we need to do. Things to note that are coming up is we are entering the last week of regular season now, so we are getting into grand finals for each of the divisions, and that should be ending by June 1st, so last couple weeks I should say, and that is planned for when the meet hall will happen. However, because the Heroic Division finals are happening on June 1st, we may have to bump it back to June 8th if it does go over time. Captain's Workshop is going to be happening July 7th, which you had a bit more information about that than I did, if you would like to explain what's happening there.
Yeah, so the Captain's Workshop, it's basically, I believe Hoku's going to be running it, and it's for anyone who's been thinking of starting a team, but is kind of a little bit worried about all of the administration work, all the stuff there, because we do have the website and all that we do run everything from, but it's just going to be a workshop to teach you how to do all of it. It's really not too difficult in the end, just it does get overwhelming because of how much stuff there is, but once you get the basics, once you figure it out, you'll be able to come up with your own team. You can create your own kind of roster and maybe create some more new teams and new storylines for the next season of NGS.
And it's great because it's just 2 days before the free agent combine, so if you are needing those players to still make the team, well, then 2 days later, you have a lot of talent that will be on show that are looking for teams or that are recruiting as well. So that is always the perfect way to find someone to fill out that roster, and that will be July 9th. And those signups, I believe, may already be live. If not, there should be an update at some point in the coming weeks when there will be a form where you can sign up for that, and that will be announced in the Nexus Gaming Series Discord. So Toki, thank you so much for joining me for the last leg of this journey. I'm going to leave the floor open to you. If you have any shout-outs, anything you want to say, where can people find you? Now would be the time.
All right, but I mean, first I'm going to do all my major shout-outs. I mean, huge shout-outs to Snarfungus for organizing this tournament. I mean, it's so difficult getting such a big event organized, but they did an absolutely fantastic job. Hoku helped out with that. Raka helped out with the casters. The Line Bus doing so much work on the back end here, trying to get this whole casting thing arranged, doing the production for all of us on this Nexus Gaming Series channel, even the series where Line Bus was not casting. So, I mean, massive shoutouts to everyone here, massive shoutouts to the entire NGS community, to the players for showing up, to you, the viewers, for coming here. So, I mean, it's hard to shout out exactly everyone by name, but I mean, all of us together are what make up this community. So, I mean, gotta give credit where credit's due.
And to give credit to you, where can people find you?
Yeah, now, when it comes to me trying to sell my stuff here, but I do cast pretty often, twitch.tv/Tokibi. You can also find me on Twitter @Tokibi. I tweet about once or twice a year, but I think I might have a tweet tomorrow, so look forward to that.
You use Twitter the exact same way as me, Vin. I tweeted about this yesterday.
I forgot to tweet about this.
Excellent.
But yeah, so I mean, I cast NGS. I believe I have over 80 casts so far just for season 19. I cast League of Legends every now and then on there, and if you have your own tournament and are looking for a caster, be sure to hit me up. As long as I'm not booked already, I'll probably do it. I love casting, so.
Yeah, and people do know me at this point. Maybe not my face, but they do know me. I'm the Line Bus. I haven't streamed as much as of late. I have been incredibly busy with working too many hours and not having enough personal time to do what I enjoy, but hopefully the main period of that is over, so I should be able to cast a bit more in the next coming season, because I only did 5 this season, which is not a good number. I did 4 in one day, and then I did a quarterfinal. But when I do actually stream, you can find me at The Line Bus. That you can also find me the YouTube channel for any VODs I have there, as well as that for Twitter, or Blue Sky, I guess, is also an option. But that is going to be it from us. Why am I getting a message now? I'm just getting a message saying, sorry about Zebra, he's getting a stern talking to. Thank you, Gibbs. So that's going to be it from us. I'm going to rate someone. We'll rate Icy Morn. So I'll send the love over to Veer. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. She's a good friend of mine and is a very good Heroes of the Storm caster. I look forward to seeing everyone in the Nexus. And Toki B, thank you once again for joining me. Snarf, thank you so much for organizing all this. Hoku as well for being her backup. And of course, I can't forget Raka and Sound also doing their own, joining us for the cast for on their own channels, as well as the first and second semi-finals. Greatly appreciate everyone because it's always such an effort to get this going, as well as it's always fun casting it for you, Twitch chat. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for staying with us because it has been 7 hours since it started, and I need to go get groceries because I haven't not had lunch and it's already 2:30. Right. Thank you so much for joining me, Toki.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we ended up having some pretty solid synergy, I'd say.
Yeah, it worked out wonderfully. Oh, and your camera's gone. Okay, that's the end. Right, take care. I'll catch you all later.